rise above the CFS 2022 Grand Finals, the most prestigious Crossfire World Championship, and we're live from Jeju Island. Hi everyone, I'm your host Matt Andrews, and welcome to the last day of our tournament. So let's get right into the first of our matches, and this features two teams. Although they didn't quite make it to our grand final, they have nevertheless been many people's favourites to watch throughout the tournament. The first team, a dark horse of a team. Their teamwork was unstoppable until they fell to all gamers. Nevertheless, their journey's not over, as they are here to fight for third place in the tournament. They are Vietnam's Celebi! And their opponents, well, they topped Group B. They beat Anubis Gaming in the quarterfinals, and then yesterday treated us to an epic 5-map battle with BaiSha Gaming. They are the pride of Brazil, Imperial! So two incredible teams ready to fight in what can only be an epically tight contest. Let the third, fourth place battle begin!
새롭게 써내려가는 역사 CFS 2022 그랜드 파이널. 크로스파이어 최고의 월드 축제가 바로 이곳 환상의 섬 제주에서 시작합니다.
총 12팀이 참가했던 그룹 스테이지. 지난 6일간의 승부를 통해 단 8팀만이 플레이오프에 진출했는데요. 12월 8일부터 10일까지 총 3일간 펼쳐지는 플레이오프를 통해 대망의 결승전 진출팀을 가리게 됩니다. 플레이오프부터는 싱글 엘리미네이션 방식으로 치러지는 것은 물론 3판 2선승에서 5판 3선승으로 승리의 문턱 역시 높아졌는데요. 단 한 번의 승부로 엇갈린 결과를 얻게 되는 만큼 더욱 치열한 경기가 펼쳐질 거라 예상됩니다.
새롭게 써내려가는 역사 CFS 2022 그랜드 파이널. 이곳 힐링의 섬 제주에서 가장 아름다운 추억의 주인공은 누가 될 수 있을까요? 치열한 경쟁 그리고 힐링. 새로운 역사의 주인공의 탄생을 함께 하시죠.
I love a little bit of a boogie before we get into some crossfire action. This is the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. It's day 10. It's the final day. Gosh, it's been a huge contest here in Korea on the beautiful Jeju Island, but it must come to a big and bold conclusion, and that's what we're bringing to you today. Welcome back to the desk, paper thin bench. ZZXQ, I'm Matt Andrews, and we've got your third, fourth place battle before the grand final. Who will be the world champions? We know it will be one of two Chinese teams who you may well be familiar with if you're not new to CFS. All Gamers, the reigning world champions from last year's CFS 2021 Grand Finals, are ready, and they'll be facing BaiSha Gaming, who were the runners-up at the CFS 2021 Grand Finals. Yes, we've got a rematch of last year's World Championship final to look forward to. That promises to be very tasty indeed. Before we get to that, Vietnam and Brazil, two brilliant regions in Crossfire. So passionate, the fans and the players in those regions. The best of them here at CFS 2022. We're going to see Celebi take on Imperial. But what a journey we've had, Kyle, to get to the final day.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking at the last semifinal alone, it was a huge back and forth down to the end. But at the end of the day, Imperial does fall, but it sets up an incredible third-place match. I think this could be one of the best of all time that we ever see. Both of these two teams only having a few struggles throughout the tournament. Both of them look really good going into this third-place match. I'm expecting a banger here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both of these games could be truly ones that we'll never forget in CFS history, let alone just 2022. Bench, we've seen some massive performances, and 4 teams remaining today. They're all capable of winning their games.
I mean, Celebi as well was just pushing themselves out of the group stages, out of the quarterfinals, went into the semifinals, but then all gamers stomped on them. And for Imperial as well, devastating loss yesterday, although they did perform really well. That last map of Port, I think they took it to overtime and ended up losing that, and that's why they are in the 3-4 decider here. But at the same time, you know, the difference is in the money. So if you win out, Celebi versus Imperial, whoever wins takes more money into their bank. So that's what it's all about.
And yeah, paper thin. It's the third, fourth place match. That's the one that you don't want to be in, isn't it? It's grand final day. You see the other 2 teams are here getting ready to play for $500,000 US, and that title that means so much to everybody. You've got to play in the third, fourth game. Sometimes that one, you know, oh, we don't really feel like we can turn up for this. But I don't think Celebi or Imperial are going to throw this one away.
No, absolutely not. I think they're both going to give it their all today. I fully expect them to be, you know, really engaged, showing their best performances, really taking this seriously. Like Bench mentioned, there's money on the line at the very least. There's pride on the line as well. You'd rather have that third place spot, that bronze, you know, that podium finish, right? Like you want that as a player. Of course you want to be in that position. So it's been a long tournament. We're on 10 days, so it's a good thing it stops here because I'm running out of fingers to count days. So I mean, everybody's maybe running on fumes a little bit tired, but absolutely these guys are going to show us good performances. And if what we saw at the quarterfinals, the semifinals, is any indication. Absolutely, today should be a great first match.
This is why you work on Crossfire. I understand now. It's because the rounds only go up to 10.
This is why you only go up to 10 rounds.
Okay. If it was more than that, if it's overtime, we'll
gotta
look
take my
after
shoes
you.
off. And
Don't do that, please. We've been here a while. Yesterday's action truly unforgettable, and we get 2 players from All Gamers. So that would be Zhui and his alter ego. Zhui. We get two of him from All Gamers. Best of the day. This explains why they win so much. They're perfectly in coordination. They're clones. Zhui with the best KD of the day and the most damage per set. But Imperial get the best headshots as Lukav delivered.
Yeah, I mean, Zhui for me was such a star player in his match. I think about that game on Compound specifically. I mean, both Zhui's, the KD, the damage, it's everything. But, I mean, he had 2 3Ks and a 4K in just one map yesterday. I think this guy just plays phenomenal under pressure, and I'm expecting a lot from him today. But, Lukum, no joke as well, one of the highest damage output players we've seen across the tournament. No surprise to see him with that high of a headshot percentage.
And we were talking a lot about Gokhan and what he can do, but Lukan has been going throughout the tournament. Yeah, Gokhan started off strong, but don't count me out. His stats have increased and increased and increased. The more I look at those 2 pictures of Zhui, the more I'm convinced both of them are sort of looking at me differently. Don't show me that picture again.
You moved, their eyes follow you.
They did, yeah. So there's your bracket over the last couple of days. Remember, we had 5 days of groups, 12 teams joined us, 5 Crossfire regions represented. That came down to Wildcard Wednesday, which was ages ago, and then we've had quarterfinals and semis, all best of 5s. Today, you'll get your 3rd place decider. Celebi from Vietnam against Imperial from Brazil. We'll dive into that in just a moment. And then later on today, do not miss the World Championship Titanic battle between China's All Gamers and BaiSha Gaming. That is a game to look forward to by itself, but the first one, Celebi versus Imperial, could be, had it not been for yesterday's second semi-final, I would be lining this up as possibly the closest match we've had in the contest, but they'll have to go some to beat Imperial's game against BaiSha yesterday. 5 maps, 10-8 on the last one. We had 2 overtimes. There were barely any rounds left that we could have done that on. Amazing work between them. So, was that maybe influenced the predictions of our guys here on the analyst desk and on the caster desk already? Oh, this is pretty. Oh, I like this one. This is all up and down. So Valdez and Achilles will be casting this, and they're both expecting to be proclaiming Celebi the champions. But over here on the analyst desk, we like Brazil's chances. The Portuguese, of course, gone for Brazil. The Vietnamese, of course, gone for Vietnam. And the Chinese casters, not so sure. like it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, initially, I was actually going to pick Celebi until yesterday. The resilience Imperial showed for me just made me flip in my mind who was going to win this one, because when it was 9-5 on sub base, I thought they were down and out, and we saw a whole new Imperial come to life after that. And for me, that was the big difference here.
8 rounds, all the way to get to overtime, win it straight in overtime as well. It was a massive showing from them as well. Bench, you also like Brazil's chances?
I mean, just like how Kyle mentioned, that willpower basically carries over from the yesterday to tonight as well. So that might just happen once again. And once again, coming into how these players play, Luke Calm just shooting heads after heads, and then Gouken as well was hitting, I would say, quick scopes after quick scopes. He was shooting long ranges. He was able to hit those close ranges as well. And for Celebi, like, they need to break through Gouken's defense. When if Gouken can just hit those close range shots again and again, it's going to be very hard to break through it.
I'll ask you in a minute.
Okay.
But first, I want to show you who we're talking about. Celebi from Vietnam in for the 3rd place battle. There on our stage, getting ready to play, and so proud to represent Vietnam, they are Celebi! With Rambo, Lucas, Shady, Dola, and LDX. And Paper Thin, although your prediction there was a little bit greener and a little bit more South American, we have been ever so impressed by these guys. I'm sure it wasn't an easy prediction to make.
No, absolutely not. This is a really difficult matchup to predict, because both teams have been so good throughout this tournament. So fun to watch. You know, so many superstar players on both sides. It was, to me, what kind of when I looked at it, when I really thought about how is this map pick ban going to pan out, if I'm Imperial, I'm taking Mexico out of the equation. Celebi's almost certainly going to ban Eagle Eye. And then I think you've got Compound and Kara and Black Widow that are pretty much going to go Imperial's way, I think. The other two are a bit more of a toss-up. Even sub-base, I feel like, might favor Imperial. So, honestly, I'm thinking 3-1, 3-2 here for the Inside Imperial. As good as Celebi is, they've shown us that they are an amazing Mexico team. They showed us that they can go toe-to-toe with all gamers when they're at their best.
Yes.
But, again, I'm kind of with Kyle. What I saw yesterday with Imperial when I was casting those games, I was really blown away.
Yep. All gamers, Celebi put in huge performances against the otherwise undefeated world champions here at CFS 2022. But this loud, proud Brazilian team are coming for them. Nicely on time, if you were Celebi. Lucao, Ruzao, Fefe, Adrian, and Gouken proudly representing Brazil. We've seen some huge performances from their compatriots, Extensi, Black Dragons as well, but it's Imperial who make it into the 3rd, 4th place match. Welcome, Imperial!
Man, looking at this lineup, they've just been non-stop fighting when their back's against the wall, and they just come up huge every time. I think I have to give a lot of credit where it's due to Fefe. I don't think we highlight him enough as an in-game leader. He's one of those key guys that really can bring them back from the potential defeats they've faced here. He's always taking those tack pauses when they need them and finding ways to really change up their play style and keep their opponents guessing time and time again.
Let's compare a couple of the players. We'll take a look at Dola, who we've been praising a lot throughout this tournament. Oh, and Gouken, who we've been praising a lot throughout this tournament.
Look at Gouken's headshot percentage, 0.22. You don't see that come out from a sniper. So this basically means that this guy has been utilizing his pistols and shooting heads with his deeks. But for Dola as well, he's been putting out some nice AP as well. 88, it's not too bad, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Gouken's performance, I would actually say he's the strongest player outside of AG we've seen this entire tournament. I was looking at the stats earlier today. The only 2 players in the entire event performing above him are ZQ and Even. He's got a 1.55 KD and a 0.9 kills per round. Nobody else in this match comes close to his stats.
That's amazing. Last year in the Grand Finals, these teams met. Ankara went to Celebi, Port went to Imperial, but it was a best of 3 back then, and Compound sealed it up for the Vietnamese team. So, Paper Thin, you were just talking a little bit about the maps and where we think this might go. We enjoy seeing Eagle Eye when we do get to. It may well turn up in the Grand Final, because the Chinese teams quite like it, but Celebi banned it 5 times, Imperial have banned it 4 times. Where are we going?
I mean, if you think there's going to be some pigs flying outside of the studio today, then, maybe we're going to see Eagle Eye in this match. I don't know. Maybe we will see it. Maybe, teams feel like at this point they might want to try it just to test their mettle, just to see how good they really are on it. Sometimes you do want to get some live experience on something.
Yeah.
And so there might be kind of that idea coming through. But, I mean, I think both teams, again, still have a lot to play for, so I wouldn't be surprised at all if Celebi bans it again, as they have been doing for the majority of this tournament. But the difference here is, right, Imperial is a slightly different team than what we saw last time these two teams faced. They're better, in my opinion, and their map pool is different as well with what they excel at and what what we saw they lost on last year. So I got to give a slight edge to Imperial here.
Neither of these teams have banned Black Widow, Ankara, or Compound, but they are both ready, as you can tell, so let's not keep you waiting any longer. The third, fourth place battle on the final day of CFS 2022 Grand Finals. Achilles and Valdez, they're both ready as well. Do we get a huddle and a shout out of them? Let's find out.
Indeed we are. No shouting over here. But welcome back. Yes, it's time to go into the third and fourth place match, and I cannot wait for this. This has been two of the most entertaining teams that we've had this whole tournament throughout. Celebi, I've had my eyes on them since they had their debut match in the group stage, and they have always been an absolute pleasure to watch. And based on what we saw yesterday, them taking the most rounds off of all gamers that anybody's been able to achieve thus far, and Imperial playing such a close series versus BaiSha Gaming, I think that we are in for an incredible series.
Absolutely. No doubt on anybody's minds. This one might even go farther than the finals, especially based on how strong All Gamers has been looking, but also hoping for a long and fun final as well, of course. But this one, definitely pretty interesting. You and I were the only two on the English side to go for Celebi. I think just Celebi's play against All Gamers was enough to impress me, and I think that Imperial, while they did go the distance against BaiSha, who is an incredibly strong team, it's no All Gamers in my mind, so we'll have to wait and see how this one is going to go.
Indeed. I mean, one of the things I was talking about on the analyst desk yesterday was, it's really going to come down to who is more spirited, I think, today, rather than the individual play. I think both teams are on a very similar level as you compare them side to side, but I do also think that as long as they're not going to be too shattered about not making it into the grand final, whichever team is able to really drive themselves the most is going to be able to come out on top. We'll see Eagle Eye taken away here by Imperial with the first ban. Celebi going to be banning sub-base.
Yeah, absolutely. Sub-base, one of Imperial's strongest maps, but Black Widow known to be their strongest, so I feel like that's more of a... It's like a dual thing, right, where Celebi's not confident on sub-base, and also Imperial is very strong on it. So a good all-around ban kind of makes sense. Black Widow is going to be the first pick, straight into Compound for Celebi, and looks like we might get this thing where the teams all start on the same side for every map. We'll see if that continues.
Yeah, so far, it's going to be Celebi with the blacklist start, and it's going to be Ankara. Somewhat unsurprisingly here for the side of Imperial. Going to snatch that one up. With the pool getting a bit more limited, interesting to see what Celebi elects to take for that fourth map. It leaves open for 5. Mexico, definitely going to be a good shout, and there we go. It will be Mexico with Port to settle the affair, and we saw Imperial go all the way to Port just yesterday versus BaiSha. Weren't able to close it out there. If we get the game 5 this time around, perhaps they'll be able to achieve it.
Yeah, pretty interesting. Doesn't feel like either of these teams want to play on Port. Nobody really enjoying that map, but it's not enough where you have to ban it away. It's no Eagle Eye, so always getting left for that 5th and final map. And you'll remember as well that Celebi did go the distance themselves against Q9 Esports Club, and that one also ended on Port. Celebi was able to take a 10-3.
Yeah, it was dominant. Very, very dominant. So, I mean, if it does come down to it, maybe you have to give the upper hand there to Celebi, but we'll have to just wait and see what happens and how many maps we can draw out of these two teams. But Black Widow to start, so some fairly neutral territory as far as the maps are concerned. But to see how fired up they are, because of course it's not the grand final, but they're still playing for pride. They're playing for that higher placement, saying we are the 3rd best team in the world, in addition to that extra prize pool.
Yeah. I'm like, for me, it's about the money. You want to get in there, you want to play some strong crossfire, you want to beat your opponents, you want to bring pride to your region, but also you want to go home with some of that extra moolah, some of that cash. And it's a significant amount, you know?
That
you
it is.
definitely want to bring that home and, I don't know, maybe invest in some real estate. Probably a good idea. Either way, guys, enough of that. We do have Black Widow on the way. This should be a really fun first match. Imperial looked really strong on this yesterday. We'll see what Celebi can do.
Alrighty, here we go. Our third and fourth place battle is about to kick off. Celebi from Vietnam, Imperial from Brazil. Battling for pride, battling for cash, battling to be the third best team in the world. Here are the Crossfire 2022 Grand Finals. Let's go ahead and jump into map number 1. It's Black Widow.
And here we are on Black Widow. We have seen this one a bunch. Of course, Imperial did play against BaiSha just yesterday, and they took a pretty dominant 10-7. It was well fought by BaiSha. I think that BaiSha really got close to the upset win, you could say, I suppose, on this map specifically against Imperial. Imperial just have a really good sense of exactly what to do on this map. They're really good at mixing up their playstyle as well. Oftentimes they'll push out into A long and control that. Sometimes they'll push out of storage and try to fight you there with 3 members. They just have some really clean strategies that they've done many, many, many times, and it brings them a lot of success. They're very experienced on this map, so definitely giving a big edge to Imperial here on this one, but Celebi, we'll have to see what they do bring in. They have played this map a couple of times. 1 win against Extenzi and 1 loss to Q9 in the golden round.
Right. Did go all the way to the very end. A couple smokes going to be coming through, and here comes the execute now onto the A site. Celebi were able to get themselves up mid now on a cat without really being scouted. Shot there from Goken, not going to connect. However, out from long, managing to find 1, gets a second. Loken gets the third, and that is the cleanup. It's looking decent there for Celebi for a little bit, getting into that position quite sneakily, but it's a fantastic response from Imperial to shut down the push.
Yeah, certainly a pretty nice push that time around. You don't see the short and mid push too often, but trying to go for something a little bit interesting this time. It did get shut down really easily by Imperial. They were very in control of that A site, especially from long, and so they kind of made quick work of that. And yeah, Imperial is starting off strong. Their GR side on Black Widow looking very impressive. Celebi, of course, opting into the blacklist side to start, but that's kind of been their MO for the entire tournament, regardless of map.
Double nade out right towards B main, and that's just a big chunk of damage onto Lucas. Yeah,
Lucas, you know, the grenades are whatever. He is going to swap over to the sniper, but what I mean by whatever is, like, he has not had the greatest time in these playoffs, right? And I'm hoping that he can kind of step it up here for this one in the 3rd place match against Imperial.
We know what he's capable of. We've seen him go crazy. Nice nade placement, gets right at the feet of Rizal. They're trying to nade him out, and the 3rd one will do the charm. LDX able to find that elimination, but now Adrian going to get involved. Managing to find 1, Goku gets another, but the shutdown comes through. The B site acquired by Celebi. Slow creep up from Rambo. He's ramping around over on short on Catwalk here. If he drops down, he might be able to get the spot at the back angle here of Lucamp. And looks like he will be able to do so just now. That leaves Fefe now in a 1v2 scenario. He's rotating through the BL spawn. Just 50 seconds remaining. Bomb still yet to go down. It looks like they might actually end up shipping this over towards A, and they will. Dola going to be spotted, and that is going to give Fefe all the information that he needs.
Yeah, Fefe, pretty interesting position. He was playing point way on the other side of the map, and we'll see if he can get this one done. 1v2 is not going to be easy against these 2 players.
Flash going out. Fefe going to get tagged by that one. Push comes in. He manages to shut down Dola. Now he just needs Rambo. The arm in hand, swinging the corner. Hasn't taken much damage yet. The push coming in, and the pistol will do it. Rambo gets the kill, claims the round. Celebi ties it up 1-1.
Yeah, so pretty strong push into B. The grenades were pretty interesting. Seems like they had a very good idea of where Rizal was. Not sure if they spotted him or if they just had the studies done to kind of know, okay, this is a very common spot that Rujao likes to play. But either way, they were able to get through there. Lucas just swapping over to the AWM after getting low and doing a good job for his team of soaking the damage, I suppose. As Imperial gonna go back to this kind of a long push. Just want to control this area. But Celebi might begin to read into this and continue to push B, especially with how well it worked in the last round.
LDX burning his frag grenade, just trying to get a connection onto Goken, which didn't quite come through. He'd already pulled back away from that position on Cat. Now getting ready to come in over here towards B. Celebi very much stacked up. Still do have LDX lurking on Cat. Flash is going out, but there's the nade again. Zhao taken down by it. Rambo does fall to Goken, but now Sex continues to get broken open. Goken managing to find 3, however, End is still alive. Now, a 2v1 as Lucas needs to be the one to clutch this out. The C4 going to be dropped. Back on the stairs. You can see the members of Imperial kind of fanning out, not really playing in onto the site.
Yeah, they might just wait to see if Lucas is going to go for a big wraparound. In fact, Goken is preparing for this already. He's trying to get in behind Lucas. And for now, I mean, Lucas still has a minute, so it's enough time here. Looks like Goken is just going to hold position right below the spawn. He can spot if the very common rotation in through the A road happens. Otherwise, he can probably hear if the rotation is going to go wide, which is exactly what we're going to see here. Lucas is going to go all the way through the spawn, and Goken should be able to hear this coming.
Rotating around, Goken trying to eye up exactly where he's going to be coming from. He's spotted, takes quite a bit of damage, could have been knocked down to about 10. Lucas now, 30 seconds remaining. Needs to try to win this fight or at least break away from it to get himself over onto the site. He's going to go sprinting forward, gets under cover, starts making his way over to A, but now Fefe here needs to be dealt with. Pushes out of the window, thought maybe he was going to wait, try to shut down the plant, but instead just takes the fight, manages to win it out with a headshot, and that's Imperial now 2-1.
Yeah, that entire round pretty much just shut down because Goken got 2 free pot shots from the window in B, and it essentially took tons of power away from the push and didn't bring the confidence necessary for Celebi to actually push onto the site. Looked like one of the guys who was holding the C4 was also in the back. That got sniped by Goken, so not really the push that Celebi was looking for. I liked the idea to go B, especially with all the pressure that Imperial are putting on A long and the fact that Celebi are pretty much ignoring it so far. They're trying to hit that weak point, but Goken, once again, the anchor for his team and is able to take a lot of power and wind out of the sails.
Yet again, Celebi starting to shuffle their way over towards B. Rambo again living up to the name as well. It's got a little bit of help, though, as mid is actually going to be heavily occupied now. So they'll be changing things up a little bit, turning to a different page in the playbook. Smoke at the ready, just waiting for the lineup. Just gonna start letting it loose now.
They're going to go B here from mid, looks like, as the push is coming through mid at this moment in time.
Push on the B side, yep. Rujao again going to fall, but there's Goken finding one, but there with another. Dola trading back. Let's take down Adrian, but now quite a bit of damage dealt on either side. A 3v3 with Fefe low on HP. Rambo and Dola both on a sliver. Winnable for either side, but Rambo's in a position to try to get a backstab here. Catch them off guard. Jump off the top. Spray coming in. Doesn't get the kill. Lukum somehow stays alive. He'll be grateful for it. Still does take a good chunk of damage, though. Now down to about half, and Fefe's not ready for Dolan to be up close and personal just around the corner. The kill comes in. Dolan goes for the push. Sprays him down. Finds 2 now in the round. This leaves Goken all on his lonesome versus 3. Certainly a possible situation for him, but Dola just aggro pushes forward, finds the 3rd kill, and ties this up yet again.
Yeah, 2-2. That time, a pretty nice push. I think that Celebi are doing a good job of switching it up once they get a read on what the GR side is doing. Not just against Imperial in this map, but even in their match against Q9 and All Gamers. I think they were doing a good job of reading the playbook and switching things up. Here comes Imperial.
hyper aggression out from Imperial, and it gets completely shut down. Zhao still here on the B site. Loken hovering around mid, just trying to peek through the doors. They're smoked out. Now if they can just clear this, they'll be in to go ahead and take the lead for the first time. Goken now eliminated the drop down. They read it perfectly. Zhao seemingly just unable to catch these players by surprise. They're consistently aware of where he's going to be positioning. Granted, he was the last one alive versus, I believe, 5. So a nigh impossible task set out for him. Celebi take the round and now have the lead.
Yeah, and you can tell, I mean, the energy is really there for the side of Celebi. This is what I was worried about and why I felt like Celebi might have the upper hand. And now you see guys kind of just going ramble. I mean, Goken was kind of there holding the angle, but then Lukom's just running in by himself, trying to, you know, get a pick off, try to be the hero. But I liked how Imperial were playing it a couple of rounds ago, just very passively, kind of waiting it out. But last round, they push out a B and they get totally wiped. And this round, once again, just trying to push straight into Celebi. And that's not really going to work if you do that alone. So
yeah,
a little bit worried about Imperial's mindset right now.
Really risky play for Lukom. I mean, who was an absolute monster yesterday. So I get that he might be coming into this with a little bit of extra confidence and whatnot, but it does get shut down, and he ends the round with a little bit of egg on his face. But really odd to see him. I mean, they had that forward smoke, and he's trying to, you know, edge himself through the smoke to get into a gank position, but just does not come to fruition. Like you said, without having that backup there, there's no trade. It's just one kill taken by Celebi.
Now it looks like Celebi are going to go for an A-long push. They have pretty good control at this point in time. Goken is watching this angle, though, so they got to be careful about that.
Should be anticipating this, you would think, but so far, Flash is not flying. There's a kill, but Shady instantly replies. Just gets shut down, though, as is Dola. Fefe with 2 quick kills. Gives them the advantage now, but Lucas alive. Needs to be the clutch factor. Shots fly, and he's got it. 2 kills for Lucas to close it out. Celebi, they stretch the lead by 2.
We've seen so many times Fefe is such a fantastic defensive rifler, and he's able to pick up 2, but unfortunately in that round it kind of felt like he was alone. You know, they were already down a member. Goken was able to get 1, but immediately traded back. Celebi doing a great job of understanding, okay, we have the member advantage. Let's just push them and get trade kills, and they did that really, really well. But Fefe was able to get 2 for himself, so I thought maybe, but then Lucas was able to step it up. And you could see Adrian's face. Things are not feeling good over there on the Imperial side. I'm still a bit worried about that. Celebi, you know, they look like they came ready to play straight from map 1. This is Imperial's map pick. It's their best map, and already Celebi are kind of washing over them 3 rounds in a row.
And one of the things we were talking about on the analyst desk yesterday was the importance of this map for Imperial. Granted, in that series versus BaiSha, I think a little bit more dire for them were they to have dropped this, but it's still just as important now as they try to get themselves into 3rd place. Celebi so far looking quite strong, and I mean, this is one of the reasons why they elected to start on the BL side. A little minor chip damage goes out as Lucas and Dola take some hits. Nothing too overly concerning, though. Flash goes in, but it doesn't hit anybody. So everyone's still full visioned here on the B site. Celebi continue to creep forward. Shots flying in. They should know that there's at least 2 players now. And that's going to be Shady taken down. The leader of the squad, first to fall. That could spell disaster for the rest of the round.
Yeah, I think Celebi would be in a good position if they did go for a little bit of a rotation here, especially with LDX picking up that kill in mid. But they're slowly just pushing through the storage here. It's kind of working, especially with that headshot from Lucas.
I mean, you're talking about this guy, how we need to see impact from him, and right now he's showing it. These last 2 rounds, absolutely critical from him. Finds 2 more kills. Now Goken and Lukom. I mean, 2 players who, granted, you would probably almost always prefer to have these 2 guys left if you are in a clutch situation. It's for reasons like that. Lukom finds 1. That evens it up at a 2-2, but it's the dynamic duo of Vietnam here in Dola and Lucas, but Dola just not reacting to that one, not anticipating Goken to come swinging around the corner. So now Lucas again has to try to clutch this out, and as he swings through the window, he just keeps taking tap after tap.
Oh, there's not enough time to go for the defuse.
He's playing it. He needs to deny this now.
He
Pushes out. He gets one, and that's enough. Oh, they've learned at long last how to play the clock. Something that was severely lacking from Celebi 2 series ago. And this time, Lucas plays it to perfection. Now 3 rounds up. Celebi already locking in the majority of the rounds in the half.
Yeah, that window plant, that is a thorn in the side of many a GR side, or any team that plays on GR on this map. It's just so obnoxious because once you get that plant and you get control of water, good luck. Like, you need 2 people, sometimes 3 people, just to deny one guy from denying your plant, or your defuse, right? It's so annoying to deal with, and Lucas did a fantastic job of showcasing exactly that.
He is just the slipperiest boy right now. I don't know how he gets out of that
oiled
position.
up.
Yep, he is just slipping out of people's grasps here. Can't get a hold of him. Should have been dead to rights on that little peek in, but
yeah,
ends up getting away with about 50 HP remaining.
That's what you got to do over there in storage. There are so many ways. As Goken's just going to headshot Shady. That's a fantastic start here.
Yep.
Getting some good info on this mid push as well.
But he's not ready for Lucas to be that far forward. Lucas again finding value. With Goken dead, they can feel a bit more comfortable on the map. Looks like they show a little bit of presence over towards B, but they're going to cut across mid, maybe make their way onto Cat. See a 4-man push from this position. Fefe, though, dangerous as always in holding down this A site. Let's see what he can get done. 56 seconds now remaining. 4v2 to try to get the assault going through. Flash goes flying. Fefe pulls back away from his position. LDX drops low. The rest of the team advancing forward. The frag grenade going to go wide. Celebi wisely actually play this push onto the site a bit more slowly. They avoid the lion's share of the utility from Imperial. Wukong out of long. Fefe trying to move his way over towards Cat. Rujao now. Waiting for his teammates to get into position so they can make it through the window, but Dola finds a pick. Adrian going to be taken down. And they're running out of time yet again. Shot goes in, quite a bit of damage out. The job does get finished. Wukong now all on his lonesome, but look at this. It's Lucas defending the bomb. Trying to make sure that it goes off. There's a tap on it. Pushes on the corner. Knows that he's not defusing it now and knows that he's going to be out of time.
Oh, God.
And wisely, he just continues to play it beautifully. Nothing to be done here. The C4 detonates, and that is Celebi locking in 6 rounds now in the half.
Yeah. Where have we seen that before? Looks a lot like the last round.
Previous round.
Just on the other side. And that's another obnoxious position on this map where you can deny diffuses, and he does a fantastic job, even though Lucam just nearly was able to clutch it like 1v4. It still was not enough. Goken gonna be spotted. Fefe gonna use that info.
Nice double kill.
Seems like they're getting a little bit frustrated. They're beginning to push, and they want to get some of these kills here because things are not going too well for the side of Imperial.
No, they're not. I mean, even picking up this round, it's a slight little reprieve, but you might not feel the most comfortable with the 6-3 score line. Granted, the Imperial are incredibly comfortable on this map, and Celebi did elect to go for the blacklist side first. So it does give potential for a run back as the side swap will come in. Decent nade. Shady tagged up. Gets finished off there by the Nice shot from Goken, and that leaves LDX now in a 1v5 clutch scenario. That's one gone, and then maybe the key member to take out. Goken dead. Still plenty to work through, however.
Good timing on the reload. He knows he's going to need a lot of bullets, as that's a second kill. He's beginning to line them up. Okay.
It's a third. He saw where one of the others is. Does he have a read on Adrian's position? So far, he's only really seen Rujao. Spots him now. Knows that he's pulled back. Rujao will be able to get the finish, so he saves the round, stops that potential ace clutch from coming through. But it is a 6-3 half at the end of it all.
Yeah, really solid from the blacklist side. I mean, certainly you can get a lot of work done on Blacklist on this map, but the issue is that Imperial is supposed to be kind of in control of both sides, it feels like, especially the team they are on this map. Like, it's just their map, but it has not looked that way at all. As now Celebi, they are getting pretty aggressive themselves onto Long, looking to change things up here on the Global Risk side. And I really do like that. They're trying to get the momentum back into their favor, especially because they just got 5 rounds in a row, and they only gave that one up to Imperial. And even that one was kind of close, even though it was 1v5.
All right, similar looks here. Imperial sitting 3 men up cat. LDX playing below. Will be able to spot them through the floorboards, and then they've got 2 out on Long. We saw this push from Celebi earlier on, and it didn't really work out. Seems like Imperial are going to be backing away. Shots
so
flying,
much information.
So, yeah, they get quite a bit of info there, just even from the gun spray, now knowing that there's somebody played up towards Cat. You know, LDX is going to be looking to push the issue. Drops down, though, as the flash comes out. Shady stuck in a really rough spot, has to drop down. Flash is coming out to try to buy themselves some space and time. But Lucas manages to find Lucas.
They got a ton of info, but I wasn't too impressed by what they did with the info, which was essentially try to charge into that defensive position on Catwalk. And they got punished for it. Lucas goes down to Lucas.
Things are about to get rough on the A site. 4 people grouped up here. 1 approaching from Long. Time dwindling, 50 seconds remaining. Imperial have gotten beaten by the clock now twice. You don't want to be in the opposite end where they're trying to get the plant down. You can't manage to make it happen. Dolan, what a swing. Comes out from behind the box, managing to get the headshot there on a Goken instantly, but Fefe answers back. 2 quick kills for himself. LDX tries to push in from behind. Will be good for 1. Takes quite a bit of damage there. The C4 will get planted. Needs to find more. Minor tag damage there on the Fefe, but he ends up falling. And now it's all on Rambo. Trying to clutch this one out. There's 1 kill. Swings on the corner. The pistol. He gets the headshot. He's looking for Rizhao. So very low, and Rizhao will be able to finish it. So the first round of the second half goes the way of Imperial. A round desperately needed for them as they bring it to a 4-6 score line.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Imperial were able to push things, even against BaiSha just yesterday. And the Blacklist side is something to be feared. So we'll see if they can continue with this as they're going to push into A-Long here once again.
Dole's only going to be able to find 1 where he and Lucas get traded. Now 2 on the A site, 1 on B. And Imperial should be able to suss this out, you would expect. Seems like they are going to be going to the more heavily stacked site, though.
Yeah, a couple of guys waiting here. Rambo has been pretty on point.
Good info here. So they should be, yeah, very much now knowing that this is going to be the hit on A. Shady, nice headshot comes through. Much needed for him. LDX gets another, but now Shady going to fall. LDX holding sight on his lonesome. Now is dead. Goken with a nice hit, and Rambo going to be taken down through the underpass there, and Imperial will string 2 rounds together for the first time in the map.
Yeah, Imperial beginning to put the pressure on as they bring in 3 rounds, including the one from the end of the last half. But these 2 Blacklist rounds have been quite one-sided. I haven't been too impressed by what Celebi have been bringing. The challenge, you know, the running through the smoke on A-Long is generally pretty risky. If you are going to go A-Long and challenge Blacklist, you sometimes go behind the wall, you know, you put your head down, you try to just get information, you try to thwart their attack essentially and like just control the space rather than just running into them, you know, like running into them. If you're really confident and you hit your shots, sure, it can work, but it's risky, especially if you get shot down, then you also lose control of the area, and then the A push is going to be deadly, as we did just see in that last round.
Rambo pulling back away. I thought maybe he was going to go for a bit of a more aggressive peek angle on the A site and challenge Goken, but wisely, he doesn't do that. Nade out just out of range as Lucas, so not going to be taking any damage from that. Decent timing read from Lucas, suspecting that there's going to be people approaching towards this B site by now. Smoke goes out, blocking off the doorway. Flash grenade over the top. Gets a blind on it. All members here on Imperial. Shots out flying. Lucas going to be taken down. Reach out, finding the first kill. Shady tucked away at the base of the stairs. Wary of another flash, but they come charging, and Lucum just dives on top of his head. Finds the elimination. Push up into the window. Rambo trying to answer back. He's going to be lucky to be alive now. He is all alone. Another flash through. He's got a decent idea that Gokun is going to be approaching and watching from this long A position. Goes for the shot, can't make it happen, and suddenly we are tied up at 6-6. Imperial running it back here on the Blacklist side.
Yeah, Celebi's global risk has been kind of, I don't know what to say it. The defense has been somewhat paper thin on this one. They've just kind of gotten punched through like, a hole puncher through paper. It has not been impressive, and Imperial have been taking advantage of this time and time again as they try to run into Gokun and Lucum, who's just pushing down long.
Yep, they just completely shut it out, and once more, Rambo is on his lonesome. No kills to be found here in the round, and it's just going to be a flawless as Imperial take the lead once more.
Yeah, Imperial are pretty good at this Blacklist side, I suppose. They had to start on GR, and Celebi did get a lot of advantages there, but Imperial are showing that they are just better on the map as a whole. Their Blacklist has looked even more impressive than what Celebi did put on in the first round, or the first half. So this is potentially another repeat of what Imperial did to BaiSha yesterday. Of course, that map was 10-7. And I believe it ended with Imperial on Blacklist, but either way, they're looking to try to end it here quickly on their map pick. As let's see if they go for this B push once again. Would not be too surprised, especially because Celebi have shown a lot of pressure through mid.
They are charging in once more, but this time they're trading up. LDX and Shady Bunny and kill a piece. Now Rambo gets involved. Swap over the pistol. The spam is good.
Wow.
Adrian going to be taken down now. Fefe, the last man standing. Celebi now with the C4 in their possession. Just need to suss out where Fefe is, deny him from getting a 4K clutch, and they will have tied us once again.
Okay, he finally gets up there, and they probably have a slight idea of where Fefe might be, but it's kind of hard. You know, there's a lot of places he could be on this map. So let's see if Fefe gets the jump on one or two people. As there's the one.
Okay.
Now they know where Fefe is.
Still a minute and 4 seconds remaining. Fefe just needs to play in and out of the shadows. Get enshrouded, poke out, get a kill, disappear once more. And if he could do that 3 times, he'll be able to get this clutch and probably break the spirits of Celebi, at least for the rest of this map. And there's another. Lucas dead. Swing out, and they do catch him unawares and unprepared. The kill comes in. Celebi finally able to break the round streak, and they bring it now to a 7-7 scoreline.
Yeah. Fefe just needed like 45 more seconds, and I think he probably would have pulled that off, actually. Just the way he was playing, the quick headshots and stuff, it was really, really impressive. But yeah, he just didn't have enough time, so he wanted to go for the wide rotation again, so he had to kind of run through. So easy cleanup for LDX, but definitely a fun start to his potential comeback, but it was not enough time. So 7-7 is the current score. Celebi finally figured out the GR side, and it was actually through some aggression. You know, they said, okay, let's not just sit back on the site. They were trying to do this a little bit at A-Long, but A-Long did not seem to be giving them too much luck. But they continued to go back to their aggressive GR playstyle, except through a different angle. And it seemed like Imperial was not expecting that, and that's part of why they were able to get the jump on them in mid.
Well, finally the aggression paying off for Celebi. The previous attempts very much falling flat. That's a good round to find. Tac pause going to be burning down its last 30 seconds. Let's see if they're going to be able to flip this into a round win. If they do, they will retake the lead. Be just one away from at least locking in overtime for themselves. For Celebi, with their map pick of Compound on the horizon, getting this win on Black Widow is absolutely everything. They're going to be feeling a lot more comfortable feeling at ease if they can start things off 1-0.
This is a really good time for the tactical timeout because, like you were saying, you just want to have that extra little push to maybe force extra rounds, and then pretty much anything can happen there. So if you could just get this push, maybe you get an extra round, and then you're just one away from forcing that. So it's a really good timing to go for this. Celebi trying to get aggressive once again. They leave mid wide open.
That they do. Luca will get taken down. Now Luke is in a rough spot. This man actually went out, though, finds 2 kills. He gets the third. Somehow Adrian doesn't get that connection, and Lucas shuts it down. Now it's just Gokin in a 1v3. Granted, familiar territory for sure for him. The C4 is all the way back in the spawn, and they have 2 members stacked here in B. A forward position on short, though it does seem like we will see that position moved away from. Yeah, LDX swinging wide, trying to check over towards A long, but doesn't see it anything at all.
This is a good play from Celebi. You got to be really careful, and ideally you want to try to group up, but at this point in time, they're just going to send 2 and 1. See LDX just kind of hanging in the back. Gokin will have to make the first move. Seems like he was spotted, making his way into these doors. Now just don't peek him.
Caught with an 8 in his hand, and that'll do it. The tag timeout plays beautifully for Celebi. 8 rounds now for them. 1 more. And they will, at the very least, guarantee themselves overtime. If not, just be able to close out this map from there. Lucas starting things off with the AWM in hand. Rambo's going to go for the AK. It's actually double AWM, as Dola has one as well. Dynamic duo in every facet, I suppose.
It's kind of interesting. They've done this before. It's almost like, okay, well, we lost Rambo's ability to be 2 people with the AWM, so we're going to use 2 other people and let Rambo use the rifle so that we have that Rambo-level firepower with a sniper. But
speaking of Rambo.
Yeah, Lucas is going to swap off.
He's in quite the forward position. And if they do not check for this, this could be catastrophic for Imperial.
Sometimes he just has to go Rambo.
Oh, he's actually going to drop down. Gets himself tucked away in a bit of a flank angle. Granted, I genuinely didn't see anybody look left when they pushed through this choke, so he might have been able to do quite a bit of damage. Oh, but now he's going to be found out and taken down. Here's Zhao able to find the kill. Push on the corner. Shady's going to be good for 1, then gets traded out. Dola answers back with another one. Playing forward here in the window room. Can he get the third? He absolutely can. And once more, it's going to be Gokin left to his own devices. This time a 1v2 for him. Let's see if he's got the clutch in him, as he will go ahead, move forward. Doesn't retrieve the C4 quite just yet.
That was such a cheeky defense for Celebi. It was like 3 trap doors. You go through, they solved the first trap, they saw Rambo, and then they got the second guy, and they're like, okay, we probably disarmed all the traps, right? We're good. And then they try to push into storage, and Dola's just standing there in a weird spot. You know, you don't expect a guy to just be there. You know, normally he'd be tucked away somewhere, or he'd be on the B site. But Dola is just able to be the 3rd trap door, the 3rd strike that gets the drop onto 3 of them. And he hits his shots, and Imperial's just not ready for it. Gets a lot of value that way. But Gokin is alive. And he is generally the guy that's alive at the end. Note that he has an M4, not a sniper. So we'll see how this works for him in the 1v2.
16-10 at the moment, looking to add 2 more kills to it. The bomb about to be halfway bled dry. LDX moving into position. Nade around the back. The flash will connect at least lightly. Dola, they know exactly where he's at. They go charging forward. They have the kill, but they need to get onto the bomb. They should be able to get it, though. As it goes ahead, ticks down so very close from Gokin, but cannot get that clutch across. 3 consecutive rounds now for Celebi as they lock in 9.
Seemed like they knew exactly where Gokin was going to be. That's a very common spot, especially in that 1v2 situation. M4 or not, you can just throw the flash over and you just try to come in from 2 sides. And they handled it perfectly. They knew, they seemed to have a very good idea that Gokin would be in that spot. He oftentimes plays that spot, and they're just able to get the clutch. They get there on time as well. So very nicely done. Tack pause here for the side of Imperial. They're trying to do what they did yesterday. Remember that they came back from a 9-5 deficit on map 4 of Subbase, and they forced those extra rounds in a very exciting manner, and they were able to come back and force a 5th map. But maybe they can do it this time. Definitely 9-7 is easier than 9-5.
Oh, for sure.
But Celebi definitely looking like the better team so far today.
It's been a very rough start here for the Brazilians. Second half looking great at the very beginning, but now starting to really just slip through their fingertips. See if they can find a firm grasp as they come out of this tack pause. I mean, we've seen so many teams time and time again throughout this tournament call the tack timeout and then be able to win the round from there.
Will it be enough to actually push them over the edge and get themselves into a position to force extra rounds? That's really the question. Their BL side looks so strong to start off the half. I mean, they got 4 rounds in a row on Blacklist, and the first couple did not even look close. So I think maybe if they can reset and just say, okay, let's do what we were doing. Let's do what was working. And as long as Celebi don't have any other tricks up their sleeves, there is a chance, actually, that Imperial can pull this back.
All right, Flash is flying. Lucom just going to be backing away wisely from Long because it was a 3-man stack from Celebi this time around. Instead, they're going to start making their way up Cat. LDX playing just below, keeping an eye on the double door for now. Should be able to spot up through the floorboards if they actually advance into a forward position, but you can see they're just spying things out a little bit, seeing how it looks, and they back away. Just hovering around mid.
And yeah, I mean, just information gaining, you know, maybe a little bit of tricks in terms of trying to push. Slight bit of grenade damage traded back and forth, as now the rotation will come into A long. Lucas is here, though.
He's right up close. Just crouch peeking. Small little narrow gap to work with to really spy whether or not the push is going to be coming through. And it is. He's good for 1. At least gets the trade. Nade's now coming down. Shady, first point of contact now for the rest of the team, but he's going to get caught up in a crossfire over from Cat. Lucom able to find that kill. LDX does shut down Lucom's approach, however, but it's still going to be 3 members coming up from Long. Smoke's coming down. The 5 seconds remaining as the C4 will get planted. LDX makes his way over towards the window. Rambo needs to try to catch Goken out. Did he see him? Does he know that he's here? LDX taking quite a bit of damage. Goken gets the shot. A quick one from him. That finds a headshot, and just like that, it's 8-9. Imperial need 1 more round to take us to overtime in our first map of the day.
Yeah, and you could see they kind of just went back to what was working for them. They pushed up Cat, didn't see anybody, so they didn't use their 4 members. They back away. They re-push onto Long. Very clean stuff. They get the picks, and they're just playing as a team. You know, this is what we wanted to see, because some of the rounds they were losing, people were just getting picked off, or they weren't in position to defend some of the GR pushes from Celebi. So I like that they're kind of playing it on their terms, and I think that's probably part of what Fefe was talking about during that tactical pause. As now, as a team, looks like they are going to make their way through into B, and this time there's only Shady, no trapdoors.
Yeah, and Shady is going to need some help here pretty darn soon. Gets himself flush against the box, just trying to stay safe. Flash grenades going out. He sends another one, but they know exactly where he's at. Adrian's going to be able to find the kill. Go sends some crossfire, finds one. The nade finishes off Adrian. 2 kills now for Celebi. The man advantage in their hands, but it's only by 1. Rujao and Lucom make their way forward here into the site. Rujao with the C4 can go for the plant. Wants to peek the window first. Doesn't see anything. Tries to go for it. Rambo shut down. Loken cuts him off, and that evens things up. 3v3. The shot goes wide. Goken taken down. Nade up over the top. Frag grenade does get a spider connection, and Lucas cleans it up, and there it is. Celebi will get the defuse, and they will take Black Widow for themselves. The map pick of Imperial this time today does not go their way. The Vietnamese squad come up ready to disappoint the Brazilian fans, and they do just that here in map number 1. A close one, though, as it's 10-8, but now with Compound on the horizon, Celebi got to be feeling pretty darn good about their odds of getting 3rd place.
Pretty massive read from the side of Celebi. They charge in as a team, and getting that pick onto Goken at the end there was so key, because they say, okay, they're going to want to try to control water. They win for a window plant. We have to challenge them there. So all 3 members of Celebi wrap around. They take down Goken, and they're able to win the firefight just barely. I think Imperial handled it pretty well as well. You know, just kind of blocking up the waterway, trying to send 2-3 people over. But at the end of the day, just not able to hit those shots, and the frustration is palpable here for the side of Imperial. The tactical pause certainly helped them out. It got them that one really clean round to make things close, but Celebi just look a little bit more on their game, and we're able to see some of how they were able to even somewhat challenge all gamers in that in those 3 maps that they were able to play against that strong Chinese team.
A tough position to be in now for Imperial. They need to be able to answer back, and when you have your opponent's map pick on the horizon, it's that much more challenging for them. I mean, both teams fresh off of losses, fresh off of being denied entry into the grand finals later today. It seems like it's hurting the Brazilians a bit more, as Celebi seems to have rebounded a bit better. There's only 1 map. There's still plenty of potential for Imperial to get themselves back into this one and find some upset map wins of their own. At this point, you should just be thinking, well, if Celebi can do it to us, we can do it to them. Just try to re-inspire yourself to be able to take them down on Compound, but it's not going to be an easy task at all. It was never going to be, for that matter.
Compound, definitely an interesting map to go into second. Celebi are no BaiSha on that map, but they're still pretty strong on this one. We're going to take a look at some of the numbers here. I want to point out that LDX really stepped it up for this map. You know, he was the highest KD, but even outside of the KD, he just, I don't know, like in some of the other maps, he kind of plays like the off guy, like the lurk guy, you know, and sometimes he wasn't really stepping up to the plate in terms of getting those really clutch kills, but he did a fantastic job of that in this map. He was so annoying for Imperial to deal with, and yeah, just wanted to shout him out just because he hasn't been like the main guy to go to on Celebi, but he certainly was this time.
I think if you showed this graph to somebody who hadn't watched the game and you said, you took away the 10-8 on the side and you said who, based on the KDs, etc., won this game, a lot of people would probably say Imperial, just given the higher KDs. The rounds that they won were a hell of a lot cleaner, and the ones that Celebi won were very, very bloody. So the KDs don't look great, but they still managed to walk away with a win, which is what matters in the end. I think you gotta, we were talking about him during that map, but another shout out to Fefe, because he puts up a 1.83 KD, drops 2,300 damage in a loss. An incredible performance from him, and something that Imperial are going to need to rely on to have a repeat of as they get ready to go into Compound. That and the rest of the team kind of leveling up their performances if they want to be able to get the win.
Fefe and I suppose Goken are going to need some help here, because the 2 of them did a great job, I think, just as a team. Not as consistent on the side of Imperial. Their teamwork was pointed out as one of their weak points, and I think slowly over time in that really long Black Widow, it began to slowly fade away, and maybe the attack pause was a little bit late. We'll have to see how they can change it up here for Compound.
Yeah, we do. Let's see what happens as we go into the second map. Celebi now with their selection looking to take this to a 2-0 lead. Imperial need to answer back, need to tie this set up. Otherwise, they will be taking a match point. Let's see what happens, though, as we dive into it. Celebi got to be fired up. You can hear them there on stage. Imperial sounding a bit quiet going into this one. But let's see if they can rally back as we head to Compound.
All right, here we go. Imperial, the most recent team, I suppose, to play on this map. And Celebi took all gamers to 8-10. They almost pushed all gamers to extra rounds on Compound.
Yeah.
That, I mean, all gamers are undefeated. All gamers, by and far, the big favorites to take the entire tournament. They are the best team we have seen here so far. And Celebi has defeated them in the Summer Championship, and they also got extremely close on this map. And maps have been a huge discussion point for the entirety of this tournament for a good reason. We've seen teams that maybe had no business winning against certain other teams actually take maps because they were just a lot better, a lot more comfortable on a certain map.
Oh, wow.
So I'm really worried for Imperial here. They need a win to not get down 2-0, but it is so difficult. Celebi are so strong on this map. I cannot overemphasize that point.
Rambo trying to get that snipe across. Very small gap of vision. Doesn't quite manage to make it happen, but Fefe taken down early is a big boon for Celebi, given how he just performed on a Black Widow. And it was a point-blank arm shot as well to make it happen. Good job from Shady. Celebi, crucially, are heading towards the more stacked site. 4 members inching up. Frag grenade goes out. No one going to get tagged by that, but now 50 seconds remaining on the clock. Celebi get ready to go for the execute. Let's see if Gokun can find an opening kill to try to shut it down.
I think if you peek Gokun here, he'd be good for 1. I think if you're Celebi, going in strong could really benefit you here. So here they go.
Flash not going to hit. Gokun.
But it distracts maybe.
He does turn away for a brief little moment. The spot on the left-hand side. He's going to get taken down. LDX fighting 1. Lucas getting 2. And it's only Lukeholm who's able to answer for a single kill. Adrian, however, will find Shady. But now he's got to try to clear out of here. Push on the corner, and yeah. The crossfire comes in. You can see them jazzed up on stage as Celebi take the first round of Compound.
Oh, boy. That's a rough one. The fact, you know, that first initial kill goes the way of Shady, and then they go for a strong A-long push. Imperial had no information about where that push was coming from, what was happening. There was one flash in the main A door, and that was all that was necessary to actually distract Gokun and the team. And that's all that it took to get a super strong push into the A site. You need to be better about information gain on this map. It's really difficult if you're going to sit back and if you're going to get picked off and you're just going to get pushed to actually defend your sites. So,
Adrian able to find 1. Rambo going to be taken out. Dola taking a huge beating as well. That's back over towards the A site. Barely any HP remaining on him. Need out, smoke on the door. Lucas, there's the flash, but they don't push out of the window. Adrian, headshot instantly comes in. LDX now eliminated. They do finally manage to displace him. Rotate has come through. And there's still 2 members of Imperial waiting here on this B site.
I like Dolan trying to challenge and make as much noise and draw as much attention as possible when he's on 3 health with an AWM, right? Like, that's his job. Even if he dies, even if he doesn't get a pick, that's fine.
Okay, decent nade. Finds Fefe for a bit of damage, but he'll find the kill. Shady able to get that punish. But now, 2v3 with Lukeholm here on the low ground. They haven't spotted him out. Now they finally do. They only get a little bit of damage in, though. Cannot find the kill. Lucas needs to clutch this round if they want to go ahead and stretch the lead. Otherwise, Imperial should be able to tie things here, especially now that everybody else has arrived. Flash connects, that slows him up. And it just feels like an impossible task here for Lucas to get this clutch. Maybe even just swinging the corner. He finally does make his way out, finds Ru Zhao. Calm the next step, and Gokun, playing from quite a distance, will be able to get that arm shot across, and that ties it 1-1.
Yeah. You can hear, you know, Imperial, it's no more giant screams. It's no more hyping up as a team. It's kind of just, okay, well, we got the win. We are staying alive. It's definitely a different look mentally from the side of Imperial. As they try to push out mid and go for the grenade kill, they get a tiny bit of damage onto LDX. Pretty common strategy you do see on this map. We haven't seen it too much at this tournament, though, which I was kind of curious about.
Hefty investment, though. Only one frag left.
Yeah. Sometimes you get the kill, but other times you lose 3 or 4 frags. So it's definitely a risk. It's kind of a read, you know. It's if they do charge up there, you can get huge amounts of damage and essentially sometimes win a round just like that. But not meant to be this time.
Plaza completely left wide open here. So Celebi going to start moving forward into that position. Smoke is down, still obscuring vision. With Lucam watching from the A site over here into Plaza. Fefe from the B site. Lucas making his way forward over towards B. Wants to try to apply some pressure from the flank, and Celebi just going to go bouncing across. This is still a bit of a rough spot to try to break through, but the flash is good. LDX finds one, but Fefe and Adrian, they answer back with 2 kills of their own. LDX finds Gokin. That's going to be a 3v2. LDX taken down now. Rambo all on his lonesome, and the attack is falling apart here for Celebi. Rambo trying to push his way into the side, gets a headshot onto one. Adrian dead. Still 2 members to deal with. He's getting pinched on, but now he knows exactly where Ruzhao is. But Ruzhao, he's got just enough bullets to finish the kill. And Imperial will take the lead 2-1.
Nicely handled by the side of Imperial. They haven't lost their ability to just get incredible kills in this fashion. Just clicking on a couple of heads from the bottom of B, holding down the servers. Celebi's push was actually pretty strong, but really the only person who got value on the entry was LDX, and that was in the GR spawn. So the B site was totally controlled from beginning to end by Imperial, and that's where they were kind of able to hold their ground. So Celebi are going to have to mix it up. I liked their pressure through the Central Plaza area to B. That's been a strategy we've seen get a lot of value here on this tournament so far. But Imperial was able to shut it down, and it looks like maybe Celebi will return to what worked in the first round, but Imperial are ready for this in this one.
This is Imperial's elected side. Starting on global risks. Feeling like they're going to be able to get the better of the first half with this setup, and so far it's going decently for them. Nades flying out from either side. It's just pressure being applied here towards A. No one being caught though. So we still have that forward push over at B as well, just poking and prodding. LDX seeing if he can find any value on that side. Bomb for now, going to be dropped in mid, just behind the container.
Gokin's really ready for this one. He's not going to get caught off guard like the first time around. His only job now is to watch long, so he's not going to get his focus pulled apart, hopefully, for his sake.
Oh, Rambo. He's gotten himself forward here in the plaza. He's going to pull away, move over towards that A side. Smoke comes out in response. They're wary about this, and as mentioned, Gokin ready, but the shot not going to connect. Ruzhao able to find one, but Gokin and Ruzhao both going to be taken down. Lucam out from the window, jumps up, finds the second kill. So Rambo will get Fefe. 2 members left alive. Nice shots across from LDX, finds him. Rambo gets the last, and that ties it now 2-2.
That was a pretty good play. I mean, the fact that they came in so quickly, Gokin was not quite able to land the shot, and that's bad news for the side of Imperial. Again, he was really the only person that was covering that angle. Lucam had to swing over and essentially shore things up for the team. If he had not swooped in and gotten those 2 kills afterwards, it would have looked even more one-sided for the side of Celebi. So certainly a nice try from the side of Imperial, but again, a very strong push from Celebi. And that's a strategy now that has worked a couple of times in this map. It's been the only 2 times they've gotten wins. So I think we'll be seeing that once again, but not this time. They're going to try to push through the pillars into B room. Imperial, though, have shown they have been very ready for this kind of push so far.
Little piece there, but now traded up. Imperial taking the lead in the round. Adrian, however, down on HP. So even a nade would finish him off. Lucas getting tagged to 74 by that Frag grenade coming through. Sends one out as well, looking for Fefe, but will not be able to make the connection. Dola, ooh, he creeps across. Goken pulls off that angle for just a brief moment, and he hits his head.
Man, Dola's so good.
What a read, what a realization from him, and yeah, beautifully done by him. Now brings it to a 3v3. Fefe still, however, is in position. Finds one. Flash going down. The bomb plant interrupted. And yet again, Fefe not taking damage from these HEs. Bomb is planted. Smoke comes up. 3 members versus 2. Lucas and Rambo tried to hold the site. Let's see how Imperial tries to pull this off. Adrian starts making his way forward. He's in. Rambo left on his lonesome, and they get chewed apart. Plenty of time this time around here for Imperial to go ahead and get the defuse across, and they will maintain a lead of 1 round, now 3-2.
Yeah, definitely a pretty strong retake from the side of Imperial. I really liked how they put that smoke up to just try to kind of cover how they were going to approach it. And then the 2 guys came in from the spawn side, which distracted both Rambo and Lucas. And then Fefe, or maybe not Fefe, Adrian just swooped in from the other side and was able to clean up Lucas. And from there, it was pretty much done. 3v2, they do a great job. And here comes Imperial once again, getting aggressive through Central Plaza.
Yep. Kill a piece. Rambo at least able to trade. No further damage really found, but Dola, again, it's going to be a trade. As Dola gets Lukalm, and Goken answers back with an arm shot. 2 arms now in the hands of Celebi as they try to advance forward in this round, but as LDX gets tagged low, he's going to have to retreat. Go between his legs. And Celebi are going to start making their way over towards the A site, moving up long, where Ryu Zhao's got himself in a more forward position, playing just at the base of the stairs. I'm sure he would actually probably catch Celebi off guard, but they've hopped out into Plaza, and now are making their way into the A site through mid. Goken, is he aware of this, or is he going to get caught off guard? He's watching behind himself for now. Rambo taking down Rizal, able to find one. Goken watching the window still. Jump up top, LDX good for one, but not before Shady falls. C4 on the ground. He should be able to recover this and get the plant down. But LDX now needs a clutch feat versus 2. And instead, he's actually going to move forward. Wants to try to scout out this position at least. If not, maybe do a full shift over into B.
Yeah, he's got enough time, 50 seconds, and maybe he catches someone off guard. Unfortunately for him, Ruzao is looking at exactly where LDX is coming from. So
looks like he was spotted, though. Nade in, there's the kill. That brings it to a 1v1. Well scouted and played by LDX, but is he going to be prepared for Adrian, who's now moved forward on this right side of Plaza? LDX clears the backside, and he's not going to check right. He gets taken down. Imperial, he will go ahead and get themselves a 4th round.
Yeah, nicely done. Imperial looking pretty strong so far on the GR side. This is not BaiSha, it seems. Celebi have certainly struggled to make this work on the Blacklist side. Again, Imperial choosing Global Risk first. And so it kind of makes sense that they are getting some work done here for their side. But I'd love to see Celebi kind of just go for standard play and try to make it happen. As Goken says, no thank you. Actually, I'm just going to come in here and get a free snipe. Although LDX has really been on point. Again, this guy he's having a day out. This is a really great performance from LDX so far.
8 kills, tied as far as the top fragging is concerned. The only thing separating him from his Imperial opponent in Adrian is just going to be, what, 2 headshots, 3 headshots? So very strong performance for him, just 6 rounds into this. Celebi need to start really putting their feet down in some of these rounds and walking away with wins if they want to move up 2-0. So right now things are going decently well for Imperial. Not going to feel too bad already having 4 rounds locked in with plenty more to be played out. Push coming through, LDX trying to fall, kind of sacrificing himself as he leads a charge. And oh, what a drop shot from Lucas. Finds himself a 2nd elimination. Lukalm dies. Bomb planted, 3v2. Goken and Ruzhao now have their work cut out for them. As Rambo swaps out weapons, pulls back, will get ready to make first contact here against Ryu Zhao.
That's some decent. Well, that's going to be Ryu Zhao coming in here real quick. As here comes the push, slowly but surely from Imperial. Do they have enough time?
Time is dwindling. Luke is able to find one, Goku getting the other, and there you go. Won't result in a missed defuse. It will just be the kills leading to the end of the round. Celebi, they bring it back within one. Touching distance now of tying us yet again with just 2 more rounds to be played in the half.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. I like how after the trades, they just grouped up through pillars and they went for a strong push into B room. Imperial have been having a lot of luck over here, but that's kind of because they were stacking it. But obviously you can't do that as much with less members as Lucas goes charging into a Imperial squadron that had grouped up in the pillars.
Nice early pick to try to lock in 5 for the half. Let's see what Celebi tries to do now. Maybe adapt on the fly with Lucas dead. He's been their top fragger on the map so far. Those 2 extra kills he picked up in the last round.
Seems like the obvious play to go A long here, but Rizal, of course, hopping in position to get this information. Now, they don't have to commit to this, especially since they kind of washed Rizal out of that position. But they're committing to it for now. Smoke is going to come through. I mean, Imperial are really ready for this push if it does come through. And at this point in time, it looks like Celebi do want to commit to it.
Push in. I'll take it down. LDX again. Huge play for his squad, but they still continue to suffer losses. 3v3 at least ties it up. And they occupy the site. The C4 will get planted. Nade out, not going to connect. Rambo just outside of the range. Chip damage not found. Still 2 frag grenades found, or in the hands here of Imperial. If they can land that at somebody's feet, they may be able to come away with a free pick. Token, on the other hand, just whips out the pistol and does just that. Finds LDX. Rambo playing below the window. The jump comes in, Pepe behind him. Still takes a nasty hit of damage. Dola now needs to try to clutch this out, and Adrian's just charging forward. Pistol at the ready. Dola says nope, finds one, cannot get the other. Should be just enough time to go ahead and get this defuse through. Imperial now locking in 5 for the half.
Yeah, really well handled by Imperial. They're able to get on over there. LDX with that entry kill. Really clean stuff. I mean, that's pretty much no utility. I mean, he threw in 1 flash, but the flash had faded by the time he pushes in. And Imperial knew he was there, but still he was able to get so much value. Goken just a little bit too clutch there. Doing the right thing at the right time with that pistol. And now he's going to do even more. Headshot with the sniper.
Yeah. I was going to say, Goken in a very forward position. Rambo unable to really advance up fast enough to try to get into a punishing spot. But instead they do lose Shady. So it's going to be the team leader taken out. Let's see if Imperial can keep pulling at the threads and try to tear the team apart now. Celebi getting ready to swap sides. Would feel a hell of a lot better if they had 4 rounds instead of 3.
Yeah, this is pretty rough for Celebi. This is 2 rounds in a row now where they've gotten a guy picked, and they still have to make the push work. Rambo is really trying to hold points here and maybe look for a pick before they do go for this A-long push, but this feels predictable as well. I mean, this is kind of the 3rd time they've done this in this position. And now look at Fefe. He's just waiting for the push in this lurk spot. They're going to have no idea, but he misses.
He completely whips it, and Dola takes 2. Ryu Zhao and Fefe both dead. Lucalm now, the one playing closest to the site. See if he can find anything. Rambo dropping out the window. Gets the spot on the Goken, and crucially, he finds the kill moments, just split seconds before Adrian took him out. Lucas finds Lucalm, and now it's all on Adrian to try to 1v3 clutch. And there you go. Lucas gets another headshot, and Celebi will be able to take the last round of the half. So 4-5 the scoreline as they get ready to move over to the GR side.
Yeah, and all things considered, I think that Imperial did a great job on the GR side. The issue is that 5-4 on compound, you know, kind of standard, you know, pretty even at this point in time. Celebi moving to the GR side should be very confident. And yeah, I mean, Celebi looks so strong on GR on this map that if I'm Imperial, I hope you did your studies to handle some of the pushes they go for, some of the annoying picks that they get, as they certainly have proven themselves on GR on this map. So we'll see what Imperial have in the tank, if they have enough to push themselves over the edge. Wouldn't be surprised to see another 10-8 or even extra rounds happen in this one, because I think Imperial have done enough on GR to now have a good chance at pushing it over.
Oh, for sure. The ball's in their court. So to make sure that they can close it from here. Getting that 2-round separation right at the start would be enormous for them. For now, it's going to be 5 members moving up towards Plaza, dropping out of tower. Maybe staying behind. Flash is flying. That's going to hit everybody. As Lucas finds the first kill, pushes up. Shady gets another. Lucas going to be taken out. LDX, however, gets Goken. Now it's 2 members left. Inching their way forward here into B. They know that Shady's going to be playing on the opposite side. For now, have not elected to go for the C4 plant.
Yeah, Celebi are holding their ground until this bomb gets planted, which is smart. I mean, there's still a minute left, so they want to make sure that they are holding the angles.
Oh, Shady. You should have seen him now. He's anticipating the push in, and he's not going to get the shot. Fefe, with a great charge through the door, takes him down, makes it that much more winnable for them. Bomb still not planted quite just yet. Fefe waiting for that further wrap around that flank. Stola is pushing. It seems like they're also going to send Rambo all the way across. Plant now in. Let's see what can happen now. They make their way forward. Oh, spotted. Pepe tries to go for the no-scope. Not going to be able to make it happen. Wukong now needs to dance around these servers. Clutch out B3, but he can't even get it versus 1. LDX takes him down, and Celebi, the first round of the half, will tie it up 5-5.
Yeah, you saw Lucom just trying to click on some heads because he knew he was up against 3. He had to get multi-kills, so no point in going for the spray and taking a long time to kill 1 guy if then he would be out of bullets and have to use a pistol against 2 guys. So a nice try. Fefe charging out there with the AWM was kind of interesting, but I suppose he didn't want to hold servers with that gun and decided to just go for that. Imperial get red on the push as well. I mean, Celebi saw it coming. They were able to thwart the push into their own spawn. And so a lot of the power from the push from Imperial was taken out pretty early on. Is that grenade? Pretty good one.
Yeah, that's pretty large as far as damage is concerned. So very nicely tossed from Shady. Very much sets Imperial up for failure in the rest of this round. Look at this 2-man push over at A long on the side of Sled. Looks like Shady will pull back away. Dola, however, still staying forward. He wants to get into a spot where he can catch them by surprise should they continue to move up.
Yeah, this is pretty interesting from Imperial. Maybe they're just going to go for a... Oh boy, they're pushing straight into Dola.
No.
That's not going to work out well for them. Dola picks up 2 kills.
The long lurk pays off. Those 2 kills come in. Monstrous trade by Dola. Who himself joins the double-digit club. 3 members on Celebi, racking up over 10 kills. Just 2 on the side of Imperial, and one of them is dead. Fefe gets himself moved up just on the outskirts of A. A lot of util being invested here right in Plaza, but I mean, there's just no one even remotely nearby to get caught by any of it. Bomb brought around, and Lucas waiting to spring the trap.
Yeah. Pretty interesting stuff. They've already used a lot of utility.
Oh, the nade. Get some damage in. Lucas finds the kill. Lucom going to be taken out. Lucan trying to push around the back to catch him by surprise. He will be able to find that kill. And there's the charge in from LDX. They get the instant answer back. And that is going to be Celebi taking the lead.
Yeah, 6-5. Their global risk side is so annoyingly suffocating. Like, there's just nowhere to push, and you're always getting picked off. I mean, Dola alone holding a room, able to trade 2 for 1, just made things so difficult for Imperial to push in here. It feels like Imperial's BL side is not nearly as clean as their GR, and this is a map where you kind of have to check all the boxes on Blacklist side, as, or you can just, you know, Lucom can 1v2. I mean, that works as well.
Oh, Lucas. Oh, no. Oh, Lucas, he turns back against 3! How is that allowed to happen? Absolutely unbelievable and unacceptable, actually, from Imperial to not be able to clear him out. He was out in the open. It wasn't a surprise pop out behind the pillar. I know you're all here. He himself got caught off guard by the push, but he still manages to come up with 3. And things are spiraling out of control for Imperial.
Yeah. Remember checking all the boxes. This is what I'm talking about. You can't just kind of charge into a room unawares and get caught off by something like that. Like Lucom, he pushed into the room, and I guess the columns were, okay, I got the guy in pillars. And they just did not expect another guy. But always expect the unexpected. Always expect somebody behind a pillar or somewhere. You got to check every corner on this map, or they will get insane value like you just saw there. It can be a pretty damning map if you don't check all the boxes. And we just saw that. So let's see now. I mean, the bomb is going to be planted onto the A site. Celebi are gearing up for a 3v1 retake.
Pushing the corner. I mean, he's trying his damnedest, but he can't make it happen. 3 consecutive rounds now in the second half for Celebi. As the defuse comes in, they move up now 7-5. 3 more to go to take this to match point.
Yeah, Imperial just getting punished there a little bit too much, so they're going to take a breather. Definitely a good time to go for this tactical pause after you just got kind of caught with your pants down there. And they'll have a minute 30 to go back to the book and try to figure out exactly what is going wrong for the team. They have not figured out Blacklist side yet. I think this team, it requires a heavy amount of teamwork to make this map work, especially from Blacklist, but also from GR. And I think that teams like Celebi, like BaiSha, they have incredible teamwork. That's their big strength. That's part of why they're so good on this map, and part of why Imperial struggles on it. And there's a reason why 2 teams in a row, you know, they're strong on it, but also they decide to pick it early against Imperial. Imperial really needed that Black Widow, didn't they?
Oh, yeah.
They really needed that one.
Same thing as yesterday. We talked about the importance, and they were able to come away with it. But right now, Celebi, they are digging just a bit deeper. And now I begin to fear that perhaps this is just going to be a 3-0 shutout unless this tactical pause can work its magic, unless they can talk their way back into this next round, and then the one after that, so on and so forth. They're only down by 2. It's not insurmountable by any means. We saw what they were able to do yesterday by stringing 8 consecutive rounds in a row. But right now, it just looks like a bit of a different squad.
Yeah, I mean, you can just take a look at how they look on stage. You know, there's no big screams. I mean, especially in this moment, it's time for discussion. It's pretty much just Fefe trying to give the rundown of how they're going to switch things up. It's not much of a discussion. So, Imperial, let's see what they have planned for this one, how they're going to change things up. We'll take a look at some of the score lines. It's actually been Fefe and Adrian who are pulling the weight for the side of Imperial. Even Goken not above 1 KD, and Lucom and Ruzao, 2 of their clutch riflers from this entire tournament have not been able to put up the numbers in this series. Not really riding the wave of energy that they've had.
I mean, if Celebi take these next 3 rounds, Goken, unless he can find some kills, he might go 0.5. It's not been very good at all. You know, a bit more difficult as well by being on the attacking side. But okay, Adrian going to be able to find one. Rouge out. Gets LDX. Rambo still trying to hold down A. Finds a single pick. Fefe going to be eliminated. Dola pushes out. Finds Rouge out. Now drops down behind them. Creeps around the back. Seems like they're wary of this. Rambo says, since been flushed out. Move in. Dola gets one. Goken shuts him down. Tries to set up for Shady. Captain to try to clutch this now 1v2. Bomb still not planted. Oh, he should have seen the gun barrel there. He did not.
I think.
And okay, doesn't matter. Adrian jumps up top, finds the kill. A very necessary round here. As Imperial bring it back within 1.
Yeah, Goken a big thorn in the side. Once they get onto that site, he was just able to set up shop in that corner where actually Baby loves to be from BaiSha. So maybe learning a bit from that. But yeah, pretty common thing, and Goken was just able to hit his shots a couple of times, so don't think he's going to be going 0.5 KD anytime soon in this map. And let's see how this one continues. Imperial using that timeout really, really well to just get a strong push straight through the central plaza. It was a little bit loose still. You know, it's not like they took everything extremely slowly. They weren't necessarily checking all the boxes, but they attacked really well in through to the spawn, and then they just rotate straight back into A. And that's a very difficult strategy to handle, especially if BL gets those entry frags. GR just doesn't really have enough people to get into position on time to actually defend that push. So a good strategy choice by Imperial. Might see something similar.
Rambo finding the shot. I believe that was just blind. Just sent it through the smoke, gets the kill. LDX now finding Goken as well. Fantastic game sense coming in from Celebi as they look to go ahead and reestablish the lead. It looks like they're going to do it flawlessly. Maybe not quite. Slukal will be able to find one, but that's as good as it gets. Celebi do not allow Imperial to string 2 rounds together. 8-6. One more for Celebi. And that overtime will be locked in if Imperial can pull off the miracle run back.
Yeah, you could see some small changes from the defense of Celebi for the second time of that strategy. Like the first time you get caught off guard by it, you don't have the guys in position to handle it. Second time, immediately Celebi changes their positioning and they're ready for it perfectly. LDX is holding the off angle, saying, okay, if they push into spawn, I got it. So they have the one guy there, and then Rambo takes a slightly more aggressive sniper position from A, and he's able to get the initial pick. And immediately, some of that initial power from that push is taken off the board before it even really begins. And you can see the difference in results, the difference in outcome, just based on the preparation of Celebi.
Gets Rouge, that double stack at A long again, benefiting Celebi immensely. 4-member push getting ready to come through. This time Rambo not going to be able to get the timing shot through the smoke, but he's still certainly trying for it. Spots one making his entry. Adrian moved up into the side. Rambo desperately trying to find some kills, but LDX alleviates some pressure as Lukom's going to be taken down. They get on top of Rambo, but Shady finds Adrian. And now it's Fefe and Goken left to try to clutch this one out. Goken's good for one. Shady takes out Fefe. Now it is just Goken all on his lonesome.
They know where he is.
They invested. They spray him down. Dola gets the final kill. And Celebi, they move up yet again now. 9 rounds to 6, 1 more to go. And they will be in a 2-0 lead. And 1 map away from locking in that 3rd place.
Yeah, you can see, I mean, Imperial, they mix it up. They have a strategy, but immediately Celebi clamp down. They come over the top, and they deny any streak from the side of Imperial. Same thing happened at the end of the last map, where Imperial call a timeout. They get the 1 round. Celebi immediately change up their strat, and they're ready to go. It's a big push.
The double pillar. It works a treat yet again. Goken is the last one standing, and he needs to ace clutch. But it just doesn't seem like it's going to happen, and it will not. Shady will put the final nail in the coffin for this map as they go ahead and take it 10-6. Dominance from the side of Celebi.
Yeah.
And now Ankara needs to be the staging ground for a reverse sweep if Imperial, if Brazil wants to walk away victorious, wants to walk away with third place. Otherwise, right now, it is looking like the tank is empty. It is looking like Vietnam is going to establish themselves as the third best region, the second best region, I should say, in the world, given that we have two Chinese teams in the final.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what else to say. Celebi just look a lot more prepared for this matchup. Imperial, the wind has stopped. They're kind of stranded out at sea, and they don't have the wind to push them in any direction. They're not really getting these strategies together as a team. They look a little bit deflated, to be honest. They really need some kind of big resurgence of energy, I think, for map number 3. Otherwise, we might just be seeing the straight 3-0. Celebi came to play. Imperial not playing at their full potential. I thought this one was going to be really back and forth, really close match. And it is close to being that. Imperial are just missing that extra edge. And I think Celebi have that on them today, which is why you see 10-8, 10-6. We might just see another similar, 10-7, 10-8-ish map here on Ankara, even though it's on Ankara for Imperial, and they did look really strong on this map. Celebi might just have their number today. It just feels that way. Sometimes FPS is a very momentum-based kind of thing, and, and Celebi, they're riding the train right now.
It feels like they want it more, frankly. Imperial, I think that they might still be reeling after that series yesterday. Given how close it was, given how down to the wire it was, I can't really blame them for maybe still having that linger on their minds, but we'll take a look here at the stats. And this time, I think it's pretty clear-cut. Celebi walk away victorious in pretty much every metric. Lucas and LDX, as well as Dola, having an immense amount of impact. 1.19 kills per round is monstrous from Lucas. Just so very impressive from this guy who, I mean, you talked about his performance from yesterday and whatnot a little bit at the top of the show, and today he is just looking even better. But Ankara is ready. We are ready. The players are ready. As we know that Celebi certainly is. Let's see what happens. Let's see whether or not Imperial can pick up a map and extend this series. They need a reverse sweep if they want that third place prize pool for themselves. Otherwise, it looks like Vietnam is poised to take it. Let's see what happens as we go to Ankara.
Ankara is the stage for Imperial to try to make their comeback, but Celebi can taste the victory now. They're a team that have gotten really close. I mean, you just look at their match against All Gamers. They took a total of 20 rounds in 3 maps. That's pretty good. I mean, that's really strong against a great team, and that could have gone a different way had Celebi had a little bit of extra oomph. And it feels like they're pulling that into this round today.
Nice nades to begin. Get some damage down, and Fefe is set up for the double kill. Taking down the weakened members. Rotation quickly coming through from Imperial. They all arrive here on the side. Shady in a rough spot. The drop down comes in. Fefe finds yet another one. Third kill for him in the round. Rambo, however, bit of a backstab. Moves in, finds 2. Can he get the third? Not quite. Put some damage down onto Adrian, but now the C4 stranded just at the entryway of this A site. LDX as well, making his way around from the back. Needs to be prepared for Adrian here on the steps. Sends a shot in his direction. The peak getting ready to come through. There it is. They swing around. Goken's actually the one that finds the kill, and Imperial will be able to start things off with a round win.
Yeah, pretty interesting strategy we saw there. That was kind of a Rambo situation, right, from the side of Celebi. They kind of just ran into there, not a ton of utility use. This is something they have gone for before, and Imperial, they very much favor sending a bunch of members over to the A site. We saw this a lot against BaiSha yesterday on Ankara. Even pushes out of quarters from the GR side. This is something that Celebi should expect. But they tried to fight fire with fire here in round number 1. You see that this time around they're playing it much more carefully through quarters, expecting even some more pressure after the round win from Imperial. It doesn't come through, and actually this time they might have a better chance at pushing this A site.
Okay, well, Pepe going to be forced back. He still wants to aggressive to the head. Swings the corner, sprays away, but he's not going to find any hits. Nade out into main. No contact found. Looks like Celebi might be cheating their way across and towards mid now. Wukong just around the corner. Couple nades flying at A. Another flashbang connected. Wukong, does he decide to swing this? It goes right here, and it's an instant headshot. He finds the kill. Again, Celebi starting things off a bit rough. Now LDX drops. Goken finds the kill. Dola will be able to respond in kind for 1. Still very disadvantaged, however. As Wukong will be spotted. Even up now at a 3v3. Adrian needing to hold the site. Do they check on that side? No, they do not. He swings out. He finds 2. Now it's Shady all on his lonesome. Bomb in hand. The plant coming down. Seems like Wu Zhao and Fefe both going to go for a long rotate.
Yeah, that's a very quick plant, actually, given the situation. Ankara's not a huge map, but it's a bit of extra time. You know, Shady gets it down extremely quickly, and we'll see if maybe he can trick this one into a bomb explosion or something like that.
Just needs to try to play this out slowly and play for time. Wu Zhao jumps up on the top of the boxes. There's the headshot. Oh, man! 2 quick ones, the one tap to put him in the dirt. Selby answer back in a big way.
That was okay. That was like a slap in the face. He didn't even have to peek them, but it was somewhat unexpected, you know? Imperial had to charge the site because they were running out of time, and Shady used that because he knew they were going to be running in, not ready for him to peek. So he peeks them both and instant headshots and just claps him down. And now Lucas is going to long-range kill Goken after his miss.
Here comes Lucas getting jazzed up. That's a
couple
prospect.
Of thorns straight in the eyes of Imperial.
In that last round, I mean, that might just be enough to tilt the ever-loving hell out of Imperial.
I'd be tilted. It's a rough spot. Easily, he had a chance to, like, go ahead and just, you know, wait in between the boxes, try to dash in and out, you know, try to buy some time and maybe go for the bomb explosion. But instead he's like, nah, I'm just gonna dunk on you. Instead, I'd rather do that.
Quite the ego swing, but very well deserved. Adrian, tries to go on the flank. Dola watches for it, gets the punish. Pepe in a rough spot, and Dola is there yet again. 2 kills for him. Wukong, the last one standing, wrapping his way through the spawn in a 1v4 scenario. It would be a monstrous clutch if he could pull it off, but Dola will not even give him the opportunity to try to send out a single bullet from his AK. 3 kills for Dola as he continues to just be an absolute beast.
Yeah, that one pretty cookie cutter, you know. It's like, okay, we got the pick on A. They have to kind of go 2 and 2, so let's just push A with 5. And besides that, you know, Adrian went for kind of the risky peek, which is actually a good idea from behind, and he goes down. And then once that happens, you're kind of just you're kind of just done for.
Well, a 1-for-1 is Goken gets 1, Shady gets another. Dola sending some shots over towards Adrian. Doesn't get the tap, and he himself takes a little minor bit of damage. Jumper around the corner, though, and Dola again finds a kill. He's now coming through. Adrian trying to spam through the smoke, goes leaping forward, and Rambo will be able to get him in the end. There's about a 50-50 coin flip between those 2 players.
Oh, boy.
A bit of damage onto him, though.
Yeah. The desperate pistol shots through the smoke, just trying to shore this up a little bit because, once again, Celebi are miles ahead. Even that shot is going to miss.
Not sure how he whiffs that one. Nade goes up over the top. Don't believe it got a hit. Just shorted it. Now Gokin, I mean, he needs to try to find something from this position. Spotted Lucas, but cannot kill him. Now he drops down to the low ground. Fefe going to be able to find one, but then he gets traded up by Shady. Another headshot flying, and Gokin needs to try to breach this position, but he just cannot do so. Rambo takes him down. You can hear just how hyped up these guys are, how laser focused they are as well. Shady's not giving us a look of a happy captain. He is staying laser focused in on this game. He knows that the job is not done until the music starts playing.
He's not even the main carry for the team, but he's 5-1.
Yeah.
He's like, nuh-uh, let me bring you guys to the victory. That's a true leader right there.
He's been the player who, across their games, win or lose, has been coming out with a lesser KD. Because he's been the one widely just focusing on calling shots. Lucas, of course, finds Gokin yet again. Now looks at Fefe, takes a little bit of extra damage, but does send Fefe running for the hills.
Celebi are reading every single thing that Imperial are doing on GR here. Like, this is a masterclass. Like, every single time Imperial tries to put on pressure from GR, Celebi are right there saying no. Just ready for the push.
Yeah.
It's so difficult, and it makes Imperial so passive, and that is where they're weakest. These guys want to be proactive. They want to peek you. They want to use their mechanical skill, and Celebi are not allowing them to do it.
It's at least a good read from Imperial. They send over 3 to stack the A site, but now Celebi, I guess, getting a sense that this is what happened, that this is the rotation that they made. Start making their way over towards B once more, where it's just Adrian and he's playing back in the spawn.
Yeah, I mean, the positioning from Imperial says, okay, I hope they push A. They've got guys in bait positions. They have 3 out of 4 there. Adrian was trying to check for if they're rotating B. I don't believe he got the information just yet, so still 3 guys are on B, or A rather. So it should be a free plant here for Celebi with the man advantage. Generally means good things for Blacklist.
Make their way forward. 36 seconds remaining. Imperial still at A. And Lucas ready to catch them by surprise. If he turned around right now, he would be able to find one, but he does not. Plays this out slowly. See if he can get anything done with this backstab attempt. Or if, you know, maybe his team will just go ahead and clean everybody up before he can even get in the position. He's starting to make his way across. 2 members of the tunnel. LDX swings on the corner, finds Ryu Zhao. Still has to get a single kill for himself, and Lucas, yeah, he does arrive. Lucom falls. Adrian able to get 1, so it's not a flawless round, but it sure as hell feels like one. Celebi pick up yet another win. Now 4-1 on Ankara versus Imperial. What a beginning this is.
From the Blacklist side, to make it look this easy as well, I think we're beginning to see the writing on the wall. These rounds are not close. This doesn't look like Black Widow anymore. And Imperial, again, like I said, you know, they're trying to get aggressive. They're trying to be proactive. This time it is going to work as Gokin just kind of pulls out the next level.
Absolutely needed. Joel and Rambo still nearby there, but the smoke will come down as they go ahead and pull away. A good change of the pace from Imperial. Catches them off guard. They get some key punishes. As LDX has made his way quite far forward. He's trying to clear the way, and he actually gets the headshot in the end. Lucom taken down, and that is the B site completely open. C4 still needs to get shipped across, however. As Dola just holds this, he's expecting somebody to come through the connector, but we can see that that is not going to be the case, and now he's maybe in danger of being able to actually get the bomb over to the site. Spots one, makes his way across the one side, gets tagged up on the other. Fefe goes pushing forward, manages to get Dola. Bomb now down, and Fefe gets another one. And this slow rotate, bringing the C4 across, is what costs him in the end. Quick shot from Rambo. Quite the flick, but still needs to do that versus 3 other players.
He just dodged a bullet right there. That was real quick.
And here comes the creep up. They cannot get the hit. Zhao will finally, I believe, get his first elimination as Imperial get a second round.
And again, that kind of goes back to what Seven was saying the other day about Gokin, where it's like sometimes Gokin is just on and you just lose. And
Sure.
It was Goken and it was Fefe in that round. A lot of members on this Imperial team can just turn it on when necessary. Pretty much any of them at any given time, especially Goken. So sometimes Celebi are just going to get outmatched in gunfires in a round. And I think that's exactly what happened this time. Imperial didn't go for any crazy strategy. They didn't outclass them on the map. It was just a straight up masterclass from Goken.
Thing out, Goken again, starting things off with a nice little kill, but then ends up falling. Adrian, however, comes up with 2. C4 in a rough spot. Lucan will be able to find 1. Shady's going to be the last man standing versus 3. Flash nade up over the top, pushing the corner. Fefe finds the final kill, and just like that, Imperial start dragging it back. 1 round away from tying it up.
Pretty quick stuff from the side of Imperial. The B bottom push came in quickly from the side of Celebi, but unfortunately for Celebi, there were a couple of members over there that were staring at that exact location, including Goken. So seemed like Imperial this time around getting the read on the strategy Celebi did want to go for. No push into quarters from Imperial, but it seems like Celebi were very much banking on that being the case. So some utility used in there, and they're in a pretty passive formation at this moment in time. Imperial pretty standard. A lot of focus over towards the office area actually this time.
Very slow from Celebi, not moving forward and really swarming the map and taking territory this time around. They play this one out a lot more patiently, a lot more cautiously. 2-man creep up. That nade could be decent, but looks like it just whiffs. Not quite able to find any damage there. As Lucas going to start making his way into the vent with the arm in hand. Nade over the top. Maybe trying to bait, draw some rotations over towards B, but right now Imperial are not falling for it. It's going to have to be raw aim and firepower here from Celebi to break their way into the side and start making their way in. It's working a treat thus far. Quite a lot of damage down. Reach out, going to fall, and yep, they go ahead and they sweep him out of it. Push in the corner. The nade had just flown. Dola gets the easy kill, and Lucas has the backstab onto Goken, and just like that, Celebi pick up another one. Now 5 rounds in the half.
5-3 from the Blacklist side of Ankara. Celebi, a little bit of a road bump there, with Imperial able to come back with some fantastic mechanics, but not meant to be. Celebi just really clean entry into A, even though Imperial had 3 members there.
Okay, well, Goken again. The aggro push gets 1. Dola going to be taken down now as well, but Goken traded, so in the end, a 2 for 2. Not 3 for 2, though, as Adrian just pushes the corner and finds Lucas. JD and LDX, the last one standing versus 3 members. The bomb dropped, and now it's just Shady. How clutch can the leader be? He starts making his way forward. Has to clear the right side, and it takes him a double take, and he cannot make it happen. So final round of the half goes the way of Imperial. It's yet again 5-4, this time with Celebi leading.
This is going to be pretty much the biggest moment of this match, especially for Imperial. You're going into the second half. First half was very shaky. They need to change everything and begin their comeback now. If they can't do that, if they lose these first couple of rounds, I think we just see Celebi maybe even sweep them on this half. Imperial need to show their next level if they truly want to make a push for this. They're already down 2 maps. And the comeback begins now, not in, 3 rounds or so.
Yeah.
The 9-5 comeback that they had against BaiSha, repeating that that would be like a once-in-a-lifetime maneuver for a pro gamer.
Yeah, you don't want to have to rely on that.
Yeah. So they need to be extremely clean every single round starting now.
Flash out to make their way through the doors. Creeping forward towards B. Rotation going to be called out. At least minorly. As the shift starts coming through. Rambo making his way across. More towards the B side of the map. Goken still hovering outside of A, trying to see if anybody pushes out, tries to go through a wraparound. They're not biting. I think they're well aware that Goken's still going to be playing this position. He swaps out, joins the rest of the team here in mid. Oh, push forward, Rambo getting caught out. Didn't have the jump. And Dola gets a nice turnaround.
He does no damage, too.
Yeah, gets away with his life. Fully intact. And now it's just going to be him trying to stave off 4 members here on the B site before reinforcements come through. The counter rotation starting to come out as Shady and LDX make their way across. Lucas as well going to be joining. They realize there's not enough time, and the call starts coming through here from Dola, likely hearing something. Flash to buy some time. Shady moves up, gets alongside of the box. Flashes continue to fly. The blind's out. Goken gets the shot. Dola going to be taken out. Shady trying to find his moment. Gets Luke home. The answer back is huge from the side of Imperial. But they tag lower and lower. LDX can't quite control the spray to get another elimination, so he ends up falling. And that is Imperial now tying it at 5-5.
Imperial showing immense patience trying to go onto that site. It almost bit them in the back, though, because they allowed everybody from the side of Celebi to just rotate over to the B site. All it took was some, again, really clutch shots from the side of Goken. But if Dola stays alive and he has teammates in position, then I think Celebi do a pretty good job of defending that. But Goken was kind of able to shore that up for his team. Dola has been so on fire, as now Lucas is going to get a pick onto Goken again.
Yeah, takes him down. It was primed by the nade. Already knocked him to about half. Dola, in the meantime, quite far forward as Fefe will get the punish. So some revenge found for his teammate. So make it a 4v4. And Dola now, that much more pressure on him, being able to find some value. Spots one, but man, Adrian, what a headshot. Just gets the tap. And Imperial now going to be feeling pretty darn good about their odds. Shift down to the B bottom here from LDX. Moving forward, going to try to maybe get behind the team, or at least just play a more neutral position until his teammates can join in. Flash goes out, he pushes the corner, sprays down one, gets quite a bit of damage down to Fefe as well. And Shady, in the meantime, going to get taken out. They're now going to rotate back around through mid, up towards spawn. The frag grenade flies in, but I think it hits the backside of the site, so it doesn't find any damage. Out in front, Lucom going to be taken down. LDX gets the elimination. Adrian and Fefe both so very low. Rambo in a rough spot, gets one. Can he get the other? Time down to about half. Fefe drops to the low ground. Both of them almost no HP to speak of, and time starting to dwindle. Rambo needs to win the fight, and he needs to do it damn soon. Can't make it happen. Fefe gets them. 2 rounds now in the second half, and the lead established. Imperial starting to bring it back.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, they have to start here from the beginning of the half, and that's 2 rounds going the way of Imperial. The first one a bit cleaner than the second one. Fefe just barely able to clutch that there with the pistol against 3 health Rambo. Could have definitely gone either way at that point in time. So maybe a little bit closer than Imperial would have liked, but still, a win is a win. They have the lead. And this should be confidence-inducing. Imperial's definitely a team that relies on momentum to just and energy building to kind of get them into a position mentally where they need to be to win these rounds. So maybe this could be the turnaround for them.
Okay, or Rambo could just do that and shut down Goken.
Yeah, I primed it perfectly for the caster curse.
Yep. Well. A nice pick and a big boon here for Celebi to try to tie it. It's definitely still workable from the side of Imperial. Start working their way up mid. Meanwhile, 3-man stack. Pushing forward here for Celebi. Rambo gets another. Adrian now taken down. Shady works his way forward, catches Ru Zhao over by the spawn, and from here they should be able to find the C4. Dolan and Lucom duking it out. Shady takes the fight over for him, and Lucas finds Fefe now. They're just waiting for him to spot him. Lucom, there's nothing more that he can do. Celebi will be able to answer back their first round here in the second half as they tie it up at 6-6.
Yeah, Celebi trying to get it on their terms, trying to, get a bit proactive, get a bit aggressive. Rambo peeking out of the air duct, getting the pick onto Goken, I believe, is a fantastic first start. And this keeps happening where Lucas is able to get into connector. And so quarters access and control is totally in Celebi's hands.
Three-man push again. And yep, into the meat grinder they go. Lucam and Adrian taken down. Rochelle still playing forward. Will be good for one, but is instantly dealt with, and now it is Fefe. On his lonesome, they know exactly where he's at. The nade lands at his feet. They clean him up, and it's beautifully read from Celebi.
Excellently done. They hold down quarters, they hold down office, and that kind of leaves you with not many options from the Blacklist side. Either you push into a basically into a minefield, or you have to go through mid and kind of just read the situation. But Celebi is setting up these traps so well from the GR side, as we've seen on many other maps, as now they're coming out of office once again.
Bit of a botch on the nade there from Rambo. Just chipped it off the corner, so it doesn't throw it nearly as deep as he wanted. So no free damage to the sound. Still able to find one. Fefe taken out, but Shady lost. 1 for 1 thus far. Some more shots go through that smoke, and he's still trying to get another kill. Takes Goken down. Low on HP, but can't quite get the finisher. Oh, Rambo. Way at it. The nade flying, and Goken will get the punish. Seems like Imperial set to tie it up at 77 yet again. Unless LDX can clutch.
Yeah, Celebi kind of shooting themselves in the foot there, just pushing into Blacklist. And Imperial read it really nicely. They read the pressure, they waited for them, and Goku just left, set up top shots. As, yep, charging through the smoke, 1v3 onto A. Not really going to happen, even though LDX has been incredibly clutch so far. 7-7. It really does feel like anybody's map from here, even though Celebi looked really dominant on the BL side. Imperial is giving them a similar taste.
No, that they are. Smoke down in mid. Checking that pit, not going to find anything. As it's a very heavy stack over here. The creep up starts coming through, and Celebi wisely decide to just back their players away. Double nade into vent from Imperial, just trying to flush anybody out of there or get a kill, but there's no one to receive it. Now the nades are burned. He's moving forward, he gets the headshot, Fefe taken out. That's one of the key members gone now. Tied in the top frag alongside Adrian.
Yeah, it's a really good start. You can see that Imperial were putting a lot of work into that quarters area. I mean, there's a lot of value to be had if you do control that. And Fefe was just trying to push it forward, but unfortunately he gets picked off. So now Imperial, not left with many options. So they're going to go B bottom here. And let's see how it goes. I mean, Celebi might just expect this, especially since they've kind of shored up every other angle from now on.
Shady spot him. Hard to say. Dola, though. Okay, well, he saw that. Goken clearly. He was staring up top. He was worried about that angle. Completely caught off guard by Dola just across the way. Easiest little kill of Dola's life. And now it's 15 of them, mind you, in this map.
And now Imperial, I mean, take a look at their position. It's like, well, we tried a couple of pushes. We got picked on both. So now Lucam's kind of just solo pushing front yard as the bomb is going to A. So his solo push is not going to work. Meanwhile, his teammates are like, guys, we're going to try to push A. And I guess he's trying to go for the risky solo play, but it does not pay off.
No, it does not. There's the spray. Adrian gets one before he gets dropped. And here's the drop down. Without trying to track him. Can't get the kill. LDX gets the punish. It's yet another round now racked up for the side of Celebi, who have 8. They're just 2 rounds away from closing out this third place matchup. And very much solidifying Vietnam as the second best region in Crossfire.
Yeah, Imperial, they don't want to go out like this. I understand they're feeling a bit deflated, but they were a team created for the pride of Brazil. They're trying to push forward and make their way into, just like you said, this is about pride outside of the money. It's just, you want to prove yourself as fulfilling that for Brazil.
Lucas finds one. Lucam, nicely done. Breaks open the site with 2 kills of his own. They bounced in, just a minor bit of chip damage there on Adrian, not going to be too bothered by it. 4 members strong. They seem slated to be able to extend this series and tie it up yet again. Unless Dola can do something about it. Gokin is trying to watch that vent angle. Pulls back away as he sends out flash over the top. He's watching it closely to swing it. Takes quite a bit of damage. Needs to be careful. Reinforcements come through. The shot a little bit early. Dola swings the corner. He gets another one. He tries to get the third. He can't make it happen. Tries to set it up. Tries to make it close. He does provide it with a 1v1. Gokin, 37 HP, and he gets the lineup. Rambo not quite ready for it. We are tied at 8-8. Imperial not backing down.
They're not going down without a fight, that's for sure. Really nice hold on that A site, even though Dola nearly went crazy mode there. Was able to tap a couple of heads, but that was just about it. Gokin a little bit more clutch at the end of that round. As Celebi, I think they want to go back to standard with what they've been doing here. You know, some pokes out of air duct. The only issue is that Imperial has really read into that situation, into that strategy. So they're kind of holding quarters, they're taking control, and then they're pushing B area pretty well. Even though a couple of rounds, it kind of got stymied by a couple of pickoffs. In terms of strategy, I like what Imperial have been doing to try to figure out this blacklist side. And let's see if their little squadron that's going in through B bottom can get any work done. A pick for Gokin would be so fantastic. They really need some little bit of, you know, a breath of life into their push to kind of push them over the edge here.
Moving up through B bottom. Shady and Dola are going to be swinging out around that long side, playing on the low ground to match. Rambo for one, and he actually gets the shot. Wow. I thought he was caught, but no. He takes out Ryu Zhao as the dust settles a bit. It's a 3v3. Flashbangs over the top, flipping there onto Rambo, denying him any LOS. Smokes as well. Set up. Bomb now. Backs out of the box. As LDX is ready to try to breach this position. Makes his way forward, needs to win the fight, but he does not. Pepe takes him down, and Lucas is going to fall as well. That leaves just Rambo now in a 1v3 to try to close it out, but Gokin spots him, and that is Imperial now taking us to map point. We might not be done yet.
Yeah, we're in a pretty close spot here. Imperial 9-8. They have at least forced the extra rounds, and it's been good. Like I said, you know, the strategy was pretty solid. They were able to get into the B site relatively unhindered, and through that, they were able to hold it down through some fantastic defense. Now they're going to push A, now that they've been quite annoying towards the center and B sides of the map. They're going to mix it up with a fast push into this A site.
Very aggressive from him. Lucas trying to hold the stairs, but doesn't stand a chance. Lukov finds the kill. It's going to be a 2 for 2. Rujal gets LDX. Push up top. Rambo finds one, but Adrian comes from the cross angle. And they take him down. Gokin now holding in his usual spot. Dola should be aware of this, or at least suspicious of it. Bomb's still not yet planted. I'm kind of surprised they're going to double send through this connector. Granted, there's smoke on the backside blocking off that spawn access, but if they think that Gokin's going to be in this spot, they could have maybe taken him out of the equation or forced him into the site had they been able to get in on top of Adrian off the rip. But now they're going to shift back in that direction. Gokin's already moved up.
Yeah, pretty interesting. They kind of miss each other here. And pushing through the fence can be very difficult, but I feel like it's easier when you're on even footing, when it's like a 2v2 or if you're up guys. So they're going to elect to do that, try to push together 2v1 and isolate guys on top of the site.
Okay, one spotted. Gokin moves up. Dola takes a nasty shot, but the headshot comes across. Gokin's going to be taken down, and there you have it. This map is not over yet. Somebody will get the defuse. They take it 9-9 as we go into overtime.
Incredibly well handled. Like I was saying, 2v2 that is what you like to do, especially with a lot of utility use. There's no smoke on the fence, so they're just able to slow push through. They spot Goken, who's looking at that area. Of course, they're able to 2v1 him, and then 2v1 the last guy that was there. So very nicely done, very well handled. And now, extra rounds, of course. Celebi back on the BL side. BL has been the stronger side for this entire match. We'll see if they can continue with that.
And Imperial needing to get some rounds here, but look at this full send, straight up mid, wrapping around the back, and Lucas. Oh, maybe he saw the nade come flying out. Either way, immense amount of value. The site for free, the nade's coming through. Shady tries to lurk forward. Fefe, however, going to be able to clear one out. They are aware of Shady's position. They get the punish, and that's going to be the advantage now in the hands of Imperial. Flash goes out. Goken has to back away. Frag grenade now at his feet, and LDX just sprays him down to the back end. Kill found, 3v3. Adrian Fefe, however, find 2, and that leaves just LDX. He is not quite prepared. They gun him down. They have enough time to defuse, and Imperial will start things off in OT with a round victory.
Yeah, the thing is, the strategy from Celebi was really good. They actually totally got into that B site without being touched. They even got a pick as they made their way into B. It was so clean. The issue being is that because they got the plant so quickly, you got to know that Imperial is coming quickly. But instead, they're like, oh, they're probably going to slow push through our spawn. No, that is not the case, as multiple members got picked off looking the wrong way for Celebi. Their defense of that site after they got in there quickly was not good. Imperial took advantage of that. They swarmed over them, and they were able to just defend the site quite easily because of that, even though it was a really dangerous situation for them.
Lucas spotted. Goken finds the kill. A major boon here as Goken gets another one. Just swings out, pistol in hand, headshots onto Rambo. And maybe we aren't finished yet. Maybe we are going to a 4th map. Unless Celebi can dig deep. Imperial already looking like they are poised to take at least 2 on this GR side of OT. LDX has moved up now into the vent. Isn't quite ready for Fefe to swing the corner, nor is Dola as he tries to push through the smoke. The bomb now drops. Shady tracked. It's a flawless round for Imperial as they put an 11th on the board.
Yeah, pretty crazy stuff. You see that Imperial are coming back with a vengeance, especially with how quickly they took that last round. You could see the confidence in their play and their ability to just take down the second round. Like Goken just running through B bottom, gets 1 pick, gets a second quick pick, headshot with the pistol as he's backing away. Like, that is just so free after Goken gets that work done. And Imperial are just able to easily clean it up from there. So Celebi really in a rough spot here.
I mean, look at this rush. They're still pushing forward. Blue Column takes quite a bit of damage, and with that smoke coming out, they'll finally back away and give up on the aggression a little bit, it would seem. As Goken is just waiting to try to peek. And after the initial rushing, the aggression, everything slows down a bit. Goken's going to rotate back across, sends out a smoke into the connector, and could just push up over towards the spawn. Would have a chance at maybe getting Rambo, depending on which way he routes, but seems like Celebi, after things have calmed down, might just be inching back over towards A, but the question is, are they prepared for Adrian to be in this forward spot? Flash does connect, but not nearly enough to fully deny his vision away, so he's still going to be good for 1. They know that Goken's in behind the boxes, but they need to be able to flush him out. He's jumping up over the top, flashed once more. Shot still flying. Lukaku going to be taken down. Rambo dead. Very much a trade up here for the side of Celebi. Shady low on HP. Rujao playing potentially an unexpected angle. Swings out, finds 1. That's a low health member gone. Now push into the connector. I'm not sure if Dola was spotted behind the box, but I also don't think that he is quite prepared for this one. The backstab needs to come in right now. LDX is making his way around the back. Finally does arrive, gets 1. He's expecting Rujao in the vent, tags him up. 30 seconds remaining. He goes in for the chase. He needs to win the fight, and he does. Hear them getting pumped up
Yeah.
as we get ready to swap sides, 11-10.
That entire round was on a knife's edge. I mean,
yeah.
the fact that both sides were trading kills in quarters basically the entire time led to this really sticky situation. I mean, Shady was on 1 health. He gets swung out on by Rujao, who essentially nearly pulled it back for the team, even though as a whole his performance hasn't been too great. He was nearly able to make something happen there in that round. But Imperial's still very much in control of this. I mean, the fact that they were able to get 2 on the global risk side, and now they're going to move over to Blacklist where they did look stronger, means that they should be the favorites from here on out. Let's see if Celebi have an answer, as Imperial was quite strong from the attacker side.
How much have you learned from that first half? Still up there on the walkway, staring down, not seeing too much of anything. Had he stuck around a little bit longer, would have been able to see this push coming through as they start moving the bomb forward. Right now, I mean, 4-man cluster from Celebi right here around the B site. Seems like they're very confident that this is going to be the final resting place of that C4. Given the movements of Imperial, it seemed like that would be a pretty accurate summarization. So we'll see what happens and how they try to play out the rest of this. Goken trying to spot anything that he can through that smoke.
Yeah, take a look at the position of Shady. He's getting a lot of information from quarters. That push is coming in here, and he would be correct.
Oh, Rambo! What a quick flick with the pistol. Goken and Rujao, however, fighting back. 2v2, the C4 down for the moment. Dola up against the wall, swings on the corner, needs to finish him off. Draws out the pistol, gets the shot across, Rujao dead. Now it's Goken, but he needs to push towards them just to be able to get this bomb. 38 seconds remaining. Celebi, it seems like they're well aware of this, and they're trying to play this one out as slowly as they can. A very risky jump across from Shady. Playing with fire. Rattling the cage.
Now they can hold this angle, though. Just wait for him to get the bomb.
It's a prime setup. Shady shifting back across yet again. And he's got the headshot, and we're tied up 11-11.
Kind of insane how they were able to hold on to that one. I feel like Shady did so much work for his team on that. He was able to push out of the air duct and essentially say, okay, there's nobody here. They're definitely pushing B. We got everybody stacked on B. Make sure you're ready for this. There was one mistake where they allowed Rujao to kind of jump through the window and get that flank onto them. But other than that, really clean defense from the side of Celebi, as they were able to quickly dispatch of Imperial and deny Goken a clutch moment.
Shady thinking about swinging out. He's playing in a risky spot here on the low ground. And it looks like Imperial are going to go for a very fast hit onto the A site. Already not going to be able to find the first shot. Lucas, however, goes down one. Shady gets another. Rujao breaks through, taking them both out. But he himself is going to be low on HP. The nade would finish. We'll be fortunate that that first frag came out and it did not connect. Imperial now holding the site. Flashes, flying. Goken blinded. The rest of the team roughly okay as LDX works his way over to the staircase, but Rujao has the covering fire. Dola, however, going to be good for one. Rujao now needs to try close this one out. And Fefe charging up the stairs makes it happen. They get the kill. Now they just need one more round win to take Ankara.
Ankara so incredibly close. Imperial handled that really well. They got control of the A site, they smoke up the fence, and they read that Celebi are going to fast push. And through that read, they're able to set up the perfect defense. They have 2 guys on bottom. Goken's checking the fence, able to communicate and say that the guy is coming over. They 2v1 the guy on the stairs, and from there it was essentially cleanup. Imperial,
again.
Very, very nice stuff. Gotta like their chances here. Their BL has been strong.
Lucas needing to hold firm. He's down below the stairs at the moment. He and Rambo trying to keep the sight. The rotation's now starting to come through as Celebi realizes that it's very much the same hit. One going to be taken out, but Rambo and Lucas both end up falling. Nade into the back. Looks good. Doesn't find a kill, however. Just put some damage down. The arm shot not going to hit. Now Dola having to push through main, through the smoke. Gets one. And he's going to fall, and there it is. Imperial They fight their way through tooth and nail to be able to take this third map. So we are not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. We will continue on our merry way through this third and fourth place series. It felt like after the first two maps, the conciseness of Compound, especially with that 10-6 scoreline, it felt like all hope was going to be lost for this squad, and maybe they would run out of steam, but they do manage to dig deep enough to fight back. They keep themselves alive in this, but a reverse sweep is still what is necessary for Imperial if they want to walk away holding their heads just a bit higher. You can see, though, arms up. The players from Celebi not necessarily happy with the result, despite the fact that they played this one out incredibly well. Mexico on the horizon. A big boon all the same, as that map has looked absolutely impeccable for the side of Celebi, even just yesterday, taking 8 rounds off of current grand finalists and tournament favorites, all gamers. So Imperial absolutely going to have their work cut out for them as we get ready to shift into that map. It's not one that we've gotten to see from them thus far in the tournament. So hopefully they've been preparing this one in the background. They knew that they were going to have to likely play it going up against Celebi here in this matchup. Taking a look at the stats, though, it's pretty even across the board, just given the back and forth nature, given the 13-11 score lines. Not too shocking to see, but man, what a level up performance from Shady, dropping in a 1.3 KD, 1300 damage. But Dola, I think for me, Valdez going to be the one who walks away looking the best. 1.5 KD, perfect 1.0 kills per round, and nearly drops 2,000 damage, by far the highest in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise. This guy has been insanely strong for them since the beginning. He's been up on the analyst desk for interviews, and he has been one of the biggest clutch members of their squad. Just across the board, a really close matchup, and no surprise that Imperial finally are able to get onto the board. Took a little bit of a while, but hopefully they can use this bit of a push, behind them, a little bit of wind in their sails now to kind of get things started. Mexico is going to be interesting. Of course, this was the choice between the two maps that were left over for Celebi, between Mexico and Port, which one they did want to go for. And so that means that Imperial was able to choose the GR side, which should benefit them greatly and get them started off on a good spot here. Man, Dola with 2,000 damage. That's really, really insane. The highest in the entire lobby.
Yeah, just excellent performance from him, as we've very much just come to anticipate at this rate. Guy's just so good at the game, but not quite good enough to close out that map. So we have one more at least, unless Imperial can show us, an amazing 2022 Grand Finals debut of Mexico. Then Celebi still are going to be very well poised to be able to take this. We'll see what happens, though, as the players are back in their seats and should be ready to get things started.
Yeah, it definitely comes down to this. Port would be interesting. Imperial, wonder how exhausted they are after all of this gaming and so many extra rounds against some incredible teams. But they really got to pull it through. They got to stick through this one and try to pull off the reverse sweep against another insanely strong team. It's not an easy ask, but I suppose Imperial have the individual skill to make it happen. Mexico and Port, couple of maps that are not going to be easy to make it happen, especially Mexico, I would say, against this team of Celebi, who have already shown that they are quite strong on this one.
Yeah, this has kind of been their stomping ground. We've seen teams, want to take this away from them, but every time they've gotten it, they have looked so very powerful on the map. So we should be able to jump into this one momentarily and see how Imperial is able to hold up, bringing this one out for the very first time. It needs to be strong. It needs to be concise from them. They've had plenty of tape to study to try to best Celebi on this map. But let's see if they can put practice right here into play and take one more step towards a map 5, towards a reverse sweep. It's everything that they need if they want to be in that third place position. Let's see if they can make it happen. Let's go ahead and dive into Mexico.
Here we are in Mexico. Celebi already showing some pretty strong performances on this map. They were able to 10-4 Q9 Esports. That really set the tone for their series against them, even though it did eventually go to 5 maps.
All right. Well, Ryu Zhao gonna find a nice early kill. Takes down Shady. And it very much slows up the rush that was coming in from Celebi. So now they have to think twice about how they want to approach this one. Rambo just creeping forward. In hand, 2 members trying to clear out. Spots one, sends out a shot, tries to retreat. Frag grenade goes down. Ryu Zhao just gonna be backing away from that one. Doesn't take any damage. Push up now. Coming towards Pepe. He's good for 1. Lucas fallen. As the shots continue to fly. A little bit damage out onto the members of Imperial, but significantly worse Celebi. LDX now gets dropped. Shot to the corner. It's aggressive from Adrian, but it works a treat. He'll be able to get the second headshot as well. So first round goes the way of Imperial.
Imperial very clean right from the get-go on that one. Ryu Zhao started off with the kill over at the entrance to mid. And from there, it kind of looked like Celebi fell apart a little bit. They were pretty split up. Guys were just kind of peeking solo. Rambo with the on the stairs, and there's another guy in mid who was peeking A without even clearing like the right side of mid. So definitely not the cleanest round from Celebi. We've seen them waste a lot of time in the beginning of rounds and then go for really strong pushes on the second half of rounds, if you will. But that was not what we just saw in that round. So I'd like to see them go back to what worked against some of the strong Chinese teams.
See if they do just that. For now, it is going to be a much slower paced round. He's looking down here in water. Rambo not getting nearly as far forward as we saw in the previous round. Trying to see if they can catch any potential overextensions from the members of Imperial, but they're playing this one by the book.
Yeah, pretty interesting spot here for Fefe. He's kind of like the king sitting on his throne, just looking straight down mid, up on top of these boxes. Not the most common position. He actually throws a nade through the smoke, so maybe he knows something. Celebi are definitely gearing up for a push through water. Question is, will he be ready for when the push actually does come through? There are a couple of guys that are pretty far up in mid for Imperial.
Okay. Mirage Fefe. Ooh, nade in hand. Can he make it out of here with his life? Actually, yes, he draws down. He finds 2 kills. He should have been dead to rights. But instead somehow finds an immense amount of value for his squad. Shady and Lucas was going to be tagged low. Ryu Zhao able to find Rambo, the healthiest member of the team. The bomb gets planted and Shady is swiftly dealt with. Lucas now the last one alive, tucked away here at the back of the site. And he's just going to get eliminated. Fefe finds the final kill, and Imperial finds the second round.
Imperial are coming back. That one was insane. Fefe is still alive to defuse the bomb at the end of the round. He got so much work done, not only spotting the push coming in, but as you said, he had like a flash in his hand as he was hopping away trying to survive. 2 guys charged him, and he killed both of them. Like, that's insane amount of value for him to then stay alive until the end of the round and be there to end it for his team. So Imperial looking pretty strong here on GR. I mean, Mexico is a very GR favored map, but Celebi have not looked quite as strong on this BL side as we have seen before.
Lots of util getting chucked out here, but none of it connecting. Just some smokes. Slow things up a bit. Need to check that A side, but no one far enough forward. Celebi again just grinding the pace to a halt. Now slowly creeping up. Trying to spot anything that they possibly can over towards A. It's Ryu Zhao wary and ready for somebody to come pushing off this right side flank of his.
Looks like a pretty strong stairs commitment from the side of Celebi. They've got 3 guys ready to go, grenades in hand.
Oh boy, look at him just swarm out. The flashbangs just painting everything, but Goken still finds 2. Hits a 3rd. And Goken might have just dragged us right back into this round. Dola takes a big hit. Down low on HP as they try to stay in this one. They not going to find anything. Flash over the top. Cobb finds 1. It's all on Lucas, and he gets flushed out of here. Plenty of time remaining in Imperial. They start off so beautifully here on this GR side. 3-0 lead as Celebi are not finding any purchase with these attacks.
Yeah. It was kind of confusing how Goken was just able to get free pot shots onto the entire team. He got like 3 pickoffs before he was eventually taken out by Dola. The push looked so strong down the stairs, and Imperial seemingly didn't know it was coming, but they reacted so well to it. So that's 3 different strategies now that Celebi have gone for, and none of them have really come that close to working, to be honest. Imperial have been solid in every single round. And now they're going to get even some more value here.
And Lucas tagged down the 68 by the nades. Safe for now, but numbers decently forward here. So Adrian just waiting around the corner, up against the wall, ready for any flashes that might come through.
Celebi, lots of time, no rush for them. This is what was working before. I like that they're going back to this slow play style, although we do need to kind of hang out and watch them throw smoke grenades for a while.
Yeah.
But that is just the nature of this map. There's a reason why teams do it. There's a reason why you don't necessarily rush into mid on Mexico until you've, of course, cleared out a lot of different angles. You've used a bunch of utility. LDX is kind of ready for Fefe's little push here.
He's just behind the pillar. LDX now swinging out. Gets the kill. Fefe dead is a major boon for Celebi, given that he's got 7 eliminations, I do believe. Not making their way into this position, but Dola's just going to go ahead and gun him down. Goken and Adrian both fall. Only exchange for 1. It seems like Celebi should be forcing themselves onto the board here at long last. Calm able to find 1 before falling, but now Ryu Zhao needs to be able to come up with some kills, and he will get 1. Rambo taken out. Slow on HP as the bomb gets planted over at B. He's going to rotate through it. Here comes a frag grenade, and that'll be the kill. So let me go ahead and pick up a single round win.
Yeah, very nicely done. Lots of communication that time around from Celebi. Seems like they have prepped a timeout for this time. Not a bad idea, especially after the way the first 3 rounds did go. So the tactical pause will be used up. But I really liked the way they played that. They just covered all their bases, waited to see if Imperial were going to get impatient. Fefe did. He tried to push up, tried to gain information. He got taken out. And from there, it's a 5v4, which makes pushing mid so much easier because you know that, okay, they're probably not going to be able to stack 3 guys on mid, which is really where you get destroyed if you push into 3 guys on mid.
Right.
Just 5v5, right? So they're able to get the numbers in their favor. They go for the pretty straight up push through mid, and they're able to win that from Dola's great entry fragging and take a round finally. And now they have a little extra time to try to discuss, okay, what went right? What should we continue doing? And what shouldn't we do? What went wrong in the first 3 rounds as well?
Well, hopefully a minute and a half is long enough for them to try to figure that one out and bring this back and make it a little bit closer. This Imperial have been looking very impeccable, just kind of stopping everything at every twist and turn outside of that last round. It's a really solid 3-round start for them. Need to definitely find a bit more, given that this is the map pick of Celebi and also their side selection. So You want to probably be at least getting to 5 to really feel comfortable versus this team. But even then, you probably ideally want to walk away with about 8 of them.
Yeah. That is very true. Imperial going to try to use this GR side to their best advantage. We'll see what changes for them as well. I wouldn't even mind trying to get a little bit more aggressive on Imperial's side. You don't necessarily need to, but it is one of their strengths. But Mexico, not a necessary map to try to gain huge advantages by pushes on GR side by any means. But for now, it's basically been the same setup. Just a couple of guys towards mid, a couple guys on A, and then one guy covering water.
Again, fairly set back, slow start. Made over the top, right into the back of sight. Just get a little bit of damage there on the Rizhao. Also, little chip onto Lilcom, but nothing too concerning for Imperial. So can just continue to hold positions.
Yep, just hanging out. That's the way the first minute and a half goes on these rounds.
Yep.
And finally, Rambo's going to make his way upstairs, check all the angles, make sure that Imperial isn't doing any funny business over there. And now they will begin to try to pressure.
Flash not going to hit. They work their way into the smoke for a brief moment, which will now dissipate. Fefe is just around the corner. 45 seconds remaining. Gonna have to start going for the push here sooner rather than later.
This looks like an A push.
It does.
But as I say that, no, it's going to be smoking across, I think, especially with a couple of guys going back underneath into water. But a very late push here from Celebi.
Yeah, if this C4 gets dropped at all, it could be catastrophic. Fefe finds one. Gonna need to try to hold things down, and he does. Gets one kill, but Shady answers back. Quick response here from Fefe, swings around the corner, puts some damage down onto them. Also takes a hit. And right at 6 seconds remaining in the clock, C4 will get planted. Final nades flying. Doesn't clip anybody, though. Full HP. Trying to win out the fight, puts a little bit of damage down onto LDX, and they lose Fefe in the meantime. Swing back around. As Adrian and Rizhao look to approach.
There's not a lot of time here. Total control of the back of the site taken by Celebi.
Hold this one down, and Shady will get it. Celebi string together a second round victory now on the back of the tactical timeout.
Yeah. The B site, obviously, quite difficult to push from BL on Mexico, but if you can make it through mid and into B and take control of the site, you've got a couple of guys way back in the spawn of GR. It's so difficult to try to retake that one. Kind of reminds you a little bit of Ankara window plant for the B site, but this one, or rather, I guess I'm talking about Black Widow, but either way, this one is definitely similar, and the fact that Celebi were able to get into that spot and throw down a smoke and just kind of cover their position made things really difficult for Imperial to actually get into that site. They didn't have a lot of time either, so they kind of had to push into a not a good spot.
Yeah. Well, we'll hang out for the next minute and then
yes,
get ready for the attack to come through.
That is the way of Mexico. That's why I'm, out of the pool. This is one of the maps where I'm kind of ambivalent about it. I'm not the biggest fan compared to some of the other maps because there's definitely a lot of downtime. As Blacklist side, part of the reason why you need to delay so often is because you essentially have to do 2 pushes minimum, whereas a lot of other maps are just kind of 1 push, Yeah. Think about Ankara A, you just throw a bunch of stuff over the top and just sprint in, right? So here it's like you got to push mid or you got to push stairs, and then you have to push a site. And going into B, you kind of have to push 3 locations So it can be quite complicated.
It's a pretty rough gamble, though. They're rolling the dice, and they come up with a site that's got 4 players stacked on top of it. Flashes do come through. Goki desperately trying to get the spray control. Will be able to find one. Gives himself a second spot for the pistol. Can't quite get the third. Shady, however, going to be good for it, and Fefe finds 2. And, well, yeah, slow build up into the rush. And like I said, Celebi choosing poorly when it comes down to which site they wanted to assault. They fell right into the lion's share of the Imperial squad, and they get absolutely turned into mincemeat.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, especially since Imperial dodged any entry frags against them. They just took their time on the backside of A, trying to survive as long as possible before getting picked off, and that allowed everybody to just be facing the correct way, be ready for the push to come in, and then the meat grinder began. So, nicely done. I think Celebi, their push onto B was really strong. Might be something to consider here once again. They have pretty much the same setup with LDX down in water and then 4 guys at the entry to mid. And from there, they can kind of just clear out mid and try to make a push on to B. Definitely one of their options.
Yet again, steady as she goes. So we just get to hang out for a little bit longer. Wait for Celebi. Maybe this is all just gearing up towards one big rush once they finally have conditioned Imperial enough to expect the very delayed pushes.
Yep.
When they catch them off guard by actually running at them.
It's another way to handle it. It's just that there's not very many angles to take if you are going to go for that. It's either you go like 5-man water, which you have to clear out like 7 different angles, it feels like sometimes, or you just kind of rush stairs. So it can be difficult, but they are going to make their way into mid now.
Cutting across there. Gokin at the ready, but is caught off guard there a bit. Shady finds the kill. Dolo's going to get one as well, but Adrian and Rujao, they fight back. Former falling Rujao now going to be taken out. And the last one left standing in a 1v2. No util left for him. The bomb now planted. Spots Rambo on the left side for a brief little moment. They both swing out to the right, and he's not going to be able to find the kills or isolate any targets, so he ends up getting picked off, and Celebi will find a 3rd round.
Very nicely done that time from the side of Celebi. That's part of why you wait, is to use a lot of the enemy's utility. There was basically no smokes, no nothing. So Celebi just kind of slow push through mid. They say, hey, nobody's peeking us. Maybe we can just rush right through the front door and catch them off guard. And that's exactly what they were able to do.
Rujao almost dead. Takes a ton of damage there as he was making his way across. It looked like it was going to be a full send from Imperial, just trying to get a rush down onto the approaching members of Celebi, but all the nade investment certainly made them back away. Turned it into a significantly weaker prospect for him.
Mm-hmm. I thought maybe Celebi would up the tempo after they basically almost killed Rizal here, but I suppose no need to get excited. We'll just kind of wait this one out, and okay.
You could just do that. All that early damage set up. Now Gokin taken down as he kind of greedily swings out in the corner. I'm not sure if he was just trying to check and see if he spotted anything or if he just figured, if there's someone there, I could kill him. Either way. It certainly bit him in the rear.
And that's the thing. Celebi are so good at holding this angle. It's part of why they're so good at Mexico. If they are going to check mid, it's not one person, not 2 person. It's like 4 people are going to peek that angle. So there are chances for Gokin to get picks if he wants to get risky, especially down a member, but not against Celebi, because they'll be ready for that. They're going to have 4 guys staring you down.
Shots coming through. He's going to be reporting the positioning there. Is okay. Fefe's still going to be able to pick up 2 kills. From now all on his lonesome. Gets one as well. A winnable position for him. The flash goes out. Won't be able to see much, and he's got to try to reroute. Approach from the front of the site, perhaps. And they'll just go ahead and smoke that off and try to reroute him in the stairs. Bomb now going to be planted. Shady down below. There's the flash, and it's just perfectly timed.
Yikes.
The read is looking great.
Yeah, they know.
Yep, I think you saw him, but Rambo still getting tagged up. They need to be careful not to get picked off one after the other here. Oh, there's the push. Shady gets the headshot. And Celebi now 4 rounds in the half.
Yeah, and you can see, like, Celebi, they have such a deep map pool. Like, coming into the 4th map here, it's Mexico. Imperial, they look pretty good, but Celebi are just so strong on this map. And the fact that it's the 4th map out of all the maps that we could have had, it's so difficult to handle in a best of 5. It's part of why I felt like they may have had the slight advantage in this matchup. And I think we're beginning to see it play out here. I mean, 4 rounds already on Blacklist with another one to go. It's a good result. Like, the GR side should have, you know, you're feeling pretty good if you get 5, but you're feeling pretty standard, pretty nice if you get 6. And Imperial are not going to be able to have that here. And Celebi have dominated the last couple of rounds on the attack after that bit of a tactical pause. They have really fine-tuned their pushes, and Imperial are really struggling to handle them.
Well, either team now poised to take 5. But Imperial, you know, putting a lot of stock in this global risk side, selecting to go there first, puts that much more pressure on them, having to have some breakthrough attacks when they swap over to Blacklist. Zhao back of sight yet again. Nades starting to come through. Takes a little bit of a hit there from the frag grenades. They immediately back away. I think they really thought that that was going to end up leading to a kill. We've had a good read on Rizhao's positioning this whole series throughout. I mean, you think back to the frags getting invested on Black Widow.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a target on his back. Here they go.
He does, but oh man, good amount of damage coming out. Lucas, however, does end up falling. Or rather, Dola falls. The other side of the pairing. Adrian getting 1. But again, Fefe such a key target to be able to take out. He's got 13 kills. Nobody else has even broken 10 right now on his team. LDX, however, eliminated. Doken finding 1. Republic getting shady. Lucas again. Scoops up 1. This is he and Rambo now fighting back. Zhao, as low as he is, still holding firmly there on the A site. So they counter-rotate back across over towards B, but they will not be able to make it there. Adrian comes up with 2 more kills, and it's going to be a 5-4 half for Imperial in the lead as we swap sides.
Yeah, at least they were able to get that last round, even though the beginning of that map looked pretty good. Beginning of that round looked pretty good for the side of Celebi. It was not quite enough to push through mid, as they were very ready for that push this time around were Imperial. Even the little peek out from water didn't get much value, as here comes Imperial into that same spot. We saw Celebi kind of grouping up in.
Oh. Zhao just chunked down to about 10 HP. Nades flying. There's the kill. What is it with this man and frag grenades? he just can't avoid him.
He's like a magnet. I suppose he's playing the most obvious position for his team.
Fefe dead. This is what we're talking about when it comes to this map. Will be looking well poised. Grenade over the top. Gets a bit of damage on the Lucas. 75. Swing in the corner. Wukong managed to find 1. As things get a bit more evened up. Celebi just fanned out across the map, 2 members per site, waiting for Imperial to make a move.
And there's really not much in terms of utility here for Imperial. They're also down a member compared to Celebi. They kind of just have to rely on their shots. They have to get some really clean entries. They get a bit of damage onto Rambo, but Rambo in turn will get information with the sniper here.
Yeah. It's kind of just been the info game only for Rambo, given that he's got 1 kill throughout these 9 rounds.
That's a nice way to put it.
Oh, maybe on the defender side, AWM in hand. Better sight lines. Don't wait for the opponent to come to you, so maybe you can rack some more up. C4 picked up. Couple shots going across there into A. Looks like they're going to try to wrap around into B. Forward position from LDX. Doesn't quite finish the kill. Tries to spam through the box to make it happen, but it's going to be Dola who arrives, who manages to go ahead and scoop up 2. Adrian now left one standing, 2 kills found, but Rambo, he'll get his second. He doubles up, and Celebi go ahead and tie it up at 5-5.
Yeah, very nicely handled from the position of power, essentially, for Celebi. They had the extra man. They were able to hold down the sites. They used Rambo again to just kind of look down. I'm not even sure if he was able to get the sight of them moving over to B, but LDX was able to hold it down for long enough. And that was just enough for Celebi to rotate on over. As speaking of which, they are pushing water with a couple of guys, just seeing if they could get a cheeky pick onto Fefe. Fefe's been having a really nice round for himself, doing the majority of the work here for his team.
Try it again.
All right.
On the box.
Okay.
And then 1, 2. And
Okay,
there you go.
Nice.
Cheeky little spot. But it's looking like a 3-man push, at least upstairs for now. Ice trained in that direction from Rambo. All the hands, sees one jump across. Nades now flying. They all get avoided for the most part. And we go back to waiting.
Goken will be the stepping stone. He's just going to stay down there for now. But yeah, nobody has been picked off. Nothing has really happened. Just a lot of utility into that one choke point. Just trying to take stock. As in they go now. Fefe's going to push his way through.
Pushes the corner, spraying wildly. Lucas going to get tagged low. Push coming out. Fefe trying to get the kill there with the pistol. Can't make it happen. Shady going to keep everybody protected for now. As Lucas stays alive with about 4 health.
A lot of yelling from the Celebi side, maybe expecting a push, but it did not come. It was only Fefe who was just charging in there with a pistol. Not sure about that.
Fearless from him, for sure. Dola gets Goken, who whiffs that arm shot, as well as the follow-up pistol hits. Wukong pushes the corner, finishes the job, but it does so much damage to his HP bar there. So 2 members tagged up on the side of Imperial. Reach out. Left healthy. Now he himself takes a bit of damage, but manages at least to even things up. And Adrian picks up 2. Suddenly, the round looks winnable for Imperial to go ahead and retake the lead. Rambo in a 1v3. Needs to play this out carefully. Needs to play it out perfectly. The backside moves forward, but Ryu Zhao shuts him down with a headshot. And Imperial will maintain a lead.
It was just a really nice rotation from the side of Imperial. You know, they really got it into the heads of Celebi that, okay, we're in mid, we're going to push one of these sites. We're coming this way. So Celebi were not ready for that water push that eventually came in. Ruzao with the big entry frag to open that one up.
Goken.
And now they're just pushing water.
Okay, yeah, hyper aggressive here from both sides. That's Shady. Tries to trade it back, but Adrian will cut him down. Lucas dead. It's all on LDX now. Finds one, disappears through the smoke like a magician, and brings it to a 1v1.
Yeah, that was very confusing. Charging through the smoke onto the one guy when you've got a 2v1 setup. You have different angles. So that's unfortunate. It's going to have to come down to Adrian to take down LDX.
You know exactly where he's at, and yep, now he definitely does. Goes pushing forward. Shot. Oh, he lines up the head, and LDX clutches it. Oh boy, you can hear him jazzed up on stage as it's now 6-6.
Giving a little battle cry, trying to get his team all pumped up. And no doubt, I would be super pumped after a shot like that. He handled it so well. He was in a 1v3 situation. It didn't quite look like that because it kind of looked like he got 2 free kills, but that's the way that entire situation kind of spawned itself upon him. So very nicely handled as now Goken he's getting frisky. Celebi are not having any of that.
Yeah, and he just has to really dip out of there, or else that frag grenade would have finished him off. There's 6 health remaining. So much damage dealt. But that does not necessarily mean that this is over. No kill. So Goken, even with that very low amount of HP, we know what he can get done if the stars align for him. Creep up the stairs for a brief moment there from Adrian. Looks like he's going to back away. And Imperial slow things down a bit more.
They're going to have to wait this one out. I think some patience could do Imperial some good, especially after the way the last round went. A couple of members kind of getting killed off for free. And now that Goken has taken a big chunk essentially for free as well, I think, again, some patience could do them some good.
Dola, he pushes up and manages to find one, but gets traded by Ryu Zhao. Man advantage there. Still low on HP, takes a shot, now is going to be dropping down low. More smokes flying out, just trying to keep this mid controlled. Bomb in the meantime going to be brought forward, and Rambo just strafing across, finishes the job there onto Goken. Finds the kill. Look home now, trying to push forward. Lucas not quite registering that he was up close. He does manage to finish it, but now it's going to be Shady in a 1v2. Low HP onto both, but no frag grenades. Had he had that, he would be feeling probably a hell of a lot better, but instead, he'll just find the kill. That's the C4 now dropped. Ooh, spotted him for a moment, and Shady's got it.
Kind of insane double, huge clutch from 2 different members of Celebi. First, it's LDX. He's able to 1v3. There, it's Shady, and he's able to get the 1v2 against a couple of low-health members. Imperial, I liked the patient push. I even liked how Goken went first. He's like, okay, I'm going to sacrifice. I'm going to try to get some information. Maybe I can get a pick, maybe. Not quite the case, but he got his team onto the site. He gave them a pretty good shot.
I mean, look at Shady's stats right now. He's got a 2.0 KD, 16 and 8. And this is from the guy who, in all their previous series, was not able to put up numbers at all. Rambo, though, he's been a lot more consistent. Finds 2, LDX gets Adrian. Rujal taken down. Wilcom now just trying desperately to fight back in some regard, but he's only able to find 1 or 2. Celebi now will find 3 consecutive rounds, and this is starting to slip away from the Brazilians.
You can hear the battle cries. These guys are riding the wave right now. That's 3 massive rounds. It's 2 huge clutches into a stomp as they totally read the water push. They've got 2 guys holding the crossfire there, and they shut it down. So now Imperial, if I'm you, I'm holding up that card as soon as I possibly can. Get that tack pause up. You need to stop these guys in their momentum. Celebi are insane when they get going.
Nate's into the back.
Guess who took damage?
Rouge out. But he stayed alive, and there's only 1 more frag grenade, so unless he gets shot a couple times, then I don't think the frag grenade's going to kill him.
Yeah. Again, it's not really his fault. It's just kind of funny.
Yeah, it just always happens to be him.
Yeah. He's kind of playing that front man position. And he's still got some good numbers as well. He and Adrian doing a good job there.
Okay, forward smoke, just trying to maintain control here of mid. Nate chucked out. It was pretty much center sight, but there's no one there really to receive it, so damage not going to be found. Dola does get tagged low. Does get finished off. Income, however, going to fall. Lucas finds a second kill. LDX gets Pepe. And that should just be it. Goken, the pistol swap comes out. They clean it up. And Celebi now just need 1 more round to make it happen. You mentioned it. Call it as soon as you possibly can. Well, they have done it. And it's here in the 11th hour where they need to pull off a miraculous run back. They have only managed to scoop a single round since swapping to the BL side. And Imperial are now just 1 map loss away from falling to 4th place.
Yeah. Definitely an unenviable position here for Fefe. Everybody looks very dejected, understandably. You know, it's been such a long series yesterday, such a long series today, going to extra rounds where you're so close, but come up short every single time. That's really rough. I mean, they were able to at least pull it to Mexico, a very close one, but nobody's looking happy on their side. A lot of shaking heads, and Fefe's somehow got to turn around the morale of this team and bring it back. They were able to do it yesterday. I mean, they were down 9-5 in a map against BaiSha, and they gave themselves an extra chance. So even though Celebi looked kind of unstoppable, they're on the better side of Mexico, and they're 1 round away on the GR side. It's still got to be a good try to the side of Imperial.
Everything to play for, and it needs to happen right here, right now. The squad played their hearts out yesterday, but right now it seems like their hearts might have been drained coming into today. 5 seconds left of the tactical pause. The last little bit of reprieve that they might be able to see, as they now need to run 3 consecutive rounds to take us into overtime. They've done it before. They did 8 consecutive just yesterday versus Celebi here on Mexico of all maps. It might just be too much to ask.
Yeah, they got to win 3 in a row on Blacklist Mexico against Celebi. Maybe that's an even more unenviable position than Fefe's. Just as a team, having to push through this, it's a really tough ask. Let's see if they have it in them. Would be an incredible comeback. But it's definitely something that, if there's any team, it's probably Imperial that could do it.
You can see some indecision here regarding where they want to try to approach. Shade just sends some shots down into water. Trying to scare anybody off who might be pushing through. Fefe lurking quite far back, just waiting, while the rest of the team starts poking and prodding over towards mid. Smoke not up for the moment. It's actually going to be Imperial who smokes this position off.
Here's the push. Pretty defensive from the side of Celebi. They're going to give mid over to Imperial, and this is a minute 10 in. That's actually a lot of time on a map like this.
Yeah.
Imperial not in a bad spot. They clear out mid, and now they can decide where they want to go.
In the back. Might have just missed Dola. It does. Landed above him. The smoke coming down there over on the B. Flashbang out. Maybe trying to sell an assault here on a B. It's not working though, but Adrian is coming up huge. Manages to find 2. Now a 3rd kill coming in as Rujao cleans up Shady. Bomb going to be planted. Rambo, the LDX trying to retake. Nades go out. Fefe low on HP, but otherwise Imperial looking damn good here on the hold. Rambo going to be able to get 1. That finishes off the low HP member.
Somehow knew he was there. It's a really good look. Gives him a chance.
Flash going out. Rambo gets himself in behind the box. The flash did connect minorly. He gets a couple kills across, but Imperial will be able to win out the round. Now need 2 more to go to take it to OT once again.
I can see this happening. I mean, Celebi essentially opened the door for them and said, sure, walk on in. And that can be dangerous on a map like Mexico. There's a reason why teams struggle to even get past the first choke point. So I would expect Celebi to have a much more aggressive positioning this time around. Imperial seemingly reading this. Nice nade to get some damage in. Celebi are getting actually quite aggressive. I mean, 3 guys pushing through. And Lucas has an XM. He is right in their face. So really trying to change up the tempo here.
And that he is. He's just praying that somebody's going to walk around this corner. I mean, there are 3 prime candidates right here. Some covering fire out as well. There's the flash. And there's Gokin dead. Runs over the reload. Lucas gets another one. Charges the corner. Lucom taken down. And it is all on Fefe, who needs a 1v3 clutch to keep this going.
I can't believe this might be the way that Imperial get knocked out of the 3rd place match by Lucas lurking with the shotgun.
They're on the hunt.
It is so cheeky. It is so Lucas.
Smoke goes out. Should give them some context clues regarding where he is. Svefago's pushing down through water. Here comes the push-up, LDX. Will he be the one to finish it off, or does he get the jump? There it is, the shot goes across. And Celebi can hold their heads high. Shady, since the time that this series started, that's the first time I've seen a smile on his face, because now it is over. They are third place team here at the 2022 Crossfire Grand Finals. Vietnam, with this win, solidify themselves as the second best region in the world behind China. And what a performance from these 5 players. They showed up ready. They showed up prepared. They showed up wearing their hearts on their sleeves. Unfortunately here for Imperial, this leaves them in a 4th place position. It leaves Brazil in 3rd overall as a region.
Yeah, it's got to be rough for Imperial. You know that they wanted more. They wanted to be at least in the championship. They wanted to be in the final. That's what this team was built for. They fell a bit short this year. Maybe next year is all you can hope for. The 3rd place match is always a little bit bittersweet, as even Celebi, you could see on the face of Doha as well. Dola, rather, he was like, man, if only we had played this well yesterday. You know, it's rough. All Gamers are a really strong team. But Celebi, they are at least able to secure 3rd place. Huge congrats to them. Really well played today.
That it was. Some very close maps throughout. Not a blowout by any means. Imperial, they did the damnedest, but unfortunately for them, it is not quite enough. So Celebi, they hold their heads high. We're going to throw it back over to the analyst desk with Matt and the boys to go ahead and break down the action from this 4-map series.
Akelios Valdez, thank you so much. And Imperial and the Brazilian hopes shot down by the shotgun in the hands of Lucas, who brings that Titanic battle to an end. On a day of Titanic battles, there's a huge one to come in the grand final. But we enjoyed Celebi versus Imperial there, getting Brazil to the grand finals after having had some scraps along the way, most notably yesterday's one against BaiSha Gaming that nearly saw Imperial into the grand final. But here they fall into 4th place. It is Celebi who come out on top for Vietnam and earned it every step of the way. But we also have to say that Imperial clearly yesterday took the wind out of their sails. That wasn't Imperial playing at their best. But it still wasn't easy for Celebi, so respect to Imperial for that.
Yeah, I think it just came down to the team play difference between the two. It felt like Celebi, they were a complete unit throughout this match. Imperial, though, they were very segmented. They weren't really playing together as much. They were just going for individual picks, and when that didn't work, it felt like they just kind of fell apart.
Yeah, their hearts were broken, I think, by yesterday.
No, I think in that there's no question about it that they didn't have the same gas, the same juice that they had yesterday. I mean, you could tell just on stage, the cries weren't quite as loud. You know, the yelling, the energy wasn't quite there. Celebi brought a little bit more. I mean, it was still really, really close between both of these teams. You could tell they're both, you know, pretty winded after what, you know, occurred yesterday in the semifinals. But they gave it their all. But once Black Widow fell, you know, for Imperial, I thought, well, this might just be a 3-0. It ended up being a 3-1. They did a great job to push it back on Ankara and, you know, take the win there. But once you get to Mexico, that's, other than all Gamers, no one seems to be able to stop Celebi on that map.
Yeah, yeah. And Ankara, you know, I'm glad Imperial got that map. They'll be glad they didn't leave this thing 3-0. But was there a very strong comeback emerging from that? It felt like we weren't going to get to 5 maps. It felt like, okay, you've got that one, but I'm not sure you're gonna take it all the way. Let's go back and revisit it from Black Widow through Compound, Ankara, and then Mexico, where it ended. Celebi and Imperial, this toughest of matches really in terms of, you know, your spirit, 3rd and 4th place, knowing that there's a match coming up later today that you really wanted to be in.
Yeah, I mean, looking at how they played, I was surprised Imperial came out strong because Feifei, he had a great day. I think every map he was top fragging for his team. He seemed like he had a complete change of pace from what we saw in the semifinals. But the big letdown for me was kind of seeing Adrian and Ryuzao take a back step, and it really just kind of put them in a difficult position because these two guys, normally anchors and clutch players for their team, both had a pretty difficult day.
there were some huge step-ups for Celebi from like Dola and Lucas with some big multi-kills across all the maps. They were really having some high-impact moments, you know, taking rounds away that, you know, it doesn't feel like they have a lot of right to be winning, and yet they still are able to sneak them out. So I think, again, it was just a little bit of extra oomph for Celebi today that pushed them through the finish line.
And for Celebi as well, a lot of mistakes has been fixed. I would say, like, they were able to play at time when they got the C4 planted. When they were playing against all gamers, they had a couple of issues when they just couldn't hold on to the bomb. But this time around, they were able to do so and, you know, get those rounds into their pockets and secure it.
Lucas getting a 3K there that I feel like he had no chance of getting against yesterday's Imperial.
Yeah, I mean, the big step up from Lucas and Shady in this match was such a huge difference. I think Shady in the playoffs alone has just impressed me because in the group stage, he wasn't really there that much for his team, but Shady constantly topping the leaderboards throughout these matches in the playoffs for his team. And on top of that, Lucas, I mean, closing this out in fashion, not something that Celebi has really done before with that shotgun play, keeping Imperial on their toes to the very end here.
You wanted to see more XM play, didn't you, in this tournament, Kyle? You got a strong finish with one there.
Yeah, you love to see it. It's nice to see other teams learning the Lazarus strat of going aggressive with the shotgun. And you know what? It was enough to catch them off guard and take the win here.
We saw some big numbers on both sides. Let's see how Mexico's stats line up on that 10-7 finish, which got Celebi onto our podium. 2.11 for Shady. The other members of his team nowhere close to that.
Yeah, he was absolutely unreal. There were a couple different moments and a couple different maps. Shady was really able to take over here, do a really great job. You know, LDX played okay, and you have some good performances on the side of Imperial as well. But, you know, when you take 4 maps on your blacklist side on Mexico, you've got to favor that team that starts out with that because it's a very GR heavy-sided map. So, you know, Celebi, again, to me, once again, proving that they are the best blacklist side team in Mexico on the world right now, and they got it done. You can see the stats speak for themselves.
Yeah, the rest of Celebi somewhat in his shadow. Imperial getting some decent numbers. It is Lucas, who's the MVP of the team, getting headshots more than half the time, killing people 4 times out of 5 in rounds, dropping a lot of bodies and dropping a lot of damage.
I mean, that final round, the setup with Rainbow with the XM just outside of the, I believe it was the alleyway, just holding it down and then gunning down 3 people with the XM. Just that was a moment for him, I would say.
Let's talk to another member of Celebi. We have Rambo here on the desk. Welcome, Rambo. Congratulations, Celebi. 3rd in the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. How do they feel about that?
Chúc mừng Rambo và Celebi đạt hạng 3 của cuộc Grand Final lần này. Bạn cảm thấy bây giờ như thế nào?
Alo. Hiện tại bọn em đang rất là vui bởi vì đây là năm thứ 2 bọn em tham gia CFS Grand Final và bọn em được thứ hạng cao hơn năm trước. Và mặc dù là hôm nay phong độ của em hơi tệ, nhưng mà đây là một cái thành tích rất là tốt đối với team em. Sang năm em sẽ cố gắng tiếp.
We are very happy at the moment. This is the second time we joined the CFS Grand Final, and this time we gained the higher prize. So that's very happy, and we will try next year more.
Yeah, you don't seem to be disappointed that you missed out on the Grand Finals. Did they think that maybe that was going to be a step too far this year?
Can you just repeat it?
I said they don't seem to be disappointed that they're not in the Grand Final coming up. Did they think sort of 3rd place was their aim this year?
Tức là các bạn có cảm thấy quá thất vọng khi mà không được vào trận chung kết không? Các bạn có hài lòng với cái hạng thứ 3 của mình không?
Thật ra thì đến với giải đấu lần này, lúc mà bọn em biết được là mình ở trong nhánh của AG ấy, thì bọn em cũng khá là lo lắng, bởi vì là nếu mà để mà nói vào vòng trong mà gặp AG ở vòng bảng thì rất là khó. Nhưng mà thôi, không sao, năm sau bọn em sẽ cố gắng hơn.
When we know that we will meet AG in the semifinals, we prepare we know that it's going to be very difficult, but because if we want to go to the finals, we have to win AG, but it's very difficult, so it's okay. We will try more next year.
Nếu mà bảng của bọn em mà gặp ở bảng BaiSha thì bọn em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ có cơ hội vào được chung kết.
If we met BaiSha, I think that we would have won.
Yeah, exciting. It could well have happened.
I mean, there's the confidence, but I have a question about team decision. So that last round on Mexico, was it a team decision to take out that XM on Lucas, or was it him just going like, I'm just gonna do it?
Vào cái vòng thứ tư á, thì can you repeat it again?
So was it a team decision to have that XM, or was it just Lucas going, I'm just gonna have it?
The
Weapon,
weapon, the shotgun that Lucas
Shotgun.
used at the end.
Cái vòng
He
thứ
knows.
tư ấy, thì đấy là cái quyết định của team khi mà chọn cái súng ngắn, hay là em nghĩ là cứ làm thế thôi.
Bọn em đã tập cái chiến thuật đấy rất nhiều lần rồi và đấy là một cái tactic của bọn em.
We practice that strategy a lot of time, so that's our strategy.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I see.
Bởi vì là cái tactic đấy gần như là em thấy chưa một đội nào trên thế giới dùng một cái bài đấy cả.
That kind of tactic, I think that none of any team in this world, yes, that tried that. Yeah.
Yeah, we liked it. We enjoyed it.
Chúng tôi rất là thích cái chiến thuật của các bạn.
Thank you.
I want to know for next year, what can you do to improve as a team to push yourself further to maybe get into the grand finals or get even first place next year?
Kế hoạch của các bạn năm sau khi tham gia là thế nào? Các bạn có ý định là sẽ cố gắng chiến thắng để bước vào vòng chung kết không?
Năm ngoái bọn em đã tham gia và được hạng 4, năm nay hạng 3. Năm sau bọn em sẽ cố gắng lên luôn hạng nhất chứ không hạng 2 nữa.
Last time we were the fourth, and this year we were the third, and next year we will pass the second, and we will gain the first. Yeah.
That's the aim. That's the aim. Carl.
Yeah, so looking at you as one of the better snipers in all of CFS, how did you feel about your own individual performance in this matchup?
Được biết là bạn là một trong những sniper rất xuất sắc của giải CFS, thì bạn cảm thấy như thế nào về cái màn trình diễn của mình?
Nếu mà nói
Với tư cách cá nhân.
Tư cách cá nhân bản thân em đối với em thì cái mùa CFS Grand Final lần này thì em hơi thất vọng về bản thân mình, em chưa làm tốt đúng phong độ của em. Mà bởi vì trong cái trận đấu đối với IMB thì em không bắn tốt, em khá thất vọng và em mặc dù chiến thắng của team thì rất là vui nhưng mà em thích tự trách bản thân mình.
IMB là
Đấy, đội Imperial.
This time, actually, to be honest, I want to say that I am a little bit disappointed about myself. I didn't do it 100%, and this match with Imperial, I couldn't make it to 100%. Yes, a little bit disappointed.
Well, please know we've really enjoyed watching Rambo and Celebi. We've been big fans of theirs. I know a lot of people. I know Celebi have picked up a lot more fans of their performance. Please give him our best and ask him if he's got any message he wants to say to the Vietnamese supporters.
Các bạn có rất là nhiều fan ấy, thì bạn có muốn nói điều gì với các fan của bạn ở Việt Nam không?
Đầu tiên là cảm ơn tất cả mọi người đã ở nhà và theo dõi cổ vũ cho Celebi, và bọn mình hiện tại thì chắc là chỉ thua Trung Quốc thôi. Cảm ơn tất cả mọi người. Hy vọng sang năm mọi người vẫn sẽ cổ vũ cho team mình tiếp nhé.
Thank you everybody at home for encouraging us and fighting us up. And I think that we only lose China, and next time we will try to win them.
There it is. Rambo, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank
Celebi, amazing action there. Third place in the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. And a great contest to get that placing to. 10-8's where it started on Black Widow. Although, as Achilles was pointing out earlier on, if you delved into the KDs of that, you could find it hard to work out who actually got the big win. But 10-6, a little more one-sided on Compound, and Kara fell to Imperial, but Imperial then fell to Celebi.
I think it was Ankara as well that had kind of a surprising stat line when Imperial came through with the win, and some of their KDs were much lower than on the other side of the coin. So that just shows you how close this was, right? Like we saw so many near, last second defuses or something like that. So it was just a really, good match to see, because both of these teams came today, played the best they could given the circumstances, and really put on a great show.
Absolutely. Yep. We'll look forward to seeing what Imperial and, of course, the rest of the Brazilian region can bring in future. And let's see Celebi making their way through 2023. We know big things are ready for them. You need to be ready, though, as the grand final is coming soon. We'll take a short break, and then we'll start to dive into that.
注意，集中精神。 完成，会更优，加一点底气，轻松 Q， 满档工作会议。
So after 9 days of incredible action here on the beautiful Jeju Island in Korea, we reach the end of CFS 2022 Grand Finals with one match to go. It's going to be coming up in a short while, in about half an hour's time, and it's the Grand Final, the World Championship, the Titanic battle. That will be All Gamers against BaiSha Gaming, two legendary Chinese teams, a rematch of last year's World Championship battle. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but rematches just come with so much to get excited about. You've got the team who know they can win last time. You've got the team who were so disappointed to feed off of it last time. Oh, these things just, they speak for themselves, and yet we're also going to speak for it. Can't wait.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great final. I mean, AG, they haven't lost a map yet, so they have that advantage going into it, but you've got to think BaiSha, they've had a tougher fight to get here, and maybe that's going to give them some momentum to go into it. That comeback against Imperial to stop them from winning that semifinal, I think gives them some extra confidence because AG, they didn't have to struggle near as much to get to this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
And for myself, I think I've casted every single AG game except for one match, and because I was able to see how all gamers are able to play so well, I'm so excited for another big match to come up and for BaiSha Gaming as well. Because of that last year's, head-to-head, they must have prepped something special, a present for all gamers. So I'm really just waiting to see what they have brought up to the table to surprise all gamers.
Yeah, Paper Thin, that's right. There's been a few teams that we've said, you were probably going to meet AG at some point, just because we know they don't tend to get knocked out of tournaments. Did you prep for them? And we've had a few teams go, well, no, because we didn't have time for whatever. BaiSha, on the other hand, they know AG. They've got no excuses.
Yeah, sure. They've played each other before many times, not just, obviously, we talk a lot about last year's finals, but in the regional leagues as well. So they know each other well, and I think that leans more into maybe All Gamers is actually going to drop a map this time. Maybe there's a map, like Compound or something like that. where BaiSha is just enough better, but seeing the relative power levels. So we've seen Celebi, Imperial, BaiSha recently, seen the way that, Imperial and Celebi face up against each other. We know that Imperial just barely fell short of BaiSha. Celebi here beat Imperial 3-1. You got to still favor all gamers very heavily in this matchup.
Yeah, I agree. We will dive into it some more when we get ready, when we have 10 legendary Crossfire players on that stage here in Jeju Island. So get yourselves ready, snacks, drinks, phone calls to loved ones, whatever it is. In half an hour, you need to be right here for the biggest of them all, the CFS 2022 Grand Final between All Gamers and BaiSha Gaming. We'll be back here in Jeju in 30 minutes' time. rise above! It's the CFS 2022 Grand Finals, the most prestigious Crossfire World Championship, and our 10-day journey is coming to an end. All that remains is to find out who will be the world champions. So let me introduce to you the two teams ready to fight in our grand final. First, a team whose name instigates fear across the stage. They are unshakable, and they are looking to be the first team to win 2 consecutive CFS titles. All Gamers! All Gamers! And now we have their challenger, a team who brought a twist to this tournament. They brought down the 2 Brazilian powerhouses of Imperial and Black Dragons. They are the hunters of Brazilian teams. They are BaiSha Gaming. BaiSha Gaming! Today, we have the exact rematch of last year's grand final, and we are eager to find out who will be victorious. All Gamers versus BaiSha Gaming! BaiSha Gaming versus All Gamers! It's the match we've all been waiting for. A battle for $500,000 US and the title of being the world champions. Can All Gamers defend that title? Or can BaiSha Gaming rise above and take their revenge? The final battle of our strongest titans. Let the CFS 2022 Grand Final begin!
会更优，加一点底气，轻松 Q 满档工作会议。
새롭게 써내려가는 역사 CFS 2022 그랜드 파이널. 별빛 하늘을 품은 제주에서 함께하고 있습니다.
12팀이 같은 곳에서 시작을 했지만 지난 9일간의 치열한 승부로 인해서 이제 무대에는 단 2팀만이 남아 있습니다. 화려한 전적을 자랑하는 팀들인 만큼 최고의 경기를 보여줄 것이라고 기대하게 됩니다.
결승전은 플레이오프와 동일하게 5판 3선승으로 진행되며 이 한 번의 대결로 1위 상금 50만 달러와 영광의 트로피를 거머쥘 월드 챔피언이 결정되죠. 과연 이번 그랜드 파이널의 마지막 페이지는 어떻게 기록될까요?
새롭게 써내려가는 역사 CFS 2022 그랜드 파이널. 제주 하늘을 뒤덮은 수많은 별들 가운데 가장 빛나는 별의 자리는 과연 누가 차지하게 될까요?
오직 이 순간만을 위해 달려온 CFS 2022 그랜드 파이널. 그 피날레를 지금 시작합니다.
It's been 10 days in the making. It is the CFS 2022 Grand Final in the singular. It is time for the best two teams in Crossfire to show us who can be the biggest champion of them all. I'm Matt Andrews, Valdez, Achilleos, and Paper Thin down the other end. Join me again here on the desk as we look forward to our Grand Final. And, you know, not just this final here on the 10th day has been a long time coming, but, you know, with COVID and the pandemic and so on, having a competition of this magnitude, getting everybody here, doing it live once again as we are here in wonderful Jeju, this whole thing has been a long time coming.
Yeah, it's been really fun to have all the teams back and just everybody shouting. You know, we're staying safe, of course, but as you're mentioning, everything's kind of coming back to normal. It feels like a huge esports event once again, and it's been such a pleasure to be a part of it, as always, but this is really the huge matchup, right?
Yes.
It's like the final raid boss.
Yes.
The team they wiped against it once, and now they've come back. You can only do it once a year. So BaiSha is back again for the second time. I don't know if they can do it. All gamers look incredibly strong.
Sorry. I like the steady build-up. It was just like, it's the biggest match. We're back, and I just don't think that they're going to be able to get this. I think that all gamers are just going to take it. I mean, I happen to agree with you, but it was just a very funny trajectory that you set yourself on.
But no. Paper Thin, give me some hype.
You've heard my thoughts. No,
okay, don't then. Fine.
I'm good.
I'll just do all the noisy bits.
I really think that, you know, there is a world where BaiSha does this simply because they've been here before. They know this team really well. There's, you know, things that they're going to anticipate in terms of they've seen this before from all gamers. We know their strategy book is very deep, but BaiSha has seen it. They've read that book. They're ready to close that and start a new chapter for themselves. So I think there is a world where BaiSha wins this, but the form that we've seen from all gamers throughout this event against similar level opponents that, you know, BaiSha has played and, you know, done well against, or in some cases barely sneaked out a win against, in the case of Imperial, you have to heavily favor all gamers right now.
They are looking just a little flawed, whereas the other team looking, as I said earlier on, unshakable. Let's dive in to some background to these two teams then. This is how they got here, of course. Yesterday, day 9 of our grand finals saw the Vietnamese team of Celebi and the Brazilian team of Imperial fall to All Gamers and BaiSha Gaming respectively. We've just seen Celebi beat out Imperial in the fourth place match. If you missed it, Celebi from Vietnam are third in the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. Let's take a look at how these teams have firstly been picking and banning their maps.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see. A lot of bans on Black Widow, actually, amongst everything else. These two teams never felt it necessary to ban Eagle Eye because they felt, okay, if we go to that map, it's kind of wonky. We're just going to beat you with our skill. So Mexico gets banned out a lot here by BaiSha, which is quite interesting to see. Definitely, I feel like one of the maps that could pull through in this case if BaiSha want to actually go ahead and ban Ankara, which has looked incredibly strong for all gamers.
There's no map in this pool that both teams seem to feel exactly the same about. You know, Ankara's being picked a lot. BaiSha Gaming don't care. BaiSha want to play on Compound. All gamers banned it once. Nobody seems to sort of match. Mexico, banned 5 times by BaiSha. All gamers, yeah, if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I think that All Gamers is pretty comfortable on just about everything. I mean, obviously they have a ban, so you might as well use it. And that mostly had gone towards Black Widow, but then they have also picked it, so it just seems like they have pretty much maximum comfort on just about everything. We haven't seen the Eagle Eye from them and whatnot. We'll have to just wait and see exactly what they decide to select at the end of the day. But it's very terrifying win rates across these maps, as you can see.
Yes, no matter what side, if one of these Chinese teams is coming at you, then good luck. 87% Ankara are on blacklist for All Gamers. Sub-base, BaiSha Gaming, we'll look forward to picking that. Eagle Eye, it's felt a few times this tournament, are we going to get the surprise package? Are we going to get a team come in with a strat we haven't seen? And if we did, it felt like Eagle Eye might be where they pull that out and really surprise a team. Is it coming paper thin? Is this it? Because I feel like actually this really might be it.
I mean, it's been floated by All Gamers all tournament. They're happy to let this go through, so that has to be scary for BaiSha because I don't think they want to play Mexico because they've been banning the heck out of it unless they're saving it as a pocket pick. I think we're going to see Eagle Eye this time. I really do.
When we do play on these maps, or rather when these teams play on these maps, because if I'm playing on these maps, it's over a bit quicker than these times. But when these teams play on these maps, port takes a while for BaiSha Gaming.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see that. I guess maybe BaiSha has played more rounds of port and definitely a map that can take a bit longer to go for some pushes. You'll note that the average is actually quite even.
Yes.
I expected All Gamers to be way far ahead in that, but it shows that so far, even though All Gamers are really dominant, it's not like they're just running down and just running and gunning and killing you. You know, they're not just winning in 30 seconds or anything. It actually does take a pretty normal amount of time, at least in comparison to BaiSha.
Yeah, that is an interesting stat.
Yeah, I think it's mostly about, you know, their own individual setups, but also just kind of respecting their opponents because they have played a couple teams that like to play a little bit more slowly on some of these maps. So they don't want to go rushing headstrong into them and then potentially get caught off guard. This is a team that comes here that wants to win, that wants to dominate, and you don't achieve domination by just running at them and hoping that you outspray them or, out-aim them. So it's respect being shown and just measured play from All Gamers, which is why they're such a terrifying team.
All Gamers prefer the AK-47 in comparison to BaiSha Gaming. BaiSha Gaming will pick an M4 and run at you with that instead. Not a lot in it.
Just barely.
Yeah.
Well, it's map to map for both of these teams. I mean, you can see that the longer angles that and ranges that Ankara offers is why I think All Gamers leans a little bit more towards the AK. But even then, point blank, like we've seen it on Mexico with ZG and ZY with the AKs, that they are absolutely filthy. They will just pop your head when you come around a corner. So the M4 very popular now, of course, since the balance change. It just takes 2 headshots and it's got a very high rate of fire. It's very powerful, so you've seen a shift in its direction, not over the last couple of years and especially in this tournament.
If Compound turns up, we'll look forward to a sniper battle on that as well. So let's get down to it now. We've talked a lot about All Gamers throughout this tournament as looking, undefeatable. Are any of you bold enough to pick against them in the predictions?
No.
Nope. Right, next.
I thought you were going to. You lied to me.
Matt, who did you vote for?
I never said that I was going to do that.
Sorry, I'm trying to bait you.
I have a pretty strong prediction rate throughout this tournament. I'm not trying to ruin it here in the final stretch.
No. You have a pretty strong talking about your predictions rate
That's
at
true.
this tournament.
That's very true.
No one asked me, otherwise BaiSha all the way, obviously.
This whole tournament.
You're reigning world champions and looking to be the first team to do that twice consecutively. They are All Gamers. Ready on the left of our stage. Terrifying for any team who has to face them, and with some pretty nifty face masks as well. ZY, ZQ, Even, Jouet, Bean, All Gamers!
This is a terrifying team top to bottom. I mean, from the outset, coming into this as the defending champions, they already had this big target over their heads. Everyone wanted to be able to take them down, and no one's been able to achieve it, not even for a map. Celebi have been the closest team to be able to take a single map off of them, and even then it was only an 8-round push, couldn't make it into overtime. So it's looking right now, just based on the level of play that they've shown from us, based on BaiSha getting pushed pretty heavily yesterday, that this could just be a very clean 15-0 map sweep throughout the entire event to become the first ever back-to-back world champions.
What a way to do it utterly flawlessly as well. That could be their route to lifting that trophy. But the team who want to stop them, they wanted to stop them last year as well. That will have hurt them for 12 months. Now it's time for your revenge. BaiSha Gaming! Ready on the other side of our stage with the glorious Crossfire trophy between them. BaiSha Gaming, N9, 577, XQ Lun, Xiao, and Baby.
These guys are quite strong. They did go all the way in their most recent matchup, of course, but this is the next level. This is really the next level. They played against All Gamers a lot in their own region. All Gamers, of course, coming out first in that regard as well. And it's really going to come down to, I think, if they have figured out a way to handle them here today. If, you know, they're one day of rest to kind of figure things out, to study what All Gamers are doing new potentially at this tournament, or maybe devise like a secret strategy for a map that they haven't played on, like Eagle Eye or Mexico or something like that, and really throw a wrench into the spanner, into the works here.
A wrench into the spanner, into the works. All of the tools into all of there to mess things up. ZQ and Xiao, two enormously strong players, but when you line them up, one of them stands out a little more.
Well, ZQ has just been an incredible rifler. Xiao is a sniper for his side. So actually, I think it's pretty interesting that one of the differences where I think BaiSha does have a slight advantage is in their sniper, is in Xiao. I think Bean is really good. He's the right sniper for AG. He's gotten them this far. They've been flawless. But Xiao has shown that he can go toe-to-toe with the likes of Gokun, maybe the best sniper we have in the tournament. So he's going to need to continue to improve, continue to impress. But it's still going to be really difficult when you have four outrageously talented riflers sitting behind Bean on the side of All Gamers.
Yeah, I mean, for Xiao to put up statistics like that, he's played a considerable amount more maps now, you know, compared to ZQ, just given that they had such a close series yesterday versus Imperial. It went all the way to 5. There was tons of rounds played, so to still be able to put up some very solid statistics like that after so much more, so much larger sample size is still damn impressive, and I fully agree with Clinton that Xiao has to be a very big factor in BaiSha's play if they're going to be able to take this win.
Last year, this was your grand final at CFS 2021, and All Gamers, of course, were the champions there. It was a best of 5. The map pool was those 5 maps as well, so it's different this year having the 7. So BaiSha Gaming got off to a strong start with Ankara, but after that, All Gamers became the champions. In the last 2 seasons, though, these teams have played each other, as we'd mentioned, quite a lot of times, and BaiSha Gaming just have that slight recent win record.
Yeah, take a look at Subbase. That might not be the map we play on today, because for some reason, one way or another, All Gamers has not been able to figure out BaiSha on that map. So if I'm All Gamers, I think they'd be comfortable on Eagle Eye or Mexico. Definitely Mexico. They've had that through a bunch of times, and might consider a ban onto Subbase if that's still the way they feel. No surprise that they're very ahead on Ankara as well. And it seems like no team, not even BaiSha, has been able to figure out All Gamers there.
Subbase been picked twice by All Gamers, banned twice by All Gamers during this tournament. BaiSha Gaming, they picked it twice. They picked Compound 5 times. That's all they've picked in this tournament. They've been playing wherever else you want to take them. So, All Gamers and BaiSha Gaming. There's confidence here that this is All Gamers' game to win. Is it going to be very one-sided?
Yeah. I think so. I mean, I honestly think so. I have no reason to not. Just given what we saw from BaiSha yesterday, getting pushed to the brink, nearly getting taken down by Imperial, the form that we've seen from All Gamers this whole way throughout, just easily dispatching every single opponent that has stepped up to try to face them, I have to think that this is going to be one-sided. Maybe there's that chance that BaiSha, just because they have such that strong head-to-head matchup across the last 2 seasons, that because they maybe have some pocket strategies or a map pick that they're going to pull out randomly to try to catch them off guard. Maybe that happens, but until I see it, I have to just fully believe that All Gamers is going to take this, so I'm expecting a 3-0.
LAN All Gamers. They just seem to be here to play when they're on a stage like this. They've been playing their best nonstop. It seems like they're in the moment. They are reveling in this moment. They want to go back-to-back. I mean, BaiSha absolutely can stop them. We know they can. We just saw it there on the statistics. We've seen that they've been able to actually somewhat best the side of All Gamers. But right now, All Gamers is on a streak of just epic proportions.
Valdez, does it happen on this stage behind you?
Yeah, I mean, the predictions definitely told a story of dominance. I think that All Gamers will still be able to win. I'm kind of expecting another 3-1, actually. I think, maybe we get onto sub-base, maybe we get onto compound. And I know that over the last couple of years, All Gamers has been able to figure out BaiSha, one of the only teams that can figure them out on compound. But maybe at this tournament, BaiSha is able to pull that out. And maybe that's enough to push them over the edge. But still, I'm predicting at least 3-1, I would say. I don't think it's going to be a 3-0.
I think every round is going to be truly a battle, and you're going to see what the very best in the world can do on this game we all love. So don't go anywhere. This best of 5 grand final between All Gamers and BaiSha Gaming. It is time. Let this grand final begin. 2 legendary teams, and we've got one of the most legendary casters in Crossfire as well. Kyle ZZXQ is going to take you into this. He's been working with Crossfire for so many years. Kyle, you've got Bench with you. Let's go. Who will be the world champion?
Yeah, really excited to be here, guys, for the grand finals. We've got 2 incredible teams, All Gamers, looking to do something never done before, win 15 maps without a loss in this grand final if they can have a 3-0. But BaiSha, they looked really good yesterday, so I'm expecting this one to be a little bit closer than what people are thinking, Bench.
Going for a back-to-back championship that nobody has ever tried before. They're far from home, and there's no way back home. They have to make things happen. And for now, it's going to be All Gamers versus BaiSha Gaming. The map ban pick's about to start, and you can see that trophy right in the center of this stadium. As you can see, this could be anyone's, and it could be nobody's.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for BaiSha Gaming to show us what they're made of here going into this. They looked really good in their previous matchups, but this is a whole new level of team. All Gamers looking essentially flawless in the group stage, flawless in the bracket stage as well. 6-0 on map score and 12-0 overall. So I think it's got to start here playing maybe some mind games in these banned picks as we go into it.
I mean, at least for domestic leagues, BaiSha Gaming did have an edge of 1 match away from All Gamers, so let's see if that comes into play. For map ban picks, it's about to begin, and as the analyst has mentioned, we might be able to see a couple Eagle Eyes come through as Mexico, a very prominent ban coming up from BaiSha Gaming, and we might be able to see a compound ban come through from All Gamers, but it's actually going to be sub-based. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think it goes back to the regional play between these 2 teams. Sub-base 0 and 8 for All Gamers in the regional play, so maybe that's in the back of their minds. Mexico, though, the staple ban here for BaiSha Gaming. Definitely no surprises here, I would say, in these bans. But the first pick going to be Ankara coming out from All Gamers. They've been pretty strong on it, but surprised to see it so early because this was the only map they lost to BaiSha in the last year's grand final.
I mean, even if they did lose 1 map away, Ankara still being there, one of their best maps coming into this tournament. They have 81% hooping win rate, 50 wins and 12 losses, and this is just some stats that nobody else could replicate.
They really can't. And BaiSha, surprising first pick for them. They're going to go ahead and go for Port. Maybe they've got something new in store for us on this map. They've looked good on it previously, but it's going to be a tough one to go up against All Gamers. Bean specifically, along with ZQ, very strong on this map. But we've seen a lot from Xiao as well on the side of BaiSha, so it could be an interesting duel between those 2 snipers. Black Widow, though, going to be map number 3 here coming out of All Gamers.
I mean, for Port, there is justifications to be made. This is one of the maps that teams prepare some very specific strategies to match their opponents. But Black Widow definitely well served for All Gamers as well, as they have some domestic league stats on that map, and it is juicy. That's going to be compound for map 4, and that justifies Eagle Eye that we've all been waiting for as map number 5. And for compound, it's going to be BaiSha Gaming going for Blacklist as All Gamers has chosen Global Risk. And for Eagle Eye, it's going to be the opposite.
Yeah, very interesting to see actually 4 out of these 5 maps the same as last year's grand final. The only difference being that final map not sub-based this time around. So an interesting adjustment there from these two teams with the new map pool. But looking at this map selection, All Gamers, I think, has a slight advantage coming out of the gate, but there's still some potential for BaiSha to slide in here if they can have a good performance on Compound and Ankara. So we'll see what they can do here, but these teams, they've got to be playing on a whole new level. There's no room for mistakes here going into this one.
You just can't make mistakes at this level of competitive gaming, as you're just one step away from reaching the top, reaching the apex, and All Gamers, they're trying this once again, and BaiSha Gaming, they're definitely going for it, as they did slip off by a slight moment in the last year's CFS Grand Finals. And it looks like the players are getting ready to jump into the battlefield, as it's just one reach away, just one tip away from granting themselves that trophy in the middle of the stadium right here, right now.
All right, it looks like we are ready to go in. It's going to be map number 1, Ankara, to kick it off here, the grand finals. Will All Gamers continue their uncontested reign, or can BaiSha find their way to break through? It's going to be an exciting one, Bench.
I mean, this is the moment that all we've been waiting for, and we're going to kick things off in Ankara, map number 1. All Gamers favorites, but BaiSha Gaming, let's see what they have planned for us. That's going to be a one hell of a ride, so buckle up. So we are going to go right into it. Set number 1. It's the final match. All Gamers versus BaiSha Gaming. Let's get into it.
Here we go. All Gamers going to be on the global risk side to kick us off here in the grand finals. BaiSha on that blacklist side of the map to try and get that early momentum going on the aggression. Already a lot of players over here towards B long to kick it off. It's going to be ZY on the angle here in bridge, looking for that early peak, but he wants to back off here. No challenge made.
No challenge has been made. Just a couple of utilities being thrown out towards the middle, good, just down towards the global risk spawn. I think BaiSha Gaming just knocking down towards B bomb site, wants to probably back out of this one after gathering some information. They were probably expecting some sort of an early aggression coming in from All Gamers, so maybe that was the play mate right there.
Surprising with ZY though, over-peaking a little bit, taking a lot of early damage. He's down to about 10 HP for the remainder of this round. We'll see if he can find his way through, but meanwhile, on the opposite side here, we're going to see BaiSha working their way for early mid-control. 4 players now working their way up the underpass while that one lurk sits outside of the B hotel.
Here comes Bean. He's going to be waiting with open arms, but does he realize it's going to be 4 players from BaiSha Gaming reaching out towards him? 577 up front. They're ready to get into it. N9 peeks out, and it's N9 to take the opening onto Bean. Bomb site being contested right now. It's going to be a single player holding it down. It's going to be even. Even goes down to 577. ZQ and Dre comes in for a rescue, but it's a little too late, as the utilities are going to block the entry, and the bomb gets planted.
All Gamers have to try and find a way in now. 2 versus 5. Zhui and ZQ, they are completely smoked off here. The flanks already coming from N9. He finds one. It's ZQ now left alone in a 1v5 and around. Surely he's not going to be able to find here for his team. He does manage to find one, but that will be it. And BaiSha Gaming come out swinging with a 1-0 start.
Exculun swings out to secure that round. So BaiSha Gaming already off to a really, really nice start, taking a round away from one of the favorite maps by All Gamers.
Yeah, very strong performance from them. N9 especially, the intuition from him is just phenomenal. Knowing when to peak, knowing when to take those fights. He's always in such key positions for his team. And, you know, this is one of the players that has experience winning the grand finals on the side of BaiSha, so I expect a lot from him coming into this match.
And for BaiSha Gaming, after taking that first round, goes down towards middle once again. Some quick aggressions coming through. It's going to be ZY to push out towards B main and takes down Baby to open things all up. But the rest of BaiSha Gaming now stuck down here towards the spawn is going to send Xiao to actually go for a information mission here. Gets spotted out, but he's able to arm down even. How does he even do that? He has to fall back. And ZY takes a bit of damage from that leftover nade thrown from Xiao.
ZY unable to trade, but it's not going to matter. Bean finds one onto XQ Lun, and All Gamers hold on to the advantage here. N9 trying to creep his way up the middle of the map. Xiao still looking for picks underneath that B bomb site, but Bean, he is still lurking in the shadows here on the back of the B bomb site. ZY patient as well, waiting underneath.
And this holding setup in the crossfire might just work out as Xiao actually takes down the kill, and then Knight steps up heavy, takes down Bean, opening up B bomb site completely wide open. The bomb gets planted, and now It's going to be ZQ and Dre once again coming in for the rescue, but this time around it's a little bit better. It's a 2-on-3 with Xiao sitting on pretty low HP. Couple nades still left there. Not really going to do much of a damage here. Dre looking to step out. It looks like the retake is on. It's N9 to find the headshot onto Dre, and it's going to be 5-7-7 to take down ZQ. BaiSha Gaming secures 2 rounds for themselves back-to-back to open things up.
Really great pushes coming out from BaiSha, especially N9 and 5-7-7 in these situations, constantly winning their aim duels and besting AG in these situations. You can see it on the scoreboard as well. So far in 2 rounds, only 3 kills in total for all gamers. Meanwhile, N9 already on 4 himself here. So we'll see if he can continue forward strong for his team. This time, though, BaiSha starting off the round with 5 players grouped up towards that A-long position. Baby, though, looking to go in early and find something for himself.
BaiSha Gaming, after taking that round, is going to play with some patience. This time around, instead of going towards middle, they're going to go towards a bomb site. Although the C4 still being dropped down towards their spawn of Blacklist. Looks like this one is going to be a timer burnt down to the wire. 2-1-2 split coming out from All Gamers, and as you took a look there, a player from All Gamers were scouting out for some information. It's going to be ZY, and the information has been passed down. Smokes out to cover off the angle. And now the C4 being delivered closer to a bomb site just hints to us that the BaiSha Gaming wants to go for that A bomb site setup.
They're ready to go here. It's going to be ZQ and Shui trying to hold this one off. A lot of pre-fire from Shui. He grabs a 2K. ZQ from the top is going to grab another, but Shui, he's already found a third. XQ1 now left alone. 1 versus 5. Things completely shattered now for BaiSha.
And ZQ is going to wrap that up. Taking that wallbang headshot, it's going to be All Gamers. Throwing a counter punch, I would say. 2 rounds onto BaiSha, 1 round to All Gamers. It's going to be 2-1 as All Gamers take the last round into their pockets.
Finally, they get the good response they were looking for. Zhui stepping up again, as we've seen him do throughout this tournament. He's going to have a lot more than that behind him, though, to take down BaiSha, because this is a whole new level of team than what they were up against Celebi. So we'll see what they can do moving forward to try and grab the tie here in round number 4. But BaiSha, they've got their eyes set towards that A-bomb site again.
I mean, that last take was held down by Dre. And because of that, BaiSha Gaming knows exactly where Dre's going to be holding, or at least have a general idea of which angle he's going to be holding. So utilities could be thrown to block off the angles. But for now, 2 players of N9 and Xiao Xiao creeping down towards middle, as middle take was the key point there to take the 2 rounds for themselves. It's going to be Dre swinging out from Benson, taking down 5-7-7 once again. So All Gamers, already off to a good start, takes the man advantage to themselves.
Great from Zhui again. That vent position for him, very, very strong so far in this matchup. But BaiSha, they want to fight up towards mid here. It's going to be 3 underneath, make it 4 now, as Bean will be put to the test once again, playing this off angle just outside of the underpass. He has to be careful, though. ZY coming in for the support. They're going to drop onto him. Bean, though, he's going to find one. He's quickly traded out, but ZY, and he surprised them. He's able to find one, and now AG hold the advantage.
And this time around, ZY was able to find the kill. Bean was all. ZY swings out from the corner, takes the quick headshot to N9, leaves Xiao Xiao all alone. And ZY re-peeks, is not scared at all. Is going to take down Xiao Xiao, and it's going to be All Gamers tying things back up to 2-on-2.
And this is the All Gamers we were hoping to see from the start here. The aggression, the fearlessness, you'll love to see it. Now it's going to be up to BaiSha to try and get a response quickly, because All Gamers stringing rounds together is a very scary thing this early on.
And All Gamers, after losing 2 rounds, just to clarify, they're just warming up, is going to take 2 rounds away in a blink of an eye as well. And this time around, ZY and Bean was able to hold down the B bomb site clean. Not really losing much there. It's going to be another typical setup coming out from All Gamers, and this time around, BaiSha Gaming, after completely being shut off from the underpass push, is looking to burn a timer. Maybe hoping to catch any possible early pushes coming out, just like how ZY is doing right now, but it looks like he's not going to swing out just yet. He's going to play with the clock.
All Gamers extremely patient in this situation. BaiSha, though, ready to force the issue outside of the B bomb site. ZY slides across into the corner here. A great position to try and hold. Will they check it, though? 5-7-7. He's out. He's not going to be ready for it. ZY finds one. The trade quickly there from N9.
I mean, had he hold that fire, had he hold that left mouse button, he might have gotten for a double spray down, triple spray down, but it looks like he's going to be good for a single kill. Still, a kill is a kill, and things are evened out to a 4-on-4 as N9 did end up get the trading kill there. And after doing so, clock being ticked down to a minute, BaiSha Gaming is going to play with patience, although the C4 is going to sit right outside of B main, in closer towards the bomb site. And this pushes all gamers to be impatient. As you can see, 2 players already pushing out towards middle, which is being helped by Xiao. That's going to be a kill, opening things up. And Bean goes down, and that allows Even to retreat back. And once again, Xiao might just be able to catch him out, but it's going to be Even to find the headshot. B bomb site completely open. The bomb is now on the site. Now it's going to get planted. The retake is going to be on. It's going to be a 3-on-3.
Yeah, great read there from Even on the rotation, catching Xiao off guard, and now Zhui, Even, and ZQ. They've got to go for the full retake here. Baby and XQ Lun already in great positions to try and stall this one out. N9 playing a little bit more forward underneath here on the B bomb site, but there's still no time to work with here for all gamers. They've got to move in very quickly. Even working his way now out of hotel, but look, Zhui, he's already on the bomb site, causing some trouble. He's going to go ahead and peek over the top, but it's N9 from underneath to find one. XQ Lun finds another, but ZQ, he's already gotten 2. It's down to the 1v1, but it's not going to matter. Baby comes out on top, and BaiSha find the round.
I mean, had ZQ found the kill at the end of the day, they were able to burn down the bomb timer down to the wire, so it's going to be BaiSha taking the round. But for all gamers, after taking 2 rounds, things are switching back towards in favor of BaiSha Gaming. It's going to be 3-2.
And now it's going to be BaiSha trying to maintain and start to build a lead for themselves that they can feel a little bit more comfortable with. Zhui, though, still playing this vent position over towards the A bomb site, but BaiSha starting these rounds very, very passive, trying to rely on Xiao here to get these opening picks.
I mean, Xiao was good to take those kills. He's already sitting on 4 kills, whereas Bean only sitting on 2, so the sniper's performance, BaiSha Gaming, I would say, is on top for now. You never know. There's still far more rounds and far more maps to go.
BaiSha now starting to favor towards this B bomb site. ZY going to be holding it down by himself so far, just keeping the smokes rolling so nobody can peek him easily. He's going to go ahead and re-smoke this shortly once it clears, and all gamers just doing pretty good work across the map of playing passive and creating a lot of barriers. But Xiao over the top takes down ZY. A nice pick to get this one started for his team.
I mean, this is what BaiSha's been waiting for. Take that opening pick with the AWM onto Xiao, and then with the man advantage, decide to push onto site. And for now, C4 is going to be stuck outside of B main as the clock is ticked down towards the minute mark here. And this might be push coming to shove, as it's going to be Bean holding it down for the B bomb site for all gamers.
A bit risky, though. There's nobody directly on this bomb site for all gamers over towards B. The rest of BaiSha working their way in now. They've got 3 players to take this push, and Bean, he's going to have to come up huge to try and hold this one off, even though takes down the lurk of Baby outside of the A connector. But Bean, can he hold on here? He's going to spot them, but it's not going to matter. He's taken down immediately, but Even on the flank has already found a second. 3v3 now, and it's going to be up to BaiSha to try and hold on here.
Even goes down to XQ Lun as he peeks out once again. The bomb now gets planted down to a 3-on-2. It's going to be ZQ and Dre. Can they clutch this one out? Well, it was very close last time around, so this time they just might be able to pull this one off. Dre pushes out from the smoke, but 577 is quick to spot him out, and then N9 as well sprays down ZQ. It's going to be BaiSha Gaming taking their 4th round. And all gamers, one of their favorite map picks. I don't know how this is going to turn out.
Yeah, right now, BaiSha looking really solid on these post-plant holds. They're not allowing any room for all gamers to get back in there, even with Even picking off their back line and ZY hitting the nice shots. Zhui specifically, he hasn't gotten any kills on retake here, so they're doing a great job of finding him and Bean early, and I think that's been part of the shutdown we're seeing so far.
And this is when the problem arises for all gamers, and if you start losing round after rounds, you build the frustration, and that's when players like Dre or like Bean just play very aggressively, push out vents, push out underpass, and that's when all problems begin. You get picked off when you play aggressive. Well, I mean, you could be lucky, you can take a couple kills, but at the same time, you're risking your whole team as you're on the side of global risk.
Yeah, and on top of that, you've got N9 and Xiao as well, having a really solid performance to open up this half, getting pick after pick for their team and really just opening up these bomb sites to start off the rounds. ZY, though, eager to try and challenge his luck again over towards this B long position. Bean as well, going to be lurking on the backside of the bridge, but he actually thinks better of it, decides to back off here and go towards that B safe angle.
Minute left onto the clock, just about minute 20 seconds. Bomb now rotating down towards middle. Let's see if they're opting out to a mid to B split or a mid to A split, or even pushing down straight towards spawn. Baby is going to join up with the squad as well. And for BaiSha Gaming, it looks like they have opted out to go towards B. Bean is holding it down. He gets spotted out, has to fall back, but he is able to hold down a decent angle to go for the arm shot. There it is. The 577 is quick to trade them back, and ZY holding the off angle is going to find one. He even pushes in as well, ZY2, and that will leave Baby all alone for a 1v4. The C4 down in the worst spot possible. Baby has been spotted out. Joy swings from the side, shoots him down from the window. It's going to be all gamers taking a round back for themselves. It's going to be 4-3.
Yeah, great hold coming out from all gamers. The big question, though, in my mind at this point is, can they get the retakes along with it? When they hold the site, they have no problem once they get the numbers advantage to just hang on here. But right now, they haven't shown us a full retake workout in their favor just yet, so we'll see if they can maybe ramp it up here moving forward.
And that B take being held down. BaiSha Gaming changing their side of view towards the A bomb site. It's going to be just held down as they are expecting some sort of a sneaky push coming out from either Joy or ZQ. Joy not really willing to push out, it's just going to hold down vents. And ZQ as well is going to hold on top of A bomb site. And BaiSha Gaming, what are they planning to do? They're probably looking for a couple setups, set up smokes and set up flashes. But for now, they're definitely going to play with the clock. It's going to be burnt down to a minute 45.
We'll see what Joy can do here on this off angle, waiting patiently just outside of the vents here. ZQ on top of A to support him, but here comes the potential peak. Joy getting a bit antsy here, but BaiSha holding true and slowly easing their way in. But Joy, he's gotten 3 here before. We'll see if he can do it again. Grabs the first, able to fall off, but he's looking for more here. Not going to happen, though. N9 shuts it down, and it's up to the remainder of all gamers to hold on.
Xyolun takes a bunch of damage, is going to be able to go down towards ZY, and Xiao Xiao is going to be able to arm down ZQ to even things up back towards 3-on-3. And now, after that quick aggression, has to fall back, but even pushes out, finds a kill onto Baby, but Xiao lands those arm shots like a madman. That's going to be down to 2-on-2. And 9 sitting on a pretty low HP. Has to play the anchor position with the bomb. And we do see Bean already rotate in towards the bomb site. Does Xiao realize this? Goes for the pistol shots. Bean is good to take him down. It's all down to N9 with 17 HP and a dream. He gets spotted out right away. And that'll be all gamers taking another round.
Yeah, what a great rotation from Bean there, just having the wherewithal to get over to that B bomb site, hide there in the middle of the stacks, and peek out at just the right moment to grab both of those final frags. All gamers tying us up now, keeping things close, and this is a fairly blacklist-sided map, so you've got to think then going into that second half, they're going to have an edge here if they get this final round.
4-on-4 with rest round remaining onto the first half. BaiSha Gaming, they have to take this round if they want to go into the second half, but at least a little bit of winning advantage here. If they give up the 5th round here, all gamers go into the blacklist side, and that's something scary, and that's something you do not want to see on Ankara.
And again, BaiSha favoring towards this mid positioning. 5 players working their way up here. It's going to be 4 underneath, 1 over the top for them. And it's only 2 players holding for all gamers, so it's possible they could find their way in here pretty comfortably if they take down Even first.
Even kind of senses that BaiSha Gaming is coming up towards his way. He's able to flash him out. Another flashbang thrown out. It's going to be Bean to take an arm shot onto 577. Even gets traded out towards N9. Xyolun with a wallbang, though. It's going to be open things up. And ZY and ZQ rotates back in towards the site. The hold is there. The nades do so much damage. ZY has to hold himself towards the boxes tight. And Joy swings out from the backside. Is able to get to hit Xiao Xiao down with a headshot. Double kill for him. And a triple kill coming through. It's going to be Baby going down as well. And there's the bullet for Baby. It's going to be Joy taking the quadra kill. And hey, All Gamers is going to be able to hold it down. It's going to be 5-4, All Gamers.
What a play there, Jouet, the player you have to watch out for on their side of the field here. We'll see if he can keep this kind of momentum up, but he is consistently there when they need a big play, and that is a player that is very scary to try and get that momentum taken away from. Now BaiSha, they've got to find a response here as they go into the harder side of the map on that GR side. They've got to make a statement here if they want to move forward strong.
All gamers successfully defending on that final round there. It goes into second half with the upper hand. And BaiSha Gaming all of a sudden shaking a little bit. There's still a winning chance there. It's a little too early to put the period onto the things, onto the sentence. Let's see what BaiSha Gaming has to show us. But Exculin already down super low. That's 1 HP, I believe.
Yeah, 1 HP on him, and he's the only anchor they have in the middle of this map. So if he goes down, that's all gamers with a nice way in to grab this control. Jouet, pretty eager on this position. He's got a nade in hand. This could finish him off completely. There you have it. The nade takes him down, and they get the 5-on-4.
Exculin, when he saw that from the side of his screen, is going to realize that he was going to go down. But ZY opened things up towards the side. N9 is good for a trade and even. And takes down N9 to open things up towards the A bomb site. It's going to be a 2v4 retake coming through for Baby and Xiao. But this time, it's going to be all gamers on the offense. It's going to be BaiSha Gaming on the defense. So let's see what this retake has got to show us.
Baby trying to sneak his way into a fight here onto Bean. Spots him, catches him off guard, but Jouet, he's here to hold on, but it's still Baby to find one. Baby almost able to find the second here onto Bean, but time is ticking. There's only halftime left on the bomb, and even in Bean close it out. All gamers get another one back-to-back.
Some way, somehow, that retake did not work out as Bean was just holding those boxes, just juggling around Baby, playing him like a baby.
Yeah, I mean, right now, they're not looking too good to start off their GR side. AG was able to just steamroll their way in there towards A, and there wasn't much response here from BaiSha. They have to get a little bit more passive and set up for these trades. They're just over-peaking here, and All Gamers was punishing it. But this time around, Xiao, big kill onto ZY to kick it off.
Nice opening coming out from BaiSha. Xiao was able to catch that kill there. Now, with a 3-2 split, expecting some sort of an A push coming through. They're going to be sending Xiao back towards spawn in hopes of holding down mid by himself. We have Jouet already crossing up very close. And it looks like Xiao is going to be good to take him down for that, punishing for that aggression. And now C4 lingering outside of A main. Looks like 577 is going to hold down Vents from the upper angle. And All Gamers, are they aware of this hold?
BaiSha, they're in perfect position to win this round. They've got a 2-man advantage. They've just got to be a little bit careful here. Don't get overzealous. Don't go for these aggressive plays. Just hold on to the positional advantage they have. ZQ, he's trying to creep his way in here, but 577, he's holding true to this angle, not getting too eager and dropping into those vents early enough to get caught. But AG, they want to take the fight right to him.
Here comes the push. ZQ up front, right behind him is going to be even. 577 jumps down. That's going to be an overswing for him, and ZQ punishes it, and even. It's going to be good to spray down. N9 sight is completely opened up. The retake is coming through. It's going to be a 3-on-3, and this time the retake might be much harder.
Yeah, BaiSha, they've got no room to work with here, even, and Bean holding on to the top of sight. ZQ, though, very low on HP, makes this very winnable for BaiSha if they can crack in quickly. Bean, though, he's already found another. XQ1, good for one. It's not going to matter. It's down to even, and Xiao in the 1v1. Both players spot each other, but Xiao, he's good for 2 and the round, and BaiSha respond nicely.
Xiao doesn't miss those shots. He's able to clutch for his team when it all came down to the wire. 2 kills, 2 huge kills to somewhat bring his team back on track. It's going to be 6-5. Still, All Gamers are on the lead. But maybe that just might have been the momentum killer for All Gamers, as BaiSha some way, somehow clutched it round for themselves.
We'll see what All Gamers can do to try and keep this lead they've created for themselves. But right now, BaiSha is applying pressure quite nicely to try and hold on themselves. N9 going to be playing on the top of this A bomb site. 577 along there with him. But Bean, he is hungry for an opening frag here. The smoke, though, will make that a little bit harder.
Definitely the smokes are going to cover the angles with a couple overnades coming through. Not really going to hit much there. All gamers opting out for another A push is going to be rotating that C4 closer towards the A bomb site. As Joy just peeking out towards middle. He's not afraid to contest mid against Shout. Although last time it was him going down instead of Shout. And for now, just clock being ticked down to minute 30. ZY going towards vents, might be going into an aim goal at 577. Ada is going to do nothing.
Now the clock is ticking. AG, they're ready to make their move. It's 577, good for one, and 9, good for another. But the site still could get compromised here. Even, good for the final frag over the top to find the A control they're looking for. Now it's about the retake for Xiao and Baby, trying to force their way into a slow pinch here as the bomb will get planted.
As for Xiao, he's going to be flanking from all the way from the spawn of Blacklist. Let's see if he has that key positional advantage to take the kill down. It looks like he's going to rotate down towards the middle, towards the spawn of Global Risk, and come up towards the top connector. Even being Jue, 3-man strong is going to hold this one down. Spray coming through. Even's going to find the kill onto Baby. It's all down to Xiao. He swings out, takes the kill, but it's going to be Bean with a clean headshot. That's going to be all gamers taking a round once again. It's going to push them forward to a 7-5.
Yeah, you can see the fearlessness from all gamers on the post plans here. Even if they have even numbers, they just have a nice way of setting up to make it impossible to get back in once they have control of the map. So BaiSha, they're going to have to hold a little bit stronger and make sure there's no initial entries going the way of all gamers if they want to win this one.
I mean, the players that were left to hold onto the site was Even and Joy, both sitting at 11 and 12 kills each. And given it's only round 13, that is definitely a lot of kills, almost making a kill per round. But for now, another just early setups coming out from BaiSha and all gamers. Some Nasex coming through, 577 pushes out, takes the kill, but Jue trays him out. Xqlin pushes out as well. N9 with a double kill, though, is going to shut down Jue and Bean. All down to Even and ZQ. Even going for some pot shots, not really going to hit much. Does he realize ZQ, there's Baby right in front of him, but it looks like he's going to fall back down. And all of a sudden, BaiSha Gaming able to punish all gamers for not being careful.
Even has to carry this round now as well. ZQ very low on HP. Xiao holding the off angle on the lurk. There is no way out of A long right now. Even spots one, not gonna matter. Xiao takes him down. ZQ now left alone, 13 HP. There's almost nothing he can do in this situation to try and recover. Xiao still holding this off angle, is gonna have a chance at him, and he'll get it. BaiSha find a round, and we're still just one round between these two teams.
7-6 as BaiSha Gaming decides to take a round. That's gonna be 1 round difference. And all gamers need 3 more rounds to close this one out. For BaiSha, it's gonna be 4 rounds. Let's see if these two teams have it in them. But this time around, after that A aggression coming out from BaiSha Gaming, all gamers are going to play back from the A bomb site. Looks like they're going to go for the mid control, as the C4 also lingers around towards middle.
Xiao, though, spots them underneath. XQ1 now rotates to the GR spawn to support. The counter flash is coming down. There's no easy way to get through mid. So all gamers, they'll go ahead and back off here, reset their strategy, and look towards A.
And this time around, pushing back towards A. Giving up the mid control, or are they just short of not going towards A and actually continuously contesting for mid? And looks like it. They're going to be switching gears towards the B connector, which connects to the underpass. But Xiao's up front, holding it down. He misses the arm shot, has to toss out the nade, and holds it back. It's going to be ZY to take the kill. And all of a sudden, the B bomb site being completely contested. Baby onto the site, boxes, just juggling around. As he calls for support, N9-ish Xqlin comes in. Baby, good to take a kill down onto ZQ. And now, it's going to be N9 on the hold. Spray down from Xqlin and Baby. But even with a double kill, is going to open things back up. It's down to 2-on-2. Even and Bean versus Baby and 577.
Even completely turned it around here, but can they hold on and grab this site? Baby, the anchor is still alive on the back of it, down to 17 HP. Bean, and even though they've got the bomb, they don't have to full commit just yet, even though still hungry for this kill. He's not gonna find it though. Baby, he's already found himself one, but Bean, he's taking it down to a very winnable 1v2 here. Spots Baby on the back of it, not gonna matter. Baby, the anchor stays alive to the bitter end and gets it done.
That double peek at the finish of that round was that was on point to both players. One player low, one player half HP, I believe, just peeked out at the same time. And there was not much for all gamers to do to deal with that. That's going to be tied down to a 7-7. And for now, we really don't know where this game's going to take us.
Yeah, it's anybody's for the taking now. Baby, he stepped it up. He was 4-11. Now he's 8-11. Just 1 round difference of 4 kills for him there. And now BaiSha, they've got that opportunity to try and close out this first map in their favor. The momentum is definitely on their side. But they've got to be careful. All gamers, again, they are hungry for control of the middle of this map.
Every single round, all gamers were knocking down towards middle, trying to contest for the mid control. As you can see, this map being pretty large, if you gain control towards middle, you can easily rotate down towards A, rotate down towards B, catch off the enemy rotations coming down towards the spawn as well. So, being the Virtuer is going to be middle. And once again, all gamers are going to hold on tight towards the mid control. And they're going to back out from the A bomb site, leaving Bean as the anchor here. The sniper. And the C4 is going to rotate down towards B connector once again, going for that B take. As they failed last round, Shao misses the once again, has to back out of that one. Baby on top of site, jumps out for a couple shots, but not really going to hit. It's going to be Shao actually going down towards even, so all gamers all of a sudden is going to rush aggress all together onto the bomb site. Baby is good for a kill. It looks like he has to hold onto the boxes once again. The nade is not really going to do much damage coming through from ZY as well. Bean has to hold it down, and N9 spots him out from the backside. Hits it from the back, it's going to be Bean going down. ZY is going to get to take down Baby, but 577's nade is going to do tons of damage onto ZY.
XQ1 now on the flank as well. It's going to be up to Jouet and ZQ to try and redeem themselves in this round for their team, but it's not going to matter too much if they're not ready for this push. 2 players now coming on the flank. It's going to be Jouet who goes down right away. ZQ left alone. What can he do here? It's a 1v3. He goes for the peek. The trade's there, and BaiSha take the lead back 8-7.
We did not expect this to come through when all gamers were taking the lead 7-4, but some way, somehow, BaiSha Gaming holds on tight, takes 3 rounds straight consecutively, and is able to now push forward against all gamers. It's going to be 8-7.
Now this is the true test for BaiSha. Can they close out the map, or will all gamers find a way to make it another uncontested one for themselves? It's going to be a tough one, though. Baby, he stepped up here. Everybody on BaiSha trying to get this one done for their team, but all gamers, this is what they do best. Full aggression now set up towards this A bomb site.
1 round away doesn't really matter for all gamers, as they know how to play this game really well, and they're not afraid to lose a round as well. Now the aggression is in. 577 does take the entry frag here, but ZI and ZQ quick to take the kill. Side opened up, XQ1 goes down as well, so ZQ really popping off for his team. It's good for a double kill, and now bumps it completely open. And once again, it's going to be Baby and Shao to go onto the retake. And he does a bit of damage on towards ZQ, sitting at 43 now. Bomb soon to be planted. It's going to get picked up anytime soon. If there is any help towards BaiSha Gaming, it's going to be ZY and ZQ sitting on low HPs. If Baby is able to find a couple bullets on towards these 2 players, the retake is definitely possible to bring it down to 1v1 or 1v2. For now, the bomb has been planted. Now it's towards post-plant. Instead of going towards stairs, it looks like BaiSha Gaming wants to go for that vents and connector approach, as they're holding onto a grenade and a flashbang. Let's see if that nade is good to take a kill. It's going to be Baby jumping out, takes a kill down. Bean for a good trade, but Shao is going to be able to find the shot there. And somehow Shao is going to find that double kill, and it's going to be a retake successful. BaiSha Gaming reaches that 9th round.
They're also the first team to do it so far at CFS as well, bringing it to a map point for the first time. There's a chance all gamers could go down here, but BaiSha, they cannot afford to get comfortable at this point, because all gamers, they know how to deal with pressure better than any team we've seen so far here in this tournament. And now more than ever, they've got to find a way through for BaiSha. They've only got 1 round needed out of the next 2 to secure this first map, and all gamers, they're going to be on the hunt to try and stop that.
Shao and N9 playing out of his mind. It's going to be 14 kills on towards N9, 16 kills onto Shao. And looks like Shao just clutched that last round once again to push themselves in towards the map point. It's going to be 9 rounds for him. 1 more round for BaiSha Gaming is going to be able to take this map away, steal it away from all gamers. But for now, all gamers, they're putting up a fight here. There's 2 more rounds to take this to overtime. And instead of going for a haste setup, looks like the bomb is going to rotate out towards the B main. As 2 players of Jouet and Bean is going to go for the mid control.
Shao, though, looking hungry for the pick underneath. He's had a little bit of trouble from this angle. They've been able to push through onto him a couple of times, but Bean going down below, Corner peeking slowly, Xiao holding on, but here comes ZY around the corner, catches him off guard. A nice way to enter into this site. They catch Baby with his back turn as well. He's gonna be caught in the spawn, doesn't matter, kills Zhui on the flank, but the nade trades it out right away, and now the retake looks good for All Gamers to hold on.
Down to a 3-on-3, keeping the hopes alive to take this to overtime. All Gamers, that was a very swift execution, I would say. Was Baby and Xiao going down in trade kills after trade kills. Retake is on. N9 opens up towards even a clean headshot. Now, 3-on-3 is on. All of a sudden, ZQ on towards the side. Bean's going to be the one to arm down XQLun. All down to N9 and 577. 577 with a good headshot to ZQ. But Bean and ZY puts onto the hold. And it's going to be 8-9 as All Gamers step up their fight.
They've pushed it so close on the side of BaiSha, but 9 may not be enough here against All Gamers to take the map. All Gamers hungry for that overtime. We'll see if they can fight their way to it, because right now they are looking very good going into this final round. The confidence a little bit higher after the round win, and now BaiSha are going to be going for a full push into mid. 3 players underneath pushing out onto Even's position. He is stuck here now in the BL spawn.
This is what you can do if you are sitting on that 9 rounds for yourselves. You have a couple more rounds to risk. This is the push that was coming through from BaiSha Gaming. But for All Gamers, I think BaiSha Gaming shouldn't take this to overtime. They have to win this out right here. Otherwise, All Gamers are going to bounce back and defend themselves from losing the map they have picked. This time around, A connector completely controlled by BaiSha Gaming. It's going to be Baby and XQLun out in the front. I think All Gamers have a general sense of idea as the information has been passed down. XQLun and 577. XQLun especially has to be a little bit more careful here. A misstep will be a bullet to his head. ZY jumping out. XQLun is good to take the kill though. Some way, somehow. That just does it, but it's going to be Zhui popping out, taking down N9, so things are open to back up once again. XQLun down to 2 HP, couldn't do much, but Baby is there to straighten him out for him. It's going to be down to 3-on-3. With C4 lingering outside A main.
The map now on the line for All Gamers if they can't find it, but Bean takes down Baby with a nice quick shot onto A connector. Now 577 and Xiao, they are the last hope to close out this map in regulation for BaiSha. They're split up though, and they have to rely on some solo play to try and bring this one back. 577 about to be contested, but he is all alone in this one.
We've seen 577 with some amazing spray downs, taking triple kills, quadruple kills for himself. But let's see if he's able to pull that off against All Gamers. Timer being ticked down. And so is the temper on 577. He's going to go for that information check. Has to fall back towards the corner. Down to less than half a minute here. The aggression is now on. 577 plays around the map and is able to save himself. Now the retake is on. Xiao is able to just take a headshot to ZQ casually. All right. Second pistol kill. Triple kill onto Xiao with the AWM. It's going to be BaiSha Gaming doing it some way, somehow. That is amazing.
Xiao doing incredible things, closes out the first map in regulation. Just when you think it's going into overtime, BaiSha, they come up 1-0 to start off this series and shattering the undefeated potential that we saw from All Gamers so far. Now, they've seen that the beast can be tamed, but can they do it 2 more times? That's the true test now.
For that last round, we have to give a lot of credit to Xiao. 2 kills onto the pistol and takes out the AWM, shoots down the final player. But as for 577, I think he put the confusion on towards All Gamers as he was juggling around the map, going towards vents, going towards connector, and somehow tricking All Gamers to thinking, oh, he's not on site. Where could he be at?
Yeah, they played a great game of cat and mouse there, but you also have to hand it to Xiao throughout this matchup. Sniper versus sniper, he seemed like the more consistent player all throughout, consistently dominating Bean across the map, getting way more picks for the side of BaiSha, and I think he alone made the major difference here.
The possible upset is now on as BaiSha Gaming takes away the map point. It's going to be Ankara, picked out from All Gamers, one of their best maps in some way. You can see the frustrations coming out from the players' faces towards All Gamers. And now BaiSha Gaming 1 step closer to the trophy in the center there, as readying themselves to go into port. And it's going to be their map pick.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think the crazy thing to note is looking at last year, even though they've won this map, this was the only map that BaiSha won in the Grand Finals in 2021. So the difference, though, this time is it's the first map and not the third map. So they have that early momentum to work with. But looking at the stats here, I think it tells an interesting story as well, because look at how far above some of his teammates Xiao was in this matchup. But on the other side, AG pretty equal across the board.
I would say the scoreboard is pretty even for the map summary, just about 1.00 for everyone else. Joy as well, just lingering around that one zone. Well, it's going to be Xiao as he clutch times after time is going to be sitting at that 1.58. Just about 1,500 damage dealt as well. But we do have to give credit to Exculon, although he's only sitting at 600 damage and 0.64. He was the one to play the anchor position, which is probably the toughest position on Crossfire, as you are going to be the first one to be put onto the test for any blacklist aggressions coming down towards middle.
Yeah, I mean, Baby as well, he was the B anchor on the opposite side of the map, and he actually had the most damage, even though he didn't even have a 1.0 KDR. But if you look at those crucial rounds where he had to just stay alive on B and wait for his team to rotate, he was always one of the last ones alive there and really making that opportunity for his team.
And that damage number close to 2K basically demonstrates that Baby was there to put out some effort, taking down the enemy players to pretty low HP so his team could wipe and scoop it back up. And maybe those kills have been transferred to Xiao, so maybe Xiao's 0.2 should be added onto Baby for a 1 maybe.
And now we're getting ready for map number 2 here. It's going to be up to all gamers to answer back, but honestly, this is quite the start for BaiSha Gaming. The early momentum, huge in a match this crucial for both of these teams, and honestly, very impressive, because it's going to be tough for all gamers to bounce back because they haven't had to deal with a loss so far in this entire tournament.
That could be a crucial factor. I mean, when it comes to mentality, all gamers, they know how to win, but when it comes to taking a loss, can they not suffer from it? Can they lick the wounds and go back into the battlefield? That is going to be a true test being put out for all gamers. Well, it's going to be Port. We're going to be going into map number 2. BaiSha Gaming's pick. They have 9 wins, 9 losses. All gamers have that 10 wins, 5 losses. It's going to be all gamers versus BaiSha Gaming. BaiSha Gaming versus all gamers. Let's head straight into Port. That's going to be map number 2 as BaiSha Gaming stole away that Ankara from all gamers.
All right, you can hear the energy behind us. Map 2 underway here. All gamers looking to try and bounce back into this grand final and tie it up. But BaiSha looking to do the unthinkable here and push this one forward to a 2-0 as the underdog team in this fight. We'll see if they can do just that. Right now, though, it's all gamers starting on that more favorable side of the map, the GR side here. They have a chance to make the early impact, but look at the aggression already. Xiao just swings out, and Bean's already gone.
In the blink of an eye, Bean is down dusted, and 577 pushes in like a madman, sprays out Dre. So all gamers already down 2 players. At least the nade from ZY is going to be landing right on top of 577 for a retake frag here. Now being bomb site is going to be completely contested. Baby swings out, he doesn't care. And ZY goes down, and once again swings out. It's going to be Baby. ZQ goes down. Every single time Baby swings out, it's going to be a player from all gamer down dusted. It's going to be even. Put to a test here, 1v4 clutch. But the bomb now being planted. The timer is against even.
This is such a tough position to be in. 1 versus 4. His team just got completely overwhelmed, and he's going to go down as well. It's a 1-0 start to BaiSha, but I've got to hand it to them. They just came out swinging to kick it off, and all gamers, they were not ready for that.
And like I've mentioned before, coming into these games, the map pick of Port coming from BaiSha Gaming, this could be hinting us that they have prepared that strategic maneuvers, because Port is one of those maps that flanks really work well. But for now, BaiSha Gaming also taking that first round, just like how last map went, is looking to take the second round for themselves. They're going to go for that mid control once again, leaving the C4 towards the spawn. But for all gamers, looks like they are ready to hold on to the aggression coming down towards middle, as they are investing 3 players. It's going to be Ezekiel, ZY, and Jue to hold it down.
BaiSha, though, going for the fight in mid themselves. They're going to send 3 up into the A connector, but there is a player on the other side of it here. AG, they are ready to go and try and pinch this one. Jue playing the off-angle Bean on the top of A, but BaiSha, They've got to be ready here. Zhui catches one. Zhui catches. Ooh, but that'll be it. Baby finally there to trade it out. But Bean, he's stuck on top. ZQ, though, finds himself a great pick. And now it's a 4v2.
And Bean on top of the side is going to be going for the jump peaks. And looks like BaiSha Gaming has to fall back out of that one. At least they did not lose the C4, so that's for their favor. And instead of going for the B rotation, they're going to be looking down towards middle once again. They're playing with the clock, just about a minute left onto it. Shout went for the pot shots towards Bean, not going to hit as well. And looks like the rotation has to happen sooner or later. It looks like they have opted out towards goal, towards the A-bomb side.
Xiao again. He wants to challenge Bean here. He knows he can win this 1v1 duel, but ZQ on the other side of it makes it that much harder. Bean, though, takes down Xiao. It's Baby now left alone, trying to fight his way through. Gets the first, but can he do the unthinkable and find a 1v4? Not this time. All gamers, it's a solid answer, and they tie us up 1-1.
And as you can see, all gamers have taken off their mask. That face mask could have been the inhibitor to the true power all gamers could put out. But things are now tied back to 1-on-1 for the map being port. You need as many rounds as you need for Blacklist side. BaiSha Gaming has to add on to it. Otherwise, it's going to be all gamers just closing out this first half in their favor.
Yeah, all gamers, they're on the more favorable side of the map here, so they're going to be hoping they get this one in their hands because they surely need it, especially being on a 1-0 down situation on the overall map score. BaiSha, though, again, targeting things over towards the A-bomb site. Zhui close by, though, to support Bean. They know he needs a little bit of peel to get out of this situation on the top of A, but Bean, he's still looking for this early peek. 3 players now pushing onto his direction, but he's not going to want to peek that.
And now more nades coming his way. 577 and Baby. And the coalition is going to be able to take down Bean on top of the site with the HE grenades being thrown. Now, with that opening kill, BaiSha Gaming definitely playing patient. They could have rushed in towards the site, but it looks like they're going to play with the time once again. Catch any rotations coming out from all gamers. If they expect a stack, they're just going to rotate out from that and hit the opposite side of the map.
ZQ, though, picked up the arm. Zhui and ZQ holding on here. They're going to grab one apiece. Actually, no, 577 somehow gets the kill there. Even rotates in, not going to matter. BaiSha, they take the site. Even and ZQ fall. And now it's ZY all alone here, and he's completely lit up. Finally will go down to Baby, and BaiSha, they're still going to hold this lead, 2-1.
BaiSha Gaming coming into this final grand match. And they were thinking about, okay, we have to suck it up from the losses from the last one. We have to perform this time around. Even the talent predictions was all pointing towards all gamers, putting BaiSha Gaming on the underdog. And they're here to defy everything and take the wins here.
So far, they're doing just that. It's going to be up to BaiSha to continue forward strong, though. The pressure is going to be this whole thing being a best-of-5. One map going your way is not going to cut it here. They've got to continue this strength forward into a 3-map victory for themselves. But right now, all gamers going fairly aggressive here with the A connector boost. They've got a lot of presence towards the B tunnels as well. BaiSha, on the other hand, playing very reserved this time.
I mean, they're on the lead. Doesn't necessarily mean that they have to go super aggressive. They're going to play reserve to catch onto any aggressive pushes coming out from all gamers. Maybe that's the idea here. With the C4 being dropped down towards middle hints us that they are probably looking for another mid pick and then maybe going towards a connector. But once again, it's going to be Dre holding that connector down.
Here comes the push, though. All 5 players grouped up outside of A long. It's going to be up to Bean to stall this one out and make it happen for his team. He spots them, though. Going to play all the way back. Flashes to try and get the rotation through, but Zhui on the flank. He's already found one. Zhui, he's somehow still alive here. They're trying to hunt him down and will finally catch him. But still, the impact has been made.
I mean, Bean as well on top of side had to book it on his foot as the nades were flying his way, and he doesn't want to eat those potatoes anymore. But after taking the refrag onto Droid, BaiSha Gaming opts to gather around towards the A bomb site once again, but it's Bean actually in a reposition himself. Has a great angle to go for a kill. or 2 if possible. BaiSha Gaming does realize this. Being quick for a kill, takes out the pistol. Can't do much as Xkillin with the wallbang. Even takes the kill onto Baby to even things out once again. Xiao and Xkillin down to a 2v3. All they're hoping for is to go into the site. ZY shuts the hope down as Xiao goes down. It's now all down to Xkillin on top of bomb site with the C4. Cannot go for the plan as 3 players of All Gamers are looking his way.
He tries to get through. It's not going to happen, though. XQ1 shut down. And now we have yet another tie in this one. All Gamers, though, they need to get that momentum going their way here because this is not the side of the map you can afford to lose, especially being down 1 map in this series. All Gamers, they've got to make a statement in this first half.
It looks like they're very close for making this statement here. They were able to put things back to a tie, 2-on-2. But is it going to be All Gamers to take the first lead, or is it going to be BaiSha Gaming to put themselves ahead with 3 rounds into their pockets?
Shui, though, again, playing outside of the A connector. Will they be ready for this position? They're going to go ahead and trade him right away as 577 goes down. It's a 4v4, but they back out here and may decide to go B.
Looks like after that trade, BaiSha Gaming is going to play with the clock once again. They are really good with playing the timer, whereas we've seen teams like Ranking Gaming or Celebi, who also plays with the clock, but at the same time they rush very early on as well. We are yet to see an early rush coming out from BaiSha Gaming just yet. We might be able to see what those come out later on, but for now, BaiSha Gaming is going to run down the clock. It's going to be minute 25 seconds. ZY swings out. Xiao's going to be able to calm down ZQ. ZY goes down to N9 as well, although even finds a nice straight kill. And towards Xkillin. B bomb site is completely open. Baby swings out, but it's going to be even to finish him down. Xiao going for the spray down, almost taking a player down, but it's not going to happen as even swings from the side. But N9 somehow flicks away, even things down to 1-on-1. Down super low, 24 HP on the Dream. It's going to be Bean from All Gamers to take the kill. And All Gamers step forward with 3 rounds. It's going to be 3-2, All Gamers.
What a way to turn it around. You've got to thank even for that one, though. Just dismantling that push 1 player at a time. You could tell BaiSha, they got a little bit greedy as well, trying to force in there and take those 1v1 aim duels against even. They just couldn't win them, though, soon enough. And the 1v1 tilts in favor of All Gamers. Now BaiSha, they've got to answer back. Otherwise, All Gamers, they're going to be up 4-2.
Not much of a room left for BaiSha Gaming. There's only 4 rounds to go for this first half. Losing that last round might have been the momentum killer, but we'll have to see if BaiSha Gaming is able to put out a fight. At least 6 kills on towards Baby.
We'll see what they can do, but right now, Zhui, again, looking towards that aggression on A long. BaiSha setting up a little bit of a trap for him. If he's not careful, he's going to get taken down right away here. Look at the positioning. They are so close to just grabbing him quickly. Finally, they will peek Zhui. He's not ready for it, but still gets a kill anyways. A great way to at least stall, but Bean, he is stuck here on the top of A and dodging those nades left and right again.
He has to dance on his foot to dodge those nades, but Zhui, though, was able to find the frag, even though he was getting bum rushed by 3 players from BaiSha. At least evening things down to 4-4.
And 9 looking for the potential pick here to open up mid. Xiao now sliding in underneath as well. May have a chance to fight ZQ from the long angle, though. It is going to be All Gamers with only 1 player on the backside of this B bomb side. It's going to be up to ZY to hold off this push that is slowly working its way in here.
With less than a minute remaining, BaiSha Gaming is going to think about the B bomb site. Had players going towards B main, but looks like they're going to fall out right from that one. And instead of B, they're opting to rotate down towards the spawn area, towards A bomb site. But a strong hold coming out from All Gamers. It's going to be Bean and even to hold it down. Bean liking his position. Almost getting a kill there, has to back out. The flashbang does put the halt as even and Bean takes a kill each, leaving N9 and Xkillin all alone for the take here.
And 9, though, he is snuck up to the ladder, and they have no idea that he's the last player alive now. 1 versus 4. He's going to have to be pretty crafty here with his timing. Spots 1, able to get 1, get 2, and 9, though. The shutdown comes from ZQ. What almost looked like a disaster there is completely stalled out.
I mean, had there been one more player alive on BaiSha Gaming, the positional advantage from N9 could have been very detrimental for all gamers, as they have nowhere else to look. Well, it's going to be all gamers stepping forward with 4 rounds. Just 3 more rounds to go for the first half, and let's see who has the edge to take these 3 rounds.
Yeah, they're starting to look pretty warmed up on the side of all gamers now. Stepping up their play to a new level. 577 rushes, though, through mid, finds even, but look at ZQ. Gets the collateral spray down. He's still looking for more here. XQ1 finally secures the trade and gets the 3-on-2 advantage for his team. The bomb will get planted here on the B bomb side. It's down to a 2v3 retake for Jouet and Bean.
Going into the post plant, the bomb has been planted. Time is ticking, and it's going to be the approach coming out from the spawn and towards the spawn blacklist as well. It looks like all gamers are going to join up with the force. It's going to be Bean and Jouet acting out together towards the B hall. It's being held down by N9. Does N9 realize a nade is coming his way? He could be done and dusted from here, but it looks like he's going to be surviving with 1 HP. XQLN with a quick spray down is going to take down Jouet. All down to Bean, but N9 pops out from the position that he was hiding onto. Takes the headshot. And it's going to be BaiSha Gaming chasing right up to the neck here. It's going to be 4-on-3.
You gotta love the play from N9 there. He eats the nade. Most players would have just dropped down there, and that's what all gamers really assumed happened, but he just stays there patiently, then peeks out, helps his team secure those trades, and gets a very important round on the board here. Now BaiSha, if they can win this one, it's gonna be all tied up. They're going for Bean and Jouet right away. XQ1 takes down Jouet. Bean left alone, gets traded as XQ1 finds another, but even he's already forcing his way through, but XQ1, he's found a third!
Triple kill from XQLN. He's going to take the aggression on towards A bomb site, completely opening things up. It's all down to ZY and ZQ. We've seen ZQ and ZY clutch multiple times, back-to-backs even as well. But for now, going to post plan, N9 swings out with a kill, swings out, repeaks, takes the headshot. And it's going to be BaiSha Gaming tying things back up to 4-on-4.
What a way to keep swinging from BaiSha to go for this full force lead at the half. Now they have a chance to win the harder side of the map and go into the GR with a ton of confidence that they could get this series 2-0 in their favor already. What a match this has been so far, but all gamers, this is their chance to start to control the pace here. If they can win this 5-4 and get some momentum to take into the second half, this is still a series they can tie up very quickly.
With just the last round remaining onto the first half, as you've mentioned, whoever takes this round gains the key, gains the control of how they want to play this map out. But for now, this round could be anyone's round. BaiSha Gaming putting out a tons of effort, all gamers as well, being very clean in their plays. So this round we just don't know who's going to be able to take it. ZQ is going to hold on to that spot here. As XQLN swings out and somehow finds a nice shot onto even. And all gamers down a player has to rethink about their positions and has to rotate towards the spawn area.
BaiSha now creeping their way up the B tunnels. It's only going to be ZY on the hold, though. If they can take him out, it should be another round here, and a big one along with it. ZY just holding this cross out of the B barn position. Baby, though, ready to go for the challenge. His whole team now behind him, grouping up. But ZQ, he senses trouble. He's slidden over here as well.
It's going to be the hold coming out from ZQ. He's going to spray down N9, and ZY as well as up to 577. But Baby, quick to enter into the site, takes a kill. ZQ with a double kill for himself. He's going to take down Baby, all down to XQLN. What can he do? It's going to be down 2v1, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a player from all gamers coming up and over. And the last round is going to be given away.
And now it's neck and neck here, 5-4 in favor of the GR. That's pretty much a 50-50 on a map like Port, considering it does lean slightly in favor of the defending team here. So BaiSha nowhere near out of the woods just yet. All gamers, if they can get this first round of the half, they can start to build themselves up to a first map for themselves in this series. 577 though, going to run into some trouble. It looks like ZQ may have died there as well. So we'll see what happens here though. 5v4, BaiSha going to try and hold on to the advantage now.
ZQ with a misstep. Well, it's going to be all gamers with the loss. Still going heavy into the round. The C4 is going to be lingering around spawn. BaiSha Gaming, though, with a 2-1-2 split, is willing to just hold it down. And all of a sudden, the clock is being ticked down towards that minute 30 mark, so we're minute 50 onto the clock. And all gamers looking to play with the time. They're expecting an early aggression coming out from BaiSha Gaming, as they're going to hold it down. With ZY posted up front, he might be going into an aim duel with N9, but N9 steps away from it.
And we can see here BaiSha, a nice crossfire set up in the lower B tunnels. They don't have any control of the map just yet for all gamers. We'll see what they can do to try and slide in for a late round execution, but right now they are just trying to find any window of opportunity to make this round their own. Right now though, all gamers going to be sending one player to scout out over towards the A bomb site here. It's going to be Jouet looking outside of A long to try and make something happen. BaiSha though, they are playing extremely reserved in this one, and here comes the late round group up though.
All right, but looks like that ZQ dying out is going to be leading into a rematch here. So we're going to be replaying that round. But the score, I believe, is going to be set for a 5-4.
Yeah, looking at the half so far, it's been a pretty equal back and forth, but you've got to hand it to all gamers in that final round of the half. They really stepped it up. Even though they didn't have the numbers advantage to work with, they found a way to win those rounds, and that's really what this team can do that gives them, I think, an edge on a map like Port. They have that clutch ability in several players, even being one of the keys in this matchup so far, though. And I think if he can keep it up, all gamers have a very good chance of taking this map back.
But that's a little too early to say as well. BaiSha Gaming, they were coming out from Ankara first half as a 5-4, one round away, and then somehow they were able to just take the lawnmower, put it to spin, and take 4 rounds straight through round 13 towards round 16. And this could happen yet once again. As BaiSha Gaming, they have that punch, they have that straight saved onto their left hand, and if that happens, all gamers, they have to be worried.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, XQ Lund for me has been the player who stepped up on this map of Port for the side of BaiSha, looking really good, getting entry after entry for his team. And Xiao, he's kind of on the back burner. He doesn't have to shine in what we saw him do on Ankara. It's not necessarily what they need here. They just need XQ Lund to keep leading these entries and making sure they take these sites the same way.
Yeah, I mean, Xiao was able to clutch out from time to time, but that's what you kind of don't want to happen. Okay, winning rounds through a clutch, that's fine. But if you're making your sniper do that, that means the rest of your teammates have gone down. So, hey, might as well just take the round swiftly rather than putting your sniper to a clutch situation.
Yeah, definitely. And as we return here, switching sides, it's going to be up to all gamers to see what they can do here on the Blacklist side of things now. They've shown us they've got a pretty solid defensive setup on this map, but now BaiSha, we'll see if they can do the same here in defending on that GR side of the map. Xiao going to be playing that A-top sniper position. Meanwhile, he has the support of Baby nearby, but we're going to see a much different start to the second half than we did in the first. All gamers not going for the early aggression, as we saw from BaiSha.
I mean, 2 teams with 2 different playstyles, and let's see who's come up on top here. And for now, all gamers definitely playing with the patience, the virtue. And it's going to be burning down the clock, just looking down towards middle. And as long as they're able to find the frag there. XQLM barely dodging those bullets straight down towards his way. And is going to be able to just fall back and hold down to a decent angle. For now, BaiSha Gaming, they definitely want to take this round to push themselves back to a tight 5-5-5.
Yeah, right now 5-7-7 and N9. You can see them playing a little bit forward in the B tunnels. N9 going for that peek onto B, and they're going to spot him out, but not go for the re-peek just yet. They love going for these early information plays just to figure out where AG is moving around the map. But the 4-man grouping, this is going to spell trouble for N9 and 5-7-7 very soon.
I mean, if they're able to hold this aggression down, this is what they can do just for BaiSha. N9 with a huge kill. Takes down ZY. On top, it's going to be 5-7-7 and Baby with a kill as well. And they both got down to ZQ with a triple kill. And now, the rotation that come through from XQLun. Xiao is going to be holding down towards A bomb site. Does even realize Xiao is going to be lingering onto the bomb site.
Xiao in such a good spot for the rest of this round here, sitting on to the back of the A ladder, though the rest of the team is coming in, but Xiao catches even off guard. That's a huge player to take down, but the bomb is still in the hands of ZQ, who can double back towards B, but little do they know XQ Lun, he is already there and waiting for them.
And once again, Xiao is going to be holding down towards middle. It's going to be good to arm down Bean. It's all going to be on ZQ, and that was very close, as that could have been anyone's kill. ZQ rotating down towards the B-bomb site. XQLin waiting with open arms. Coming in is going to be a bear hug. That's going to be XQLin taking down the kill. And that's going to be...
Yeah, honestly, just the patience play from XQLin. He let his team bait in that shot, and BaiSha, beautiful way to tie this one up, showing us what they can do now on their defensive half. All gamers, though, they had such a good start to that first round. They had the initial picks, but Xiao, he's always that player you got to look out for in the clutch.
I just wanted to finish my sentence, so I was going to say it's going to be BaiSha Gaming taking the round, but ties the tie, and then BaiSha Gaming takes the round there.
And now AG, we'll see if they can stick it out here on the second half, get something going on their blacklist side of things. So far, ZQ, the only one on the board in the second half for the side of all gamers. They're going to be playing very reserved here in round number 2 of the second half, just having Zhui here outside of A along with Even, set up for some counter-aggressive play.
And all gamers, once again, just like their first round coming into the second half, is going to play with the time. C4 is going to be dropped down outside of blacklist spawn. BaiSha Gaming as well is going to be reserving onto some utilities, as they did use a couple smokes and they did use a couple flashbangs, they did use a couple HE grenades, but most of it are still in the hands of the players of BaiSha Gaming.
All gamers still looking for that opening pick. They're slowly now grouping up towards the B tunnels. It's going to be N9 and 577 holding a crossfire inside of it. They're going to have to try and work their way into ZY, though, ready to lead the charge into this trap, and Baby, he's already grouping up for it.
Smart rotation coming in from BaiSha. All gamers now getting ready for the aggression that's been called out. It's going to be Baby going down towards ZY, but N9 with the double kill is going to respond quickly. And the C4 is down deep inside of tunnels. And what could all gamers do? XQLin waiting. Nice little push. The position might just do a couple kills here. He's going to hold on to the trigger onto Even. He fires up now, but he was... Oh, there we go. He was able to secure the kill, but ZQ now realizes where he's going to be up at. But some way, somehow, XQLin steps out heavy. Double kill for him, and 577 is there to finish the kill. And the round go towards BaiSha once again.
BaiSha's defense looking very, very good so far in the second half. There's been no clear way in for all gamers, and BaiSha, the trade potential just so high in this team. They're always there to cover each other's backs, and you see it there in how XQ1 and N9 responded in the round. But XQ1, key positioning under the bridge is ultimately the key to winning that round as well.
Are we witnessing a live upset coming from BaiSha Gaming, or is it just a dream, a summer night's dream, and all gamers taking it all the way back for themselves? But for now, BaiSha Gaming sitting at 6 rounds, 1 round away from tying things back. As we do see that default setup, and BaiSha Gaming has not yet failed with that default. They're not really stacking a site.
Yeah, they've got a great setup here. A little bit more favorable towards the A this time around. They've only got 1 player now on the back of B, but it's N9 who's been a very solid anchor for their team. So he should be good in that position to grab at least 2 if he needs to. The rest of his team, though, working to hold off this mid and A push that could be read quite well. All gamers currently sending 4 towards this positioning, so BaiSha, they've read it nicely.
It's going to be Baby switching positions with Joy. He's going to be the one holding down the connector here. And all gamers are looking, it looks like they're going to be going for an A push, as the C4 is going to rotate in down towards long A. Baby is going to be the only player lingering towards A. Does BaiSha Gaming realize a bunch of players are stacked up here? We do see XQLin kind of lingering towards the spawn, so he could be the first response if Baby goes down.
But now, all gamers, it looks like they may rotate into the B stack here now, as BaiSha has moved their stack, and so will all gamers straight down the middle right into it. XQ1 gets flashed out of position. N9 has to step up here, gets the first. N9 actually has the support to grab the second. 577 gets the 2-piece. XQ1 finally will go down here, but it's a 2v4. BaiSha, they have full control, but even he's swinging back hard, finds 2. Baby able to trade him down, and Bean somehow alive, left in a 1v3, though. There is no time on this clock to work with.
Just about 20 seconds remaining. Bomb plant itself takes about 3 to 4 seconds, so he has to make his move now. Well, he's going to be waited out by 577. That was a quick headshot! And BaiSha Gaming, they're going to step forward once again.
It's incredible to see what this team is doing right now, consistently taking this team to the brink, and all gamers, we're going to see it come out. It looks like attack pause is needed here, and you know what? They have to find a way to stop this, because right now, this is looking like a potential grand final that could swing in favor of BaiSha right now. When it comes push to shove, BaiSha is getting these crucial rounds.
And that makes all the difference coming into these two teams going head-to-head with each other. I mean, for BaiSha Gaming, they have already lost to all gamers in the last year's series, so they must have prepped it hard, never underestimating their opponents. But for all gamers, that underestimation could happen.
Yeah, it seems to be the case, and you can see the frustration a little bit on their faces during the tactical pause. They did not expect to be in this situation. They haven't had any trouble in the tournament so far, but BaiSha is just bringing the heat in this series, and all gamers, they're the team left playing catch-up here, so I'm hoping they're taking this time to maybe think about a more strategic approach. They're used to being that team that can swing wide, they can take the aim duels, but BaiSha has proven in this series they can't do that anymore.
Not a lot of room left for all gamers, as BaiSha Gaming is going to be sitting on that 7th round for themselves. 3 more for BaiSha Gaming to close it out once again. But the tactical timeout, there's only 15 seconds remaining, and all gamers have to sort their plans out now, or otherwise BaiSha Gaming continue to heat on their plans.
Yeah, it's really do or die for all gamers. I'm hoping they can show us something more, because this is the most hyped team going into this grand final. Everyone, you saw it in the picks, thought this team was going to have either a 3-0 or 3-1 victory. And right now, it's just polar opposite performance from the expectation here. All gamers having a lot of struggles, especially on their blacklist side, closing out these necessary rounds. And BaiSha, we've seen just a huge step up in performance from these guys as well. They looked a little bit shaky in their matchup yesterday in the semifinals. They barely made it through that, but maybe that's given them the extra strength here in the grand finals. They overcame that adversity of almost letting it slip against Imperial, and now you can see this very polished team looking good so far here in the grand finals, and well on their way to potentially taking this one in a 2-0 lead, but it's not over yet. All gamers, I'm hoping during this pause time, they're really rethinking their approach here, and that we see something new and fresh coming out of this one.
All gamers, at least this tech pause could be solved anytime soon. And for now, I think there's a sound issue onto these players, and that will be solved pretty soon. But let's talk about how these rounds have went. And all gamers, they're having a little bit of problem to close out the maps. That last map of Ankara being 10-8, and right now it's going to be 7-5 coming to the second map. So all gamers, they're able to finish off the first half in favor for themselves, but it looks like there just isn't enough power to just finish the last push, take that last round, and somehow resolve it.
Yeah, right now all gamers, they're going to have something big coming out of this pause. They haven't had anything really working on their blacklist side too favorably. Meanwhile, we have the guys of BaiSha looking so solid. Each player just stepping up on the individual level. 577 getting tons of entries now. N9 continuing to be there on the support for his team. But XQ1 for me has been the major factor and difference maker so far in this match. This guy is always finding those lurks, always finding a nice way to wrap behind. But we'll see if he can keep that up, because I think XQ1 is actually one of the biggest threats on the server right now.
Xcullen, I mean, we've underestimated the player oftentimes, but he is going to be the one to come to the clutch. In some way, somehow, it's going to be the tech pause being delayed a little bit more, so it's going to be thrown back to us. Hello, guys.
Yeah, I mean, right now, it's really up to all gamers to try and get some momentum for themselves. I almost feel bad for them a little bit, because it's been a bit of a struggle for them, and I don't think they were ready for this. They've shown us, they have the shots to contend with the best of the best, but I think strategically, BaiSha is just besting them right now. You see how they control the map. They're not afraid to go for those early advantages, pushing out, sending XQ1 into lurk early, or even, using a gamble pick with N9 that seems to be working out for them in their favor as well. So I think all gamers, they've got to find a way to adapt quickly to this play style of BaiSha, or this could actually be theirs 3-0.
I mean, these two maps that we've played so far, it's going to be Ankara and just about halfway into port. And just like I've mentioned before, 5-4, 5-4 for all gamers. But somehow, if BaiSha Gaming goes into the second half with a losing round, they somehow bounce back with like 4 rounds straight, 3 rounds straight. And what do you think is the factor that puts BaiSha to the test and somehow they coming out with it with perfect scores?
I think all gamers, even though they're down in this series, they're still playing overly risky. You can see it in the way they take aim duels. It's just more individualized play, and I think they're just so used to that working in their favor that they don't really have a whole lot of other options planned. They just want to take the power to these opponents that they have, and usually it works. But right now, BaiSha, they're counter-stratting, and they have the equal shots to back it, and that's a whole new beast for all gamers to try and take down.
And another factor that I really liked coming out from the BaiSha Gaming is when they cover angles and when they are put to a test for aim duels, there's always a player that backs you up. Whereas in the case of all gamers, like you've mentioned, they go for that just a single player one-on-one duel. Well, not so one-on-one for all gamers anymore because BaiSha Gaming always has that support, always has that backup player to go for the trade or even double peek out to not even lose a player at all. So maybe that confidence, that overconfidence from all gamers is what's putting them into their spot, sitting at 5 rounds only whilst BaiSha Gaming sits on 7.
Yeah, I think, looking at the semifinals, they're going to be thanking themselves on the side of BaiSha that they had such a challenge coming out of Imperial, because I think it helped them resolve a lot of the issues we saw in their matches leading up to that semifinal. But now, let's see if they're ready to close this one out as we hop back into it. It is going to be 7-5. BaiSha 3 rounds away from a 2-0 lead in this grand finals, but all gamers will see if the pause was enough for them to regain their composure and come back with a much stronger team than what we've seen so far.
If BaiSha Gaming is able to take that second map point, that will be a huge upset. Just 3 more maps to go. But for now, this map is not yet finished just yet. And all gamers has the potential to bounce back. The tech pause and the technical pause would have granted them enough time to talk over things. Maybe switch the gears up a little bit.
And now all gamers, they've got to find this round. Otherwise, BaiSha's just 2 out from the victory. And with only 5 on their side, they've got to be feeling a little bit anxious to get one up quickly. BaiSha, though, you can see it in how they're playing. A very similar setup, 1 mid, 1 B, 3 A. The 1 on B has been enough because N9, he's remarkable in these solo hold positions, so they haven't had to rotate anyone too early to try and help him out. All gamers, though, they've got to crack the code on this mid hold. They've had a lot of trouble dealing with XQ1 in this position.
Baby holding down the connector once again. Now, he's in a better position than the last time as Dre is getting ready to swing out. As a player also drops from connector, it looks like it's going to be ZY up on the front. Here comes the push. And Baby does it. He does find the headshot to open things back up, and he's able to fall back without dying. So BaiSha Gaming already with an opening kill. Looks pretty good, but ZQ runs and guns and opens up to Baby, but N9 is there to trade up for a headshot towards Bean. 577 is going to be able to take down Dre, so the aggression is now put to a halt. As Even climbing up the ladder. N9 finds a kill, and Even with a spray down is going to find a double kill somehow. Almost over the triple, but N9 is there to find the headshot, and so BaiSha Gaming is going to be able to take that round for themselves once again.
That was an incredible round, but you have to wonder how Baby was able to fall off after seeing 3 players and not die in that situation. He gets one, he gets out, he waits for the rotation, and it's exactly what we saw on Ankara. This guy somehow just keeps himself alive in all of these high-impact moments, and all gamers are left trying to figure out where he is, and by the time they do, the rest of BaiSha's already there.
I have to ask you this question. Is it that Baby's maneuvers are good, or is it all gamers not being able to secure the kill, which Baby being super upfront is just falling back without dying?
I think it's just Baby playing the way he needs to in these situations because he knows all gamers is hungry to get these kills and they want to hunt him down, and he uses that against them so well because he just starts running away. He's not interested in taking the fight. He's interested in baiting himself for his teammates to frag, and he's consistently done that so well throughout this series so far.
So he's throwing himself out as the sacrificial lamb for all gamers to catch on, and the rest of his teammates just runs in and takes the kills away. Smart plan. Nicely well devised. But for BaiSha Gaming, now they're sitting at 8 rounds and all gamers on 5. 2 more big rounds, and BaiSha Gaming is going to be able to close this one out.
The pressure is on. N9 going to be meeting them in the B tunnels. He's the solo anchor, but he has to be careful. If he's caught too early, it's a free B bomb site for all gamers. So he spots one, decides to go a little bit more passive and maybe get some rotations coming in as well. You can see it, BaiSha throwing the nades out, scouting out this A long. Once that's clear, the rotation starts to come through, and now they have a decent stack of players they can rotate quickly. But look at this, N9 alone. He does manage one, but XQ1, he's already here on the back line, but the nade onto himself, going to make that a little bit more challenging to work with.
And after taking the kill, it's going to be BaiSha Gaming onto the retake. The bomb is going to be planted. And all of a sudden, all gamers strong enough to go into the site, but Xiao with an arm is going to be taking down Bean to open things up to the retake. The bomb timer still ticking down though, so the aggression has to happen. The retake has to happen for BaiSha Gaming. We're going to be seeing 3 players, Xiao, Xkillin, and Baby, running in towards the tons. ZQ and Even's going to be put onto the hold. Even fires up, takes double kill. ZQ as well adds up with. That's going to be 577 left alone. ZQ with a double kill is going to be doing it right for all gamers to bounce back to be 8-6. For all gamers.
That is exactly what they needed. Finally, a good round goes their way on this side of the map, but they have to continue to build off of this because it's not enough to just have Even pop off or ZQ to pop off and win a round. You really need this team to come together as a whole and continue that consistency across the board. Meanwhile, BaiSha, they still only need 2 more rounds to win this one. They've got the 3-man stack, and now they have some extra support closer by on that B bomb site. XQ1 playing a position now where he can rotate in and make sure he's on site before things get too far out of hand. I like this change, and all gamers now, they have to try and build off of it.
And for BaiSha Gaming as well, looks like Baby's not going to be playing up front anymore, and he's going to be pulled back as he is going to be supporting 577 on top of A bomb site. All gamers once again playing with the patience, playing with the timer. As last round worked out pretty well with the timer being ticked down. The timer is now going to be sitting at minute 30. The C4 is going to rotate out towards middle, so that could possibly hint us towards a possible mid to A or mid to B aggression instead of going straight to the site.
Yeah, they have a nice setup change as well. Xiao now moving over towards B instead of playing on the top of A, and instead they have 2 rifles, 577 and Baby playing A top together. A good way to change the pace and keep AG guessing throughout their defensive setup. So this could end up paying off really well for them because now Xiao, he's on this solo hold angle. He has a chance to take the challenge himself, but he has been spotted out, has to fall back. 3 players now trying to rush him down, and they're just going to go ahead and full commit onto the B bomb site. Jue gets caught though, overly aggressive. His teammates leave him there and just get out.
Xiao barely dodging his death is going to be able to jump all the way back as Jue went a little too greedy, wanted to finish off that kill. It was going to be N9 to take him down. Now the aggression is now back down towards the A bombs that the setups are out. The hold from 577 and Baby, the coalition, and they hold it down. N9 from the side is going to find a kill. 577 is going to take a double kill for himself. The hold is looking very strong. It's all down to being 1v3. This Nate might just do justice, but 577 falls back at the right moment. It's all down to being. Xkillin swings out from the side, taking a bunch of HP away, and it's going to be Xiao to do justice, and BaiSha Gaming is going to be sitting at the 9th round for themselves.
You can tell they are ready to answer back for last year's grand final. They're about to potentially take this map. If they can win 1 more of the next 3 rounds, they're on the easier side of the map to do it as well, but they've got to keep the composure all the way to the finish line here if BaiSha Gaming truly want to arise as the champions of this match. Right now, all gamers spreading out early, playing safe, and trying to find that opening pick, but BaiSha, the pressure is on once again.
You're absolutely right, Kyle. For BaiSha Gaming, they have to maintain their composure, they have to maintain their tenacity, and just go with the flow. There's no need to rush anything. They have 3 more rounds to play with. But for all gamers, the pressure now really just kicks in. The nerve also kicks in. They're about to lose their 2nd map point, and this is not looking good for all gamers at all.
Yeah, all gamers. So surprising to see a player like ZY. 0-3 so far in the second half. He's got to have a big performance to really jump right into this match and get the ball rolling for all gamers. Meanwhile, you have players like N9 and 577 getting tons of entries on this second half, and if they can keep it up, this could be the beginning of the end of all gamers' reign on the top. Right now, though, It's only one round needed. BaiSha Gaming playing very careful in this one, aside from Baby, who seems a little bit eager to fight A long.
I mean, Baby coming into this half is only going to be sitting at a single kill, but doesn't really matter because he was playing the anchor position perfectly on point, holding it down for his teammate. Kills don't matter. It's all about the team. It's all about the family, and it's all about the brotherhood. And for now, it's about a minute left onto the clock. All gamers looking down towards B. BaiSha's going to sell the fake down towards A. But the hold is coming strong from Xiao. And 577 adds onto it. Jue goes down, but Bean responds. And it's all down to XQLun to hold it down. And N9 with a great spray down is going to do justice to Bean. And XQLun pops out for himself, finds a headshot to ZQ. All down to even. What more can he do? The bomb is down, stuck on towards B bomb site. 3 players are all from all of BaiSha Gaming is going to hold them down. Even gets sprayed down, and it's going to be BaiSha Gaming taking the second map point for themselves.
2-0 already, and it's in favor of BaiSha Gaming. Not what we expected here, to say the least, but BaiSha, they are stepping up and they are showing us they are not the same team from 2021. They are here, and they are here to win it all for themselves, and now they are just one map away from making that dream a reality. And all gamers, they just look completely shattered at this point, losing their own map pick, losing BaiSha's first map pick as well, and now it's going to be up to them to climb back into this game if they really want to win it.
At least the next map is going to be Black Widow, so all gamers definitely looking to take that one back into their hands. But coming into the stats, BaiSha Gaming has 26 wins and 25 losses. Let's see how that plays out. The players are going to take a short break, as that was one hell of a bloodbath.
It really was. The intensity from these guys on BaiSha. You can tell how much they really want to win this grand final. They've just shown up in a spectacular way on the biggest stage, and now all gamers, you can kind of tell they just didn't expect this kind of performance from BaiSha. They haven't had the response they've been looking for yet, but now they have a chance between maps to really regain their composure, come back strong, and fight their way back into the series. Because if there's any team who could pull off a 3-2 comeback, you've got to believe All Gamers is a team that could do that.
Oh, you cannot rule out All Gamers from making that comeback happen, but let's take a look at the map summary. Look at the stats on BaiSha. Even though the kills may be low on a couple players, 577 and Baby, but the damages are out for them. And look at N9, 2.10, a stat you would not expect from an IGL, but this man just does it outright once again.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give credit to Baby, though, in this situation for setting up a lot of those plays. N9 was just reaping the benefits of Baby playing so well positionally throughout this map, and N9, he just comes up huge with that reward, 2100 plus damage, just making his name known across the server, and rightfully so. This is one of the players on this BaiSha roster that knows what it's like to lift that trophy, and you can tell this guy is ready to do it again.
For the side of All Gamers, ZQ stepped up his fight, but ZY and Jue and Bean seems pretty quiet. At least for Jue, he was putting out the damage. But for Bean and ZY, things are struggling mightily for these two players.
Yeah, they really are, and I'm hoping they can step up going into this next map. I think Black Widow, a great opportunity for someone like Bean to step up to the plate and start making some big plays that we haven't really seen from him yet in this grand final. But Xiao, being a very tough sniper to go head-to-head against throughout this matchup, he's been one of the most consistent players for his team, always there in the clutch. But XQLun as well, I think on the side of BaiSha, is someone they have to figure out how to deal with, because this guy just knows how to slip in and find these interesting picks throughout this match.
When it comes to versus sniper versus sniper, looks like the sniper elite is going to be Xiao on top of Bean. But when it comes to Black Widow, Bean also knows his angles, and he has the possibilities to hit some naughty shots. We've seen it happen on different maps, so let's see if that is going to happen. Let's see if Bean is going to be put to be tested and just succeeds on top of it.
Yeah, on top of that, you know, looking at the duo we always have our eyes on in ZQ and ZY. ZY, to me, has been really quiet as well throughout this matchup. You see it in the stats. You know, ZQ still looking, I would say, close to normally what we would expect from him, but ZY, I think he only had around 700 damage on that previous map, and this is someone you expect to really come out swinging in a lot of these maps.
BaiSha Gaming looked pretty far away from the trophy, but now after taking 2 map points away and just single map to do it. They look very close, just inches away from grasping onto that trophy.
Yeah, this could be potentially the final map going into it. I'd love to see AG come all the way back into it and really put up a good fight, but right now they just don't seem ready for what BaiSha's throwing their way. And this series, you know, towards the end of that last map, it didn't even feel that close. The defensive side from BaiSha was just so dominant that I didn't feel like all gamers even had a fair fight in that second half. They just couldn't find a way to keep up. And if that's the momentum we're going to see from BaiSha, I have a strong feeling at this point this series is theirs.
The upset is very close, but at least this quick break would have granted the players a nice little fresh air and some time to refresh in their minds. So let's see if that is going to help out all gamers to a possible comeback. It's going to be a long and hard one, indeed. But if anyone else could do it, it has to be all gamers.
Yeah, I mean, 12-0 coming into this matchup. They've got the confidence. They know they have the firepower to take down a team like BaiSha. They did it in the regional finals for China as well, so they know what they're up against. But the same could be said for BaiSha. They've seen what it's like to go down time and time again against all gamers, constantly being defeated by them, and maybe they finally gathered the needed information to recover and come back with a win of their own.
But looks like we are ready to jump into Black Widow. It's going to be map number 3, and this could be the decider to send All Gamers home or not. And let's see if All Gamers has it to bounce right back as BaiSha Gaming is on the lead, 2-0.
All right, here we go. It's going to be BaiSha looking for their chance at the championship title here. They are just 1 map away from fighting their way to a huge upset here in the grand finals. All Gamers, the clear front runner, the clear favorite here, but not anymore. This is their backs against the wall. They need 3 maps in a row to redeem themselves in the grand finals. And BaiSha, they're going to come out swinging again here to start this one off. Baby takes down Zhui outside of A Long, and All Gamers, they're going to get out of town.
BaiSha Gaming, you can see the excitement in the hands of Xiao. He was swapping around his weapons, knife and guns. But you shouldn't let the excitement kick in too much, otherwise you're going to be overconfident, and that's when the stupid play happens. They need to hold on to the composure, play very patiently, and then secure the win. And then you can be happy, but ZY just swings out, and somehow this man just taps out X-Killing out from the map. That's going to be 4-on-4. Nobody onto a man advantage here.
And 9 now looking for that trade onto him. He's going to go ahead and sneak underneath. ZY, though, he has no idea this lurk is coming in. N9 checking his corners one by one, but does he know this player is pushed out? Yes, he does. Spots him just in time, and he's going to go right past ZY. This is a huge risk if he goes down, but his team knows the position is compromised as well. Baby holds onto the angle. N9 sneaks in, takes down even Baby, takes down ZY. All Gamers, they don't know what just hit them.
Oh, they are completely clueless what just happened. The sneak from N9 is going to just deliver B bombs clean to them. And, oh no, that's just, I don't even know what's happened there. It's like the information just wasn't delivered there, but it's going to be N9 popping out once again, taking down Bean all for ZQ to go for a 1v4 clutch. N9! This man! He just does it for BaiSha once again, takes the first round, and are we about to see a BaiSha magic happen?
It seems to be the case, and N9 is leading that charge full force here, but what a patient play from him. He sneaks by, doesn't go for that quick kill onto even, goes all the way around behind the players in the B double doors, and just sets up his team in pure perfect form. And now they're going to try and do it again here as they go for the contest over towards A Long. Again, All Gamers can't get a player across. They have to back out, and they're left on the back foot once again.
And ZY, out of the frustration, takes out the AWM, has to back out from the windows because the nades were flying his way. Is going to be taken down close to a half HP here. It's about 42 dealt to him. Rotating out towards the A bomb site. And for BaiSha Gaming, they are definitely playing with composure. They're definitely playing with the time, and they're definitely holding on to the angles. And they know if All Gamers get frustrated, that's their timing to catch onto it and bite and prey.
And now we do see Zhui sneak in underneath them. But are they going to be ready? N9 going for the challenge over the top, but here comes the response. Jouet underneath trying to get sneaky, catches N9 off guard and gets the payback for what happened in the previous round. Now 5-on-4. All gamers shifting their focus over towards A as the bomb starts to go up cat.
The catwalk take is on. ZY with half HP is going to hold it down with the AWM. Quick to land the shot. Bean as well finds one kill, and ZY doubles that down. That's going to be Xiao left to a 1v5 clutch. A tough one as the bomb is also dropped on top of catwalk. ZQ is going to swing out, sprays him down, and all gamers take a round back for themselves.
Yeah, great way to answer back. You gotta love N9 getting taken down early as well, getting that payback outside of the B box room there over towards the water. And now all gamers, they've got to start pushing forward aggressively now. This is when they have to go for that classic map control that we love to see from these guys, the fearlessness to go through and take these challenges. We do see a quick fight over towards A long here, but again, all gamers, they decide to concede it here, but they have no firepower left towards this side of the map now.
BaiSha Gaming played this one out very smart. After taking control of long, is going to back out, realizing that all gamers are not going to invest any players into that side of the map. Well, for now, just a quick 2-3 split coming out from all gamers, and the rest of BaiSha Gaming is going to be looking down towards middle. They have control of the B connector, and in any case, they could just send it right away towards B. They're looking down towards middle doors. Dre gets spotted on top of catwalk. He has to fall back, as he did. Well, no damage being exchanged there. Jouet goes back at it once again, but with waiting arms. It's going to be Xiao taking down the kill. Xiao with a double kill with the AWM. It's going to be down to 4-3 as ZY did find a headshot to N9. And once again, Xiao looking to find another arm shot. He's going to look down towards middle. Even could be spotted out here. He's even really close. It's going to be Bean to take the shot back towards Xiao. It's going to be 3-on-3 with a minute left onto the clock.
Nice shots over the top there from Bean, but now they still have to find their way in on the side of BaiSha. They've got ZQ starting to push up as well, playing that lurk role nicely from underneath the catwalk. Baby in 577 looking for the pick towards mid, going for the full rotation now over towards A long. It's only going to be Bean to try and hold off this push. ZQ playing that delayed angle underneath, but BaiSha, they do have that firepower that could break through here, but they've got to be ready for ZQ underneath.
At least BaiSha Gaming is going to have the control of A-Long that they've gained a while ago. Is going to put that to use. Is going to walk in towards the bomb site as nobody's playing underpass. The bomb site is going to be open cleanly. The bomb plant should be happening anytime soon. And the rest of all gamers now realizing the aggression is on. ZQ with some accurate spray down. The wallbang does hit for half HP. Just couldn't connect it to a kill here. And now the retake is on. The bomb has been planted. Even with a good headshot, it's going to take down Baby, leaving XQLN in 577 to the test. 577 goes down even with another kill for himself. And now it's all down to XQLN, but he jumps down. Bean with a pistol is going to take him down. And all gamers able to defuse the bomb is going to take the round for themselves.
Definitely a solid retake coming out from these guys on all gamers, and that is the way they needed to answer back in this one, because they need every bit of strength they can get to move forward with, because this is a long way back into this match. If they truly want the reverse sweep here, 3-2 in the series, it has to be a confident Black Widow to kick off that start. We'll see if they can do just that here, but right now, the aggression again coming towards this B-long fight. It's going to be even, and ZY looking for that information, but XQ1 just trying to bait them in.
The rounds look a little bit different this time, that all gamers was able to take the second round for themselves. BaiSha Gaming doesn't really care that all gamers have 1 rounds on top of them. They're just going to play with the flow. And the C4 is going to rotate down towards A-Long, as it has not been contested by all gamers. But it's going to be Bean holding from the side of Underpass, as he's going to be placing himself inside the stairs with the AWM. Let's see if the cross is going to happen. He does spot a player, and he goes for the pot shot. Not going to land. It actually langs a player. As 577 punishes him. Baby jumps in. Bean goes down. ZQ goes down. The bomb site is all done, and all gamers all of a sudden looks very shaky. All down to Jouet and ZY. Nate is not going to do his 577 lands shots after shots onto the head. Dre goes down. And it's all down to ZY. He did drop the arm for the A case. Gets spotted out, and N9's headshot's going to do it. So now BaiSha is going to step back and proclaims a round for themselves.
Great way to tie this one up, and now BaiSha, if they can keep this back and forth going, it's going to favor them because all gamers, they have the pressure on them of not winning a single map in this series so far. If it's close, BaiSha, they maintain the advantage here, and they have the chance to close it out in this series. ZY, though, spotted early. The counter flash, though, saves the day, as ZY will get out of there with his life.
Looks like even in ZY just doesn't want to back off just yet. It's going to hold on to the angle and looks down towards the side. N9's going to punish ZY for not backing off. Spray down through the smoke is going to do justice for ZY.
And now with the 5v4, they can go pretty much wherever they want to on this map and not have to worry about more than 2 players on either side of it. We do have still a pretty passive setup from BaiSha, spread out here. Baby holding on to that A-long position. 2 players in mid and 2 players outside of B, even though he's trying to find a way to get that pick to answer back. He's pushing up B-long all by himself here. XQ-Lun no longer holding the position, so there is some good information, at least for all gamers to work with.
But BaiSha Gaming has the timer to themselves. Minute 30 remaining now. We do see ZQ and Jue holding down the bomb site. And now, this time, it being riflers, they might just have a chance to spray down a couple players and hold things down. Here comes the push to shove, and N9 takes down Dre. ZQ returns the favor, but it's going to be N9 stepping up ahead with another double kill for himself. And now Bean rotating in towards window. What more can he do? The bombs is now going to get planted. It looks like Bean doesn't want to swing out just yet until his support arrives.
Even really needs a heroic play at this point. He's got a long way to go as well, working his way slowly up the catwalk. Bean, he's got to stay alive at this point and play the support once Even gets into position to peek here. 577, though, dancing behind the pillars of catwalk is going to make this very difficult to break in. Bean, he has to help open it up now because the time is ticking. 5-7 finds one, and Baby, he finds the other. BaiSha, they're still in control of this match, even into map number 3 now.
We might be witnessing the upset come true. BaiSha Gaming taking the lead once again, 3-2. Even after losing 2 rounds, they kept it. And basically, that put them ahead now as BaiSha Gaming takes 2 rounds back-to-back.
N9 and XQ-Lun already working aggressively over towards B here as well. Even in Jue playing on the back of the box room. N9, though, the entry frag key for his team here. 7 frags already on map number 3. I believe the top fragger from both previous maps as well. This guy is ready to lift that trophy, and you can just see it in the way he is hitting these shots and opening up these bomb sites. Jue, though, playing on the back of B here. Alongside him is going to be Even for the hold, but they're about to run into trouble soon.
Now the C4 rotating in towards B main, being held down by Even and ZQ. Seemingly 2 best players on all gamers. The aggression is now on. Even goes for the spray down, but 577 jumps out the window, takes a kill, but Dre is quick to return. Double kill for himself, and ZQ as well jumps in. Next kill and goes down. Baby's there to trade him out, and Dre stuck in boxes is going to find one more for him. All down to Baby for the clutch. 1v3, but super low HP on towards Dre is going to might not work out for him. 11. 1 bullet will do, but C4 is going to be held down by Baby, so he's going to be able to rotate out from that. Massacre out towards B bomb site.
Baby now left 1 versus 3. All gamers cannot afford to let this one slip. Baby, though, does have a chance in Jue being a little bit low on HP, but ZY and Bean are full force and ready to react here. Jue just playing underneath. He's in that little bait position to try and catch him off guard. Baby, though, good for the first. He now has control of the bomb site, but has to be extremely careful when he goes for this plant. Any false maneuvers here could spell the end of his life in the round. He actually gets it off, gets the shot onto ZY. This is a winnable round now, 1 versus 1. Baby with 2 HP. It's not going to happen, though. Bean stalls this one out and ties it up 3-3.
Had that been a clutch, BaiSha Gaming would have been pushing themselves forward even further away. But for now, all gamers tie things back to a 3-on-3. And we just don't know yet where this is going to take us. What do you say, Kyle, if BaiSha Gaming is able to find their 4th round and go into the second half with 4 rounds or a game, just like how it happened for the last 2 maps?
I think honestly they need 5 to feel safe, but 4 is still going to feel pretty good considering the overall score of this series. 5 rounds, though, should mean the beginning of the end here for all gamers, but this time it's Bean who gets the opening kill. Baby goes down. That's a great way to start this one off for all gamers.
But Xiao, looking to return the favor, is going to hold on to the arm, look down towards Long. And rest of all gamers have actually is not willing to peek out once again. And 9 is going to go for the crouch walk here. ZY could spot him out possibly.
And 9, though, gets spotted by Even first here outside of the B box room. XQ Lun sliding in for support here, but N9 taking some damage there. Has to get out, 22 HP, as he did get shouldered by Bean.
And now, with a man down, let's see what BaiSha has devised to take down the defense. Bean's going to look down towards middle once again. Looks like he didn't spot N9 there. N9 is going to go for the crouch peek. Didn't find the shot onto Bean either. And with the C4 being dropped outside of B main, this hints to us that 577 and Xiao might think about going towards B here.
It looks like they did miss the flash, though, so they're going to have to back out of here. They got flashed after team flashing themselves. Now the time is ticking against them. The C4 still down outside of B long. They've got to pick it up as well. And they may decide to go all the way back towards A after failing that execute out of the box room. And 9 still holding on to the mid position, spots ZY over the top there. Can't find a way to connect a shot just yet. Still, the advantage holds true for all gamers, but time is ticking for BaiSha.
Look at ZY's position. Can he catch the crosser? XQ crosses, N9 crosses as well. So catwalk take is now on. That's going to be held down by ZQ and Bean. Bean has a good angle. Dway finds kill onto N9. Bean has onto it. ZQ with a headshot as well. Now Xiao, the last one alive with the rifle, gets a kill, but ZQ swings out. It's all gamers taking the round for themselves. It's going to be 4 on 3.
Definitely an interesting back and forth between these two teams. All gamers, they are starting to step up here in map number 3. Winning on your GR half, a very good way to get this one moving forward because this does tend to be a blacklist-sided map. So all gamers, if they can do this 5th round, they've got to feel good about it. Right now, it's N9 again who leads the charge for BaiSha, finding one. Baby finds another onto Dway. It's going to be onto Even all alone here to try and stall this push. He finds the first kill, but he needs more than that to hold this off. But the smoke will keep him safe just for now.
N9 and 577 willing to push him, but Even's going to quickly find one kill. A second one for him as well. Somehow Xiao's left all alone for the clutch. Even swings out with the rifle, goes for the spray, but Xiao with the M4, he switched out from the arm. He's going to get the kill, but ZQ is going to swing from the back, and now all gamers take the lead. It's going to be 5 on 3.
And now it's going to be up to BaiSha to really hold on and grab this last round. Otherwise, if it's a 6-3 half, all gamers is going to be looking really good to take this to a 4th map. BaiSha, they still have the wild card that has to step up here right now. It's 0-7 for XQ1, but here comes the push right away. They're just going to go straight into the B bomb site. Even the only one left to try and hold on as ZY goes down. Baby falls in the trade fire, but look at the HP. It's not looking good for BaiSha, but Xiao still gets the pick anyways, but 3 players are down under half HP already.
But the kills didn't happen. Bomb site is now taken. It's all down to ZQ and Bean and Dway. ZQ on top of windows. Doesn't really want to stop the plant here. Is not going to peek out. The bomb is now down. And boys, we're onto a retake situation. ZQ finds the kill onto XQ Lun. And Xiao from the backside is going to hit Dway. It leaves ZQ and Bean for the clutch. Xiao with a double kill. And now that's ZQ put to the test here. 9 swings out for the spray down. ZQ lands it. The spirit continues on. 577 and Xiao down super low. He just might catch a bullet here. 577 does it. And BaiSha Gaming is able to close this one out. It's going to be a 5 on 4.
Really great way to close it out for BaiSha, though. They had no business winning that round, but Xiao steps up big time to make that one happen. 3 crucial kills, and he did them all with just minimal HP working with. And honestly, it just goes to show you how confident this guy is. Even with the low HP, he's taking the risks he needs to get his team back in these fights.
I mean, this could be a gambler's fallacy, but if you think about it, past the maps, 5-4, BaiSha with 4 rounds. And this map again, 5-4. What is this hinting at us?
It's hinting that it could be a 3-0 on the way. BaiSha, if they can do what they've done in the past, they could make it happen. But the concern for me is XQ Lun, 0-8 in the first half, not what we've been seeing from him so far at all.
I mean, the position that XQ Lun was aiming for was the anchor, and just the entry fragger, so you are the first one to go down in cases of an aggression coming through. But this time, it's going to be BaiSha Gaming onto the defense on Global Risk, so let's see if he's able to hold down the aggression instead of breaking through the defense. But Bean, with the AWM showing some performance that he's alive. As compared to the last map, he is sitting on 6 kills now.
Yeah, he stepped up big time here in this map, but it may not be enough if his team can't find their way through. XQ1 and 577 going to be put to the test on the B bomb site. 577 going to be completely flashed. XQ1, though, in a nice position to counter. The counter flashes will be thrown, but ZY, ZQ, and Jouet are ready to try and force this one through. XQ1, though, they haven't checked this angle. 577 distracting perfectly, gets the double, and XQ1, he's able to come in through for the support, and there's no way in now. These players are stuck on the backside of B.
577 single-handedly held it down. Triple kill for him, quadra kill for him. It's all down to Bean. 577, the man, the living legend, is going to hold down the bomb site single-handedly for BaiSha Gaming. And now Bean put to the true test here. He definitely had to perform out. And he definitely has to perform out this one. And he's going to be carefully cracking the angles, checking every corner. He does know that there's a player as he spotted the head there. But it's going to be Baby swinging from the side. And BaiSha Gaming is going to tie things back up 5-5.
What a huge round there, but 577 being the hero for his team that they certainly needed in that one. 4 kills for him, a huge statement to start off the second half on Black Widow, and now they've tied it up. They have a chance now to take the lead as well and move themselves one step closer to that trophy in the middle of the stage here. All Gamers, though, they've got to crank up the heat now because time is running out for them to get back into this.
I will say this. I don't think it was 577 distracting for XQ. It was XQ distracting for 577. And that quadra kill, oh my god, was just the kick in the back. And now Bean spots out N9 pushing out, swinging out a little wide. And now all of a sudden, All Gamers looking to take this round back for themselves. Has a man advantage. The C4 rotate down towards middle. As Xiao is going to peek out towards long. The information is not past that. There, he spots at the head. And now All Gamers with another kill. Bean in middle is going to take down Baby. Does he want one more? As XQLin might swing. Xiao almost getting spotted out here. Goes down, actually. Bean with a triple. Mom, get the camera. It's all down to 577. And XQLin swings out. That gets the kill. But Jouet with a quick to trade with headshot onto his 557. And ZY with a kill as well. And All Gamers take the round for themselves.
A great one coming out from All Gamers. Thanks to Bean there, getting them one by one, dropping them across the map in mid. 3 kills for him to close out the round, and now All Gamers, they can move forward feeling good about themselves in this one. It's not over just yet, but they have the lead on their side now to push forward. BaiSha, though, sending 2 aggressively on to A long. ZQ and ZY very low, but it's not going to matter. Baby and Xiao, they're down and out.
Now it's all down to 577 and N9 to hold the bomb site. N9 with a quick headshot, taps out Bean from the game. And now aggression is back on, but N9 finds another, goes for the triple shot. Not gonna happen as he has to fall back with 1 HP left onto him. Down 2-1-2. XQ comes from underpass, takes down ZQ. This could be tied up once again. Jouet has to step up his game. It's 1 versus the C4 down and all the way back towards the spawn here. I don't know if this one's possible, man. Kyle, guide us through.
Jouet gets the kill onto the low HP N9. But the bomb is still down. It's not going to matter, though, Jouet. The 1 versus 2. All Gamers continue to hold the lead. And now they are very close to pushing us into a map 4 here. 3 rounds away, and they are looking really good on this Blacklist side of the map.
7-5, but All Gamers cannot be relaxed just yet. As the first map of Ankara, they lost from 7-5 as BaiSha Gaming stepped up heavily from that comeback. For now, this time again, All Gamers playing with the patience. And BaiSha Gaming, after sending for a quick early aggression down towards A-Long, not really going to do that once again. Is going to play back, going for that default split 2-1-2. Rather, going for a 2-2-1, as there's going to be 2 players looking down towards middle. Bean not finding a shot this time. And there's going to be a smoke put out to close out the angle.
All Gamers now has 3 players set up towards this B bomb site. The bomb just behind ZY here, holding the angle But here comes the peak. BaiSha sending 3 players to go for control. The counterplay set up from all gamers, and they're going to hit it to perfection here. Zhui with 2, even with 1, and it's a 2v5 already.
I mean, BaiSha Gaming was going for the information play, but all gamers reading that like a book is going to shut them down. And 9 put the test here. He's the solo player holding it down, finds 1 headshot, goes for the spray down connection. Doesn't connect, not just yet. Rest of all gamers are coming in, and 9's good for 2. But at the end, he does go down. And it's all down to Xiao. But if anyone's put to the clutch situation, it's this man with the AWM.
He's going to have to make some magic happen. Otherwise, it's an 8th round for all gamers. Xiao, though, working his way through the window. Spots 1, can't get the shots to land, though. And ZQ brings it to an 8th round for all gamers. 2 away now from a victory, and it would be their first here in the grand finals.
BaiSha Gaming still ahead in points as they are 2 maps away from all gamers. And all gamers can close this one down, close the gap down to a 2-1 if they take this one to their self. Is looking for a quick A setup as they did go out long A. And has the control of it. But Xiao, this time around, is going to be the player lingering on top of A. And if anyone's to win the aim duel down towards long A, it's going to be this man to do it for BaiSha Gaming.
N9 looking for the early kill here, peeking out on the pyramid stack here towards A. Bean and ZQ looking to answer with a swing out onto A long. Bean, he is ready to take this fight onto Xiao. He's been feeling it on this 3rd map of the series. Xiao, though, playing very reserved here. Baby underneath the catwalk as well, waiting for this A push to come through. They've got a 3-man stack for it, but AG, they've got 5 on the way.
Now the aggression should come through, but Xiao has a good idea of where the enemies are possibly coming from, so he's going to look down towards Cat, and so is N9 as well. Flashes are out. ZY quick to tap out Xiao, but N9 responds, finds a kill. Baby from the underpass is going to get a kill, but even drops down and finds a double kill for himself. All down for 577 and XQLun 2v3. 577 steps out from the window, finds a kill, but has to fall back right away.
And now XQ1 works his way up the catwalk, spots Zhui, can't find the kill just yet. The nades come down, taking XQ1 very, very low on HP. The support coming through from 577, but this bomb is ticking away quickly. They've got to move now. There's no time to waste here. Zhui on the off angle, good for 1. Zhui, good for 2. That's going to be the round. All gamers move to map point, and it's 9-5.
9-5, and 1 more round to close this one out in favor of all gamers. They can somewhat step back from the devastating 0-2 score to a 1-2. Still losing, though. And BaiSha Gaming, they need 4 more rounds to take this one to overtime for a chance of winning outright 3-0. And let's see if that's going to be possible as N9 finds a headshot. Quick spray down to Bean. And all of a sudden, mid being completely controlled by BaiSha Gaming on the side of Global Risk.
You love the quick reminder from BaiSha that they can't afford to get too comfortable yet on the side of all gamers. BaiSha, there is still a chance they can take this 3-0 if they send us into overtime, and N9 is one of those key players who could potentially make that happen. Zhui gonna run into some trouble here, but is he ready for N9 in this position? No, he is not. N9 swings out, takes him down, and it's a 5-on-3. 577, though, falls immediately on the B bomb site. XQ1, though, here for the trade, but even he still fights his way in, but he has a lot more to do to break through.
Now down to a 2v3. XQLun, at least with the pistol, was able to take 1 kill. So all gamers are still sitting in a man deficit. It's going to be 2-on-3. C4 trying to enter into site, has to fall back as the flashbangs are being thrown his way. Rest of BaiSha Gaming has rotated in, and there are a couple nades and a couple flashes still in the hands of BaiSha Gaming. Baby runs in, even trades him out, and now they know where even is at. BaiSha Gaming, hungry for blood, is going to go jumping in. Not just yet, but even finds a headshot to N9, making it to a 1v1. Down to Baby. When even sitting on half HP, Baby just needs a couple bullets or a headshot. And now these 2 players going for a head-to-head. Which one's going to win out this one?
Baby has the HP advantage, and he's going to be playing the clock as well. The bomb yet to be planted from Even, and he is very scared to try and make that move. He sneaks, though, into the window position. Is Baby ready for it? He's going to spot him just out of the corner of his eye, and he's down to 13 HP. Baby has to try and hold on here. Spots him over the top, gets the headshot, and BaiSha, they'll live to fight another day here on Black Widow. Still a chance to pull this one off in 3.
3 more rounds to go, and all gamers just need a single round to close this one out. So this could be a tough one coming in for BaiSha Gaming. But that last round gives us the hope that BaiSha Gaming might just be able to do this. We'll have to take a look, but pick Nate being thrown down towards B to hold down any possible early pushes coming out from BaiSha down towards B here.
BaiSha, though, 2 players taking control of A long. Now a third comes along as well, and they could just push through here. Baby, though, sent back to play passive and hold on to the catwalk, but AG, they're still favoring this B bomb site push. All 4 players grouped up just outside of B long here. XQ1, he's spotted on the jump peak as well. They know exactly what he's doing here.
And with the timer ticking down, it's going to be a minute 40 onto the clock, and all gamers looking to rotate out down towards middle. Nobody really covering it besides Baby, who is covering catwalk and middle doors. We'll see what all gamers are up to. They're going to be walking up towards catwalk, and we do see ZY dropping down towards middle. I don't think Baby has spotted that yet. It looks like they're going to be exiting down towards middle doors as well. This could be detrimental for BaiSha Gaming. Baby needs to realize this. And this could be Jue swinging out with ZY taking down Baby and A being completely contested. But BaiSha Gaming need to control A long and Xiao, and 577 that's on the kill count. So it's going to be 4 on 3. Bomb, the gap planted, even got spotted out. But the retake is now on for BaiSha.
BaiSha is not ready to give up this map just yet. N9 now working his way on the flank up the catwalk. Spots 1, has a chance at a second. He won't find it just yet. Jue takes him down. Still a 3v2 in favor of BaiSha. 577 goes swinging onto the site. He's good for a lot of damage, but no kill will follow. Bean, good for the kill onto Xiao, but it doesn't matter. 577 is hunting this final frag, but they've got to hop on the defuse. The flash comes out, but 577, he's got a hold, but he can't. Jue has a chance at the 1v2. It's too late. Oh my goodness, what around their bench, but BaiSha, they get away with it again.
XQ, he does not care. He's going to stick that defuse. As there's the virtue, and there's the saying, pros do not fake. And that will do right for BaiSha, and they are chasing all gamers down. It's going to be 9-7. 2 more rounds for BaiSha to make it to the overtime. But for all gamers, that is going to be heartbreaking.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, they had it in the bag there. They had a chance to send us right away into the next map, and now BaiSha, this is a very real potential overtime situation for them, and they're already up 2 maps to 0. If they take it into OT and win, they're going to be uncontested on maps. They'll take it home, but there's a lot of road left to make that happen. They've got to start it here with these 2 rounds to close out regulation. BaiSha, though, they have full control of A long, the 2 on B, a very classic setup coming out from them in what could be the final round here.
Nobody could talk down XQ here, although he's only sitting on 3 kills. Kills don't matter. When you're on global risk, diffuses matter. And he indeed was able to stick that and take the round when all gamers could have closed it out for a 10-7, 10-6. But BaiSha Gaming steps back for a 9-7. And after that loss, all gamers, I feel like they are lost in a sense, as they're just gathered outside of B main. Whereas in the past rounds, they would usually have a player do like flanks and stuff, but now all gamers look a little lost for sure.
Yeah, they definitely have to be careful here. This could be a chance for BaiSha to jump right back into this one and take it away from them. But this is all gamers' map to win. They've got everything stacked in their favor right now, except the overall series score. But this map should be theirs. AG, though, misses the kill onto Baby, who pushes up through A long. He's not going to full commit. He's going to back off here. They don't want that engagement, but here comes the push towards this B bomb site. XQ1, he doesn't get a kill out of it. He goes down. 577 goes down without a fight as well. It's a 3-on-5. Shui underneath finds 1. Baby and Xiao are now left to retake. 2v4.
Look at ZY's position. He pushes out. It's going to be ZY taking the kill down to Xiao. All down for Baby. Now Baby in a 1v4. It's going to take a huge clutch and huge bravery for him. He's going to go in towards window. The sound might have been given, but nevertheless, he's still going to go for the peak here. ZY waiting with open arms, going to take the round. That's all gamers chasing down. It's going to be 1-2 for map score.
A great way to get back into it for all gamers. You thought there was a chance they could just go down and out going into map 3, but they show us why they are that #1 team from China, coming back swinging in map number 3, and now we've got a real match on our hands, and all gamers, they've got the chance still to become champions at the end of this one. So we'll see if they have what it takes to full swing, reverse sweep, and take this one back 3-2. BaiSha still with the advantage in this series, but all gamers finally starting to come to life and move forward with a lot of confidence now into map number 4.
But I don't think we can complain here, as BaiSha Gaming did end up taking that 2 rounds that they much needed, and those were not easy rounds for both teams. BaiSha Gaming, I mean, for one round it had to be a clutch, and the other round it was just sticking the defuse, and all gamers losing that. I thought that could have killed the momentum, but at the end of the day they were able to keep their composure, and hold things all back together and somehow close out the map number 3.
As we prepare for map number 4, though, all gamers has to be ready to go, because the next maps in the series could ultimately decide their fate here. And you know what? It is going to be a tough one ahead. I mean, Compound, not a good looking map, I would say, for BaiSha compared to All Gamers. I think All Gamers has looked unstoppable on it, but BaiSha, still not a terrible map for them. I think they could win it as well, but All Gamers with the momentum, the confidence higher, they're hitting the shots they need to. I think they have a real chance to take this one to a map 5, and what a map 5 it would be at the very end of it. I mean, Eagle Eye being left in the pool here for these two teams could spell trouble.
I mean, Compound, definitely one of the stronger maps for all gamers, as they have 20 wins, 9 losses on it, but at the same time, BaiSha Gaming, they have steamrolled every team that they run into in this tournament. On Compound, Black Dragons 10-4, Nubis Gaming 10-6, Ranking Gaming 10-5, and Black Dragons again 10-1, big numbers. So let's take a look at the map summary. As all gamers, now things look a lot more even, as most players that were underperforming steps back up on the game. That's going to be Bean on 1.33 and ZY on 0.79. Still, a lot of damage has been put out. It's going to be 1,400 damage is being put out by ZY.
Yeah, and on the other side, you had BaiSha with XQ1 and Shao being the key players on port. They now are the weaker ones on this map, so kind of a night and day difference from these two guys, not really stepping up in the same way we saw in these first 2 maps, so they really need to turn it up a notch to try and close out this series. But I think this is where we're starting to see that pressure of what a grand final truly feels like. All gamers, they know how to adapt, they know how to rise up under the pressure and really make themselves known, and now this is their chance to still win this one back and take that all the way to map number 5, but it's going to be an uphill battle nonetheless.
Xkulun mightily struggling here coming into the 3rd map. It was 0.2 KD for him, just about 580 damage being put out by Xkulun. But nevertheless, it was his team effort to go for the wins here. It was just barely there, as all gamers was able to close it out 10-7. I mean, any missteps would have taken this one to overtime.
Yeah, it really would have. I think these guys on All Gamers, they just, at the right moments, were able to push through on their blacklist side of the map, looking really strong. And, you know, looking at what they've done so far throughout the series, this is the strongest they've looked. And if they keep this up, it's going to be tough for BaiSha to respond, because looking at the next 2 maps, they're kind of wild cards in my mind. They could really go either way. I mean, you have Compound, a map where historically All Gamers has looked a little bit stronger, but throughout the series, BaiSha's looked a little bit stronger. And I think for me, it's going to come down to that head-to-head here. How is Shao going to match up against Bean? We've seen it kind of go back and forth, and it seems to be whoever gets that win in the matchup between the 2 snipers gives their team the nice early momentum in these rounds.
I mean, you're absolutely correct on that one. BaiSha Gaming does look a little bit stronger in Compound, as for All Gamers, that last semifinal match against Solaby, they did end up winning, but it was a close one, 10-8. But for BaiSha, we do see them taking down strong teams like Black Dragons 10-1 on Compound, so that might just be the difference for these teams going head-to-head in Compound.
Yeah, I think the thing that's in my mind is Jouet on this map is a monster from what we've seen in the past, but now we are ready to go. Compound on the way, map number 4, the series that is truly going the distance here. It's all gamers against BaiSha as we hop into it. 2-1 BaiSha trying to close it out on map number 4.
All gamers versus BaiSha Gaming. Let's see if BaiSha is able to just finish it here, or is all gamers going to bring it back to a tie.
All right, starting this one off, it's going to be all gamers defending. That is the side you want to start on in this map. It's the more favorable one by a decent margin. It's just a little bit more comfortable for a lot of these teams to work with. BaiSha, though, an interesting setup to kick this one off. They have 4 players grouped up outside of B long, slowly waiting to see if there will be a push coming through from all gamers, maybe anticipating an early tunnels rush, but there's nothing there just yet. It's just ZY holding this one very passive from an off angle.
Nice little patience coming out from BaiSha. ZY, I think, has spotted the tip of the head or gun here. He's going to hold this one down. He's going to find the shot. Not going to do it, but the pistol is going to do it. Nate does a bunch towards N9 and Baby. And even holding it down at the side of the box. He's just going to hide it. Not going to peek out just yet, but Baby has spotted him. Now he can put to a test here. Baby goes for the spray down. Not really going to hit much. It's going to be even at the end of the day, going down to N9 after taking a kill onto Baby. So bomb site now being contested. ZQ. He can technically hold this down if he's able to find the headshot, but if all 2 players of BaiSha rushes, then it's going to be a hard one to hold down. It's going to be a hard one to hold down.
Yeah, it really is right now. They're very spread out on the defense as well. You've got 1 player mid, 1 A, and 1 B. And that player on B is all alone right now against a very tough fight. Xiao wants to take him down. ZQ stalling nicely, but Shui now as well moves into position to maybe go for the trade here, but there's no forward aggression just yet from BaiSha. Xiao just holding on to this angle, toying with ZQ while his teammates work their way up mid.
That's going to be Troy being spotted out. Almost finding the bullet onto Xiao as well. And now the flashbang is going to push N9 back. And looks like BaiSha Gaming might just think about going towards A bomb site, but N9 could be spotted out here. Jue putting a couple more bullets into him. N9 has to back out. He has to be on fit right away. 30 seconds onto the clock. Jue put to the test, but he's going to be able to find the headshot onto XQLun, opening things back up once again. Now Xiao has to go into the bomb site with a pistol, but ZQ jumping left and right is going to find the kill, and so is the last player going down. That's all gamers finding their first round into Compound.
And this was what I was afraid of. Jouet on this map as a defender is so solid. Already 2 kills on the board in the opening round, holding on to that mid position. You know what happens when he goes A-long as well, getting those 3Ks and 4Ks. They've got to be ready to try and find a way to shut him down because this is such a hard map to try and push your way through.
It's going to be a tough one for BaiSha Gaming if they are going to lose players early on like that. What happened in the first round. But for now, all gamers, they definitely look a little bit more comfortable taking that first round for themselves. Is going to go for that 3-2 split, leaving mid all open, which is kind of interesting to see because on Compound, we've seen a lot of teams go for that mid take, smoking left and right, and then rush based on the information they have. But all gamers, looks like they don't care, and they're going to leave this one all open.
And now ZY has the key position in this round, spots a few players' shoulders here. Will he go for the wide peek? He's going to spot them, but he can't find the shots along with it. XQLun takes him down, and even he is compromised in this position outside of B.
Let's see if BaiSha Gaming is able to utilize this information for a good use. They have a player down towards B bomb site, and they know there's one more posted up close. So maybe BaiSha might think about rotating out, but it's going to be 5-7-7 through the smoke. Is going to find the headshot to even. And B bomb site all of a sudden looks quite empty, except there's a single player. That's going to be ZQ holding it down for all gamers. For BaiSha, Xiao is going to be looking down towards middle as an anchor. Does toss the flashbang, so his position has been compromised. The aggression is now on ZQ. Can he hold it down like he did last time? Let's take a look at it.
ZQ in the key position, but he's still stuck here with no support really close nearby. Bean trying to slide over and catch players coming across, but that smoke is going to make it impossible to help out his teammate on the bomb side here. ZQ, he's good for one. That's it. Bean caught in the smoke as well. Gets taken down eventually. Actually, no, he's still going to be alive here on the back side of it as Jouet is actually the one to fall in his rotation. Bean now left alone in a 1v4. The bomb is planted, but there is no way back in.
BaiSha Gaming Looks like they're going to be selling this one down and locking this round down for themselves to tie things back to 1-1. Bean down to half HP, and Xiao's will do the job. It's tied back to 1-1. So BaiSha Gaming, they're putting up one hell of a fight.
They really are here. It's a great way to answer back. They get one on the board. They keep it close, and that's what you've got to do on this side of the map. They're on the harder side, so if they can keep this to, you know, a 4-4, a 5-4 half, even if it's against them, they're going to be feeling really good going onto their defense, which is really the key half for both of these teams going into this map. Right now, though, we do see again Jue going to his classic spot here, sitting in that room outside of A long. He loves to play this position. We've seen him just capitalize for his team from it, but BaiSha, they seem to know that as well, and they're not going to go into it very easily.
I mean, even the very first round, BaiSha Gaming didn't enter into the room there, and they were just holding outside of pillars. And now, bomb rotating in towards the B connector. They're looking to clear out the angles here as ZY looks down the hallway with an AWM. And with patience, BaiSha Gaming is clearing out angle by angle. And they're going to use that information and rotates out back towards middle. Minute 30 onto the clock, and this is the timing where we might be able to see that mid execution coming through.
The smoke starting to dissipate. BaiSha using their utility over the top to try and work their way in here. But here come the nades to answer back. BaiSha going to lose some damage there off of N9, who takes about half, but still, they do get through here. There's nobody defending the GR spawn. Here comes the push on to B. ZY, he is down and out. Even now the only player to try and hold on, and he has gotten out of that site quickly.
I mean, that quick headshot, quick flick from 577 as ZY misses a shot. Will open up the site as Even and Jue had to fall out of that one as well, but Jue steps back in, takes down Xiao. So it's down to 4-on-4 to C4. The timer's ticking. The retake has to happen, but it looks not too bad for all gamers as they're on 2-2 split. They can hit from 2 different angles. And Nate will do a bit more damage onto 577. Exculon's also jumping and dancing around. Baby with a good kill, but it's answered by Even. N9 with a headshot gets traded out. And Bean and Even with a double kill, each gonna clear out the site. The bomb timer, I think there's enough time. The defuse will happen, and all gamers are gonna step forward with 2 rounds. It's gonna be 2-2-1.
Honestly, a bit of a misplay there coming out from BaiSha. They had the angles, they had the numbers 4v3 on that final push where they should have been able to set up and trade, but instead they got a little bit too hungry to take those aim duels. They overpeaked a bit, and all gamers, they know how to capitalize in that situation, and they just break through perfectly for the retake. Now they're sitting in a nice lead 2-1 here and working their way back into this one and trying to push themselves into a nice early lead here.
All gamers now with a round lead. He's going to play this one out very patiently. 3-2 split coming out once again. And also Troy in his most favorite spot. Behind the boxes, chilling. And for now, BaiSha Gaming is also waiting for the smoke outside of A main to be dissipated. But Troy hits from the boxes. He finds one headshot. Almost connecting the spray down. Is not going to get the second kill. Gets traded out by Exculon. The one we are waiting for to pop back into the game.
Yeah, Jue normally good for at least 2 in that position. He does do some decent damage onto XQ1, but only 1 going to be gained from that hold. Meanwhile, ZQ looking for some information in mid. Bean poking his way around the B tunnels as well. ZY, though, going to be sniping in this round alongside him, so still 2 snipers on the field for all gamers. That could play to their advantage with these long angles to try and cover. Meanwhile, BaiSha just biding their time here. 3 in mid, 1 just outside of B.
I mean, another mid to A rotate, mid to B retake, mid to B take, so to speak. Might just open up the gate for BaiSha here. And C4 is going to rotate down towards connector, and so is Xiao in-house, thinking of falling back. And looks like they made up their mind. BaiSha Gaming gathering outside of B main. That's going to be held down by ZY with the AWM once again. He's been whiffing those shots when it came to a quick aggression. And then N9 once again taps him off from the game. And all of a sudden, the side is completely open. C4 is about to jump into the side for the plant. And BaiSha Gaming executes that take swiftly without any flaw.
BaiSha now on the post plant. They've got the advantage, but this time they've got to hold it. All gamers coming in, all 3 from the same angle. But XQ1 and N9, they're ready. They shut it down. It's all on to ZQ. Baby gets the kill, and BaiSha get one on the board to answer back here. Still, it's going to be all gamers looking pretty solid, but BaiSha, this is their chance to keep it close.
BaiSha's compound game, whoever said that was weak, you're very wrong, man. Their compound is very strong as they even things back down to 2-on-2.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, I think, for all gamers if they keep trading rounds like this. It's a side of the map where you have to find a way to break through and start piecing together a nice run for yourself, because otherwise, if it's a 5-4 half or even a 4-5 half against them, they're going to be in the position where they should probably lose. So they really have to start getting back-to-back rounds here if they want to hold on. But Xue is not quite as effective from this as we've seen in the past. This time, though, he's going to grab 2. He grabs 3. Oh, my goodness, Xue. I'm sorry I called you out there, but that's a beautiful 3K now to respond to it. Looking for the 4th on to Xiao. Can he find it? Not quite, but still, 3, a great hold from him.
He put out that fight there, spraying down 3 players, all headshots as well. At the end of the day, Xiao was there to trade him out, but with 3 players down, BaiSha Gaming all of a sudden seems kind of lost. They're just going to look down towards middle as it's going to be a 4v2. They need to find the opening picks. They have to find the kills to try to even things back down. Even a 3-2 would look better for BaiSha right now.
Yeah, Xiao going to be hunting for that kill, playing in the mid-tower position, just lurking behind this wall, trying to find something, but ZQ, he is ready and waiting for this one. He's going to find the first kill. Baby now left alone. He's going to get the kill, but the trade comes through right away. Even puts AG back on top here, 3-2, and they're still looking good on compound.
I mean, imagine a future where Xue didn't hit that shot, maybe just getting a kill or 2 only, not triple kill. This round could have been BaiSha's once again. As that mid take that was held down, it was only 2 players, but if the rest of BaiSha Gaming rushed in together, that could have been a different story. But that's going to be 3-2 for now, as all gamers did shut out the round thanks to Xue stepping up heavy.
Yeah, now I'm curious to see if they'll actually go back into that room with Xue being a constant threat over in that A-room position. But right now, it's going to be up to them to try and establish an answer back here on the side of BaiSha. But look at this push forward from all gamers. They are all the way pushed up in the B tunnels, and they actually have ZY holding the edge of spawn as well. And there's no way 577 is ready for this. He's taken down. Bean finds another. Baby with the answer, but it's not enough. Even takes down 1. Even takes down another. And now it's down to the 1v4. 577, he's caught alone here. Even gets greedy. Not going to matter. ZQ's there for the trade, and all gamers, the momentum swing has come for them, and they are now eyes set on a map 4 victory.
They have placed themselves in a decent position 4-on-2, as they did take the back-to-back rounds, 2 rounds straight. It's going to be 4-on-2. Well, if BaiSha Gaming can find 1 or 2 more rounds, even trying to pull this one 5-4 in their favor, we still have to see if they are capable of doing so.
Xue, though, again, going into that spot. This time, they may just challenge him here. There's 4 players ready to peek onto this angle. 2 of them will peel off into mid, make it the whole team. BaiSha decides better of it, leaving Xue off in his room all by himself here. But right now, BaiSha, they still have to find a way to break in and grab this round.
BaiSha Gaming playing very patiently is going to look down towards the middle. We might see one of those classic mid takes. They're going to be nading down that corner towards the spawn here. They're going to smoke off the A bomb site connector. This might hint us at a B take once again, as both angles are now closed. Here comes the crossing. Push is about to happen. We do see a player in the backside rotating out. It's going to be ZQ holding it down. And let's see if Even is able to find a couple frags, holding it down.
Even in the key position along with ZQ holding it from the opposite side, but it's actually Xue on the flank who finds 1. ZY finds another, make it a 2K even. He's stuck alone, but finally BaiSha have a way in, but ZY, he's still holding on here, finds himself 3, make it a 4K! AG coming up big time for another massive round.
It's going to be a 5-2 as all gamers step forward with 3 rounds straight back-to-back. And all of a sudden, BaiSha Gaming, they seem to have lost the guidance which way to go. I mean, even that last round, they had the bomb site controlled almost until ZY decides to just crack open everything up in the head for a kill for himself.
And now all gamers, they've got to be feeling really comfortable. A 5-2 lead. They're coming off a map win into this one as well. They can see the tie is very near on the horizon here in BaiSha. They have to start feeling a bit nervous in this situation. They did not expect this kind of all gamers performance on Compound, and right now they are just getting shocked a bit and have to find a way to respond in kind. Right now though, BaiSha grouping up all 5 players in mid again. Maybe they're going to risk it again for that B push.
That didn't happen last time, but this time around, think about Weatherman's here, fool me once, or all that jokes aside. But BaiSha Gaming looking to take that A control. And is going to be sending N9 towards a spawn. This could be a huge flank. All gamers doesn't realize this, and ZQ goes down, and N9 goes for second spray now, but Bean is there to trade him out with the pistol. That is not going to hit. The arm shot almost close to a leg shot as well. Doesn't do much. As now BaiSha is going to fully aggress into the A bomb site. The flashbangs are out. Jue finds a kill on to 577. Double kill for him. And Xiao and Baby responds right away. Double kill for Xiao with the pistol. All of a sudden, it's all down to Even. Even finds one. Down to a 1v1. Baby versus Even. Who's got it? And somehow Even steps out with the headshot. It's going to be 6-2 for all gamers.
What a play there from Even at the end. It looked like for sure BaiSha was going to grab the round, but all gamers, this is where that individual performance shines through. These guys can step up at any moment, and Even just there time and time again, along with Jue at the start of that retake to win this round for all gamers. 6-2 now as we go into the final round of the half. BaiSha, they have to have a massive recovery to take back this map now.
I mean, taking this round will open things definitely up towards BaiSha to go for a tie. But if they lose this one, all gamers are settled. Close this one out. 7-2, the score that you do not want to look. But Xiao has put a bullet into Bean, opening things up. Zika takes down N9. 577 walks into the side, but Jue punishes him for doing so. XQ takes a kill onto ZQ. Now down 3-on-2. As Xiao lands another bullet, takes out the pistol, goes for the duel in the middle. It's all left onto ZY to make the deal. Xiao going for the flick shot's not going to hit that one this time. Bomb didn't get planted. He's going to have to push up with the pistol. He does find the kill onto Xiao. It's down to a 1-on-2. Has the AK in hand. He has plenty of time, but can he find the kills?
ZY going to be lurking underneath the vent here, trying to get the wraparound onto Baby to win this 1v2. The time is ticking, though. He's going to catch him off guard, and misses the backstab, gets the shots anyways. It's down to the 1v1, though. XQ Loon, what a headshot, takes him down, and BaiSha find a third here to close out the half, but it's still a 6-3 lead for all gamers as we switch sides here.
At least the hope still lives on. Better than a 7-2. 6-3 is a score that is probably 1,000 times better than sitting on a 7-2 here. But BaiSha Gaming now goes into Global Risk side. And let's see if that changes anything coming into this second half of the game.
Yeah, right now, BaiSha, they have a chance to still win this one in 4 maps. They're on the more favorable side. They have at least 3 rounds to work with from the first half. Probably not as much as they were hoping to have. But right now, they have a chance to change the pace here and start locking down rounds. Right now, all gamers, though, is going to be going for mid-control for 4 players on their team, Even lurking here over towards A long.
And we also see some little early push on towards BaiSha as well. And it's going to be Xiao out front towards B main. As he's going to be passing down that information down towards his teammates. So it's going to be 2 players down towards A bomb site 3 to make the count correctly. Bean finds an opening up to Baby, so that's going to start things off. But all gamers, after taking the kill, is going to back out of that one, rotate right in towards the connector. But Xiao is holding an angle still. The smoke is going to cover his sight, but he will hold the angle regardless of the smoke.
BaiSha, though, they're a man down in this situation. They've got to find a pick soon. If the push comes through 5v4, it might be enough for all gamers just to take this one on pure strength alone. XQ Lun here going to be playing the off angle, the bait and switch with Xiao on such a crucial point of this map to hold Xiao, though. He's got to connect on these shots. He grabs the first here, but can he hold on for more, even trying to get the trade? They don't know where he is. XQ1 finds another. They're still holding on nicely here. And now the pressure on AG. They're not going to be able to hold their feet to the fire. XQ1 finds a second frag, and he's still pushing for more here. He wants to get it. He finds a third. Bean now left alone, 4v1, and he has nowhere to run. XQ1 good for 4, and BaiSha, they take the round.
XQ1 dances left and right, and this man will confuse the hell out of all gamers. And 4 kills, 3 kills for himself?
Yeah, I mean, 4 on the round from him. What a round.
Some way, somehow, BaiSha Gaming steps back into the game. It's going to be 6-4, 2 rounds away from tying things back up. So, multi-side position advantage as they are now in global risk. Let's see if BaiSha Gaming can step back and close this one out.
Right now, a lot of presence towards mid and A for all gamers. 3 players in mid. And it's going to be even now all alone here towards that A-long position. Does he want to take the fight, though, onto 577's position? I'm not sure he's going to want to do that just yet. The smoke screen down as well. And he'll be able to stall pretty nicely. All gamers, though, playing very reserved here, waiting to see if there's any push coming through from BaiSha. But right now, BaiSha, they've got a very strong passive lockdown, and there's no need for them to push out.
At least for XQ1, good to see the man perform up compared to that last round. He's now sitting on 9 kills, which is top fragging on his team. Gotta take account of that quadra kill at the end, though, as well. But for now, it's gonna be timer ticked down to 1:20 here, as all gamers are gonna be put on that 3-2 split, probably trying to sell a fake down towards A, as we did expect, and we did see BaiSha Gaming rotate out pretty fast. They will leave a player, but they will send a player down towards the bomb site that's being contested. So the fake is now on towards A. 577 steps out wide. It gets spotted out, and it's going to be even taking him down. And the main aggression is now on towards B bomb site. And Xiao has to run after he whiffs that arm shot.
XQ1, though, slides into position to help Xiao hold this one off. Baby and N9 as well. They're going to full stack it. They have no intention of falling for this fake over towards the A bomb site. They know there's at least one player there, but they're not sure what's going on. Even catches Baby off guard, and now the bomb can actually go all the way back towards A. It's completely open, but Shui finds another on the rotation. Xiao and XQ1, now the last 2 alive, make it 1 alive. It's Xiao all alone on the backside of B, and all gamers, they have read this one to perfection.
It's all down to Xiao. As all gamers, they could have aggressed onto B, which is being full stacked. Instead, they know the information that A is completely clear. Rotates out, and now all of a sudden, BaiSha Gaming stuck in a very tough situation to go back into the site. And because rest of all gamers that pushed into the bomb site now has a great spot to hold on to, dies, kills BaiSha Gaming rotators, and that will put all gamers put a 7-4 lead. 3 more rounds to go for all gamers to tie things back up to a 2-2.
What a way it would be to pull this series back. BaiSha was doing so well in the opening 2 maps. On map 3, they let it slip, and now on map 4, all gamers is looking the strongest they have throughout this grand finals so far. BaiSha, they need to find the response here and now. Otherwise, a 5th map very likely between these 2 teams. Bean to start off this round, looking for that crack peek onto Xiao, who's on the backside of A, just playing oh so patiently, but both of these players trying to slide into a little cheeky corner to grab a kill.
And now Kaput utilities are being thrown out towards middle. The smoke will cover for any push temporarily for now. 3-4 players down towards House is going to jump out. Nate might do a bit of damage, actually doesn't do much, as the mid take is now on. N9 at the top of connector is thinking about holding this one down. Bunch of flashes being thrown out. N9 swings out, goes down as Joy and ZY takes a kill as well. That one for ZQ as Baby goes down. 577 returns the favor onto Bean. It's going to be down to a 4-on-2. And Xiao, he goes down. And now it's all down to 577. He does find a kill. It's going to be a 1-on-3. A tough stack. As the bomb is now planted, there's no time left for him. He has to go in sooner or later.
577, there should be no way he gets this one done. He's going to have to just go in guns blazing and hope for the best. Gets the first kill, but the trade is quickly there, and it's an 8-4 lead now for All Gamers, 2 away from a map 5.
2 more rounds, and All Gamers pretty much come back from their loss here after losing the first 2 maps, Ankara and Port. And this time around, let's see what All Gamers are opted out to do. Last time it was a mid take towards B. Maybe we just might be able to see a straight up A bomb site take.
Yeah, right now, BaiSha, they've got to just hold the line here. They're having so much trouble on this side of the map, which is very surprising considering it is the more favorable side, but you can just see the aggression coming out from All Gamers. They're hitting the shots now they weren't able to in these first 2 maps, and they're just making it so difficult for BaiSha to try and hold on here, especially the likes of Even and Shui stepping up big time in this second half so far. We'll see if they can continue forward strong, but they only need 2 more to get this one done and send us all the way to a 5-map series. But BaiSha, they still have a chance here to hold the line and take this one into their hands.
And once again, playing with the patience, the timer ticked down to 1:30. The C4 is actually going to rotate out from A main and is going to be rotating in towards B connector. Baby spots out. He's going to smoke off D connector. Also throws a nade, not going to hit that one though, as it's going to bounce off the ledge. All Gamers. C4 rotates out towards middle, going for some pot shots, not going to hit those as well. And with just a minute left onto the clock, let's see where they're opting out to go towards. We do see 2 players pushing out towards A. And now Xiao has to hold this one down with the help of his teammate 577. With the flashes and nades out, the aggression is now on. Dre runs in. Dre does not go down just yet. Dre finds 1. Xiao as well finds 2 for himself, as Bean is there to spray him down. As Dre finds a double kill for him, so it's down to 3-2. Xkillen spotted out. DQ is quick to find the headshot. And it's all down for Baby to go for that 1v3 clutch.
Right now, the bomb pressure is going to be on him. Has to find 3 players and the defuse here. But the collapse is already coming through. Shui slides underneath. Baby good for the first here. Down to the 1v2 now. But the time is ticking away from him. Baby going to be spotted on the peak from ZQ. He knows what's coming here, but Baby, he can still hit the shots and make this one happen. Here comes the push, though. Baby has to force his way in. There's no time. He's got to go now. But here comes ZQ swinging. Baby, though, he finds a second on to Bean. It's down to the 1v1. What? Baby, he gets the 1v3. It's going to be a 5th round on the board. BaiSha Gaming take it, but Baby, what a play there, Bench.
He clutched that outright. Baby showing what he's got is going to push BaiSha Gaming back for their 5th round. It's going to be 8-5. The dream lives on. And All Gamers, they have to lock this one down. Otherwise, it's going to be done deal for them.
Right now, it's all about BaiSha getting things back into their control here, because 1 round is great, but it's not enough to push themselves all the way back into this map just yet. All Gamers is still only 2 away from taking this series forward into a new map to decide it. So they still have to be very cautious on the side of BaiSha. We do have a 2-man stack here over towards A long. It's going to be N9 and 577 holding on to the A room, but All Gamers doing their classic setup in mid here, going for these early picks and putting the pressure onto Xiao.
BaiSha has to win these rounds, not by the players clutching, but rather just winning with kills after kills. Because right now, you can't rely on individual skill sets. It has to be a team effort if you want to come back from a 3-round differential with just 1 round away from the overtime for All Gamers. It's going to be a tough one, but you have to make it work in that sense. Otherwise, it's going to be... the clutches won't happen at one point in time, and that's when you lose the map.
Yeah, right now, BaiSha playing extremely safe here. They know they need to try and win each and every round here. There is no room for error if they want to win this series 3-1. All Gamers, though, they have some room to work with here. They've got a 3-round lead. They can afford to take more risks at this point in the map, and I think we're going to see just that from them, even poking and prodding outside of A long. But 577 here. He has such a good spot. He's going to grab the first kill. All Gamers now, no room to break in. They're going to go ahead and revert towards this B push and see what they can do. It's going to be XQ1 on the hold, but it's All Gamers who find 1. ZQ finds a second, but XQ Lun, he's still gotten 2 before going down. N9 on the flank, takes down Bean as well. It's all onto ZQ, but he's already planted the bomb here. 1 versus 3 now. He just has to try and hang on.
He's got to hang on, but there's a couple utilities. Now it's all done for BaiSha. 3 players of BaiSha runs in. He spots out the player. ZQ has been spotted out. Now here comes the push. ZQ finds 1 headshot. He needs 2 more to go, but with 24 HP, 1 more he could do. He's almost there for the second kill, but N9 with the pistol will do it. And BaiSha steps back. It's going to be 8-6. And somehow BaiSha keeps this alive.
They've got to, at this point, they know the next map on the horizon is a pretty good one for all gamers. Eagle Eye is the decider. I don't think that's a risk that BaiSha wants to take at this point, but it looks like we are going to have a tack pause coming out from all gamers here. We'll see if this is enough for them to regroup, make sure nothing goes wrong, and then they can close this one and take us to the decider map in this series. But right now, you've got to hand it to all gamers. After those first 2 maps, it looked like they were just going to roll over and fall 3-0 in this series, but now we're seeing the all gamers we wanted to see all along here, and this looks like a team that could really push all the way back in this series and take the reverse sweep now.
Well, we'll have to take a look at the post rounds here as well. Just a minute left after the attack pause. All gamers, after losing 2 rounds straight, they're thinking about just bouncing back. They just need 1 more round and 2 more rounds to do it. But for now, let's see if the attack pause magic is put to work.
They need some magic indeed here because all gamers, they are so close, but still so far from taking this one away. BaiSha, they still have that 1 map advantage to work with, so even if they fall here, it's not over for BaiSha. But for all gamers, this is not the case here. They've got to close this map out. They've got to move forward with confidence into map 5, and they have to try and get it done there because this is just an uphill battle from this point on for them. But right now, they're looking like a team that could make that happen. They just can't afford to get overconfident and start making those mistakes we saw in the first 2 maps come back to haunt them.
I mean, so is for BaiSha. They don't want to take this to the 5th map. Eagle Eye, definitely the favorite, one of the favorite maps by all gamers as well, so I don't think they will want to take the 5th map. If they have a chance to close this one out right here, they will do so. But for now, the tactical timeout has been finished. So we jump back right into the game. It's going to be 8-6 as all gamers looking to close this one out. But BaiSha is on the chase.
BaiSha Gaming, can they do it here? 4 rounds away from taking this one 3-1, but they've got to do it before all gamers gets 2, which makes this very, very difficult. However, they are on the more favorable side of the map here, so they do at least have a slight advantage at the start of these rounds. But as we've seen, all gamers, they know how to dig their way into these sites and get those picks. Jouet here at 17-9, the top fragger by a very large margin in this map between both of these teams. All gamers going to be putting them to the test, though, on this B bomb site. Baby on the off angle, holding it here with XQ Lun. They're about to be in a 2v4 situation to deal with.
Now the push soon to come. ZY steps in with ZQ holding a off angle here. Baby as well holding an off angle. As XQ Lun is going to be the first one to respond in case of an aggression. Here comes the nades. As Baby takes a bit of damage. But they are not just going to fall back yet, as it's going to be all gamers actually falling back with tossing a couple nades. They don't want to step into this one. It looks like they're going to be switching gears down towards a bomb site in the middle, but 577 pushes out and takes the kill onto Bean to open things up. And that's a huge one. BaiSha needs every kill into themselves. They are down 2 rounds for now.
A lot of utility coming out as well from BaiSha and AG. They're going to follow it up and push through to the A-bomb side anyways. Xiao isn't ready for it, misses the shot. N9, though, gets caught off guard. Jouet sneaks underneath, but it's 577 still hanging on to the back of the A-bomb site, even able to sneak around, killing XQ Lun here. But 577 finally goes down as well. Even not going to get in just yet. Xiao holds on and gets out A long. It's a 2v2, but Xiao, he hasn't given up the spot just yet. Baby rotates in for the support, and they are stuck in a corner now. Baby good for 1, good for 2, and BaiSha, they're now 1 away from the tie.
Baby just does it again. This man clutched last time, and this time around he's here to save his teammate Xiao from going down and saving the round for his team. It's going 8-7, and this is no joke. BaiSha Gaming might actually come back and close this one out.
It's crazy to see how far they've swung back into this game, but it's not over just yet. They need 1 to tie, 3 in a row to win it in regulation. Otherwise, overtime could be the fate of this match as well. But right now, BaiSha, they've got that confidence starting to string rounds together on their defensive side of the map. And AG, they've got to find an answer because it is getting really risky now for them in this position. As we see it, though, all gamers grouping up again, 4 towards B long at the beginning of the round and being alone outside of A long.
And this is a problem for all gamers. They have used their tag pause, and if BaiSha Gaming goes on that momentum ride, there's nothing to stop them besides winning a round. And for now, all gamers, they're doing the tactical output of just knocking on towards B, bomb site, rotate back out towards middle. And this time, BaiSha Gaming not having 3 players on A bomb site. This could be the difference here for all gamers to probably win a round if they do end up pushing down towards A.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. There's no A long presence as well. Xiao now moving into position to go ahead and pop back and forth between the off angle here on A long, but it's still going to be a tough fight for him going into this. It's going to be a 1v3 for his positioning. He's going to have to fall back and be careful here if he misses the first shot. Counter flash comes through. Ooh. He gets shot through the box, though. Even takes him down right away.
That's going to be Xiao going down, and that does open up the gate for all gamers to possibly crack through. We're going to see 3 players down towards middle, as Xkillin has to back out right away, and so is N9. Let's see where all gamers are willing to go. They're going to be flashing themselves out towards middle, and it looks like they have taken the handle towards the B bomb site way of things. It's going to be held down by a single player, and that's going to be Baby. We've seen Baby do it time after time, but it's going to be N9. But the test is going to be sprayed down from back in the front and gets hit at the end of the day. Now down towards A bomb site. We still have Xkillin hiding, gets spotted out by Even. It's all down to Baby for a 1v5, but it's going to be ZY finding the headshot. And now all gamers onto the map point. It's going to be 9 rounds for them. But BaiSha still has 1 more round to go if they were to lose.
It's going to be tough, but BaiSha, they could still send this into overtime with 2 solid rounds back-to-back if they can make it happen. All gamers, though, looking really solid to try and close out this map, but BaiSha, it's time for a bit of risk from them. They send 2 players out into mid, N9 and Xiao, hungry for a kill, but ZY's the first to find it. ZY, though, will be traded down as N9 gets the answer right back to make this one a 4-on-4.
And losing Xiao early on, I don't know if that's going to be a key point here for all gamers to close this one out. As ZY, one of the top players of all gamers, goes down as well before this map. He's only going to be sitting on 13 kills and 13 deaths, but nonetheless, down to a 4-on-4 as N9 was able to find a refrag. We're going to be looking at a classic just 2 to split coming out from BaiSha as all gamers, they are gathering just outside of A main. With Jue just lingering down towards middle, see if he can find any picks. But as BaiSha Gaming playing pretty reserved here, besides N9, nobody's really going to be caught off in these angles.
577 holding A long as well. All gamers are ready to put him to the test. He has to come up big time if BaiSha want to save themselves on this map. He's jump spotting on the off angle, but he's about to run into some trouble here. All 4 players of AG about to challenge onto his position, and he has to get out of there and hope the pick doesn't come through to all gamers before getting out. He's spotted, gets away just in time, but now the hunt is on. 4-on-4 as they come towards A.
There's still a couple of utilities to be thrown here. Baby is going to come for some help, but 577 gets traded out as he takes down Dre, Even with a good kill as well. Baby on top. He's going to find the headshot to ZQ. Now Even realizing what he has done has to hold out the pistol, but Baby steps up huge for the triple kill, and somehow BaiSha Gaming is going to keep that hope alive.
What around there from Baby, doing it yet again and keeping his team in the fight here on map number 4. Now they've got a chance to send us into overtime and potentially take this one back after all. It's been a remarkable turnaround from them here in the second half to see, but it still has to happen for them in this round if they want to keep this map alive. All gamers, they are trying so hard to push this to a map 5 series, but BaiSha Gaming, this is their chance to take it to OT and close it in 4.
I mean, that was a huge round for BaiSha, and this might be the momentum built up for BaiSha to take this one to overtime and then continue the momentum on to close this one out. But for all gamers and BaiSha, this is the round that they have to put everything that they have gotten into this one.
This could ultimately decide the fate of the grand finals right here and now. BaiSha, we'll see what they can do in their last stand on the GR side in regulation. All gamers, though, sneaking their way up towards the B tunnels. Baby in that key spot to try and shut them down here. Gonna go ahead and back off and play the support with XQ Lun, setting up a nice cross here on the tunnel position.
Playing with the time, all gamers gathered outside of B has been spotted out. Baby just falls back. Just a couple seconds before his death. Still have XQ Lun holding onto the angle as well. Baby's gonna switch back and forth between these windows. A bunch of damage not being put out just yet. More utilities coming thrown his way as well. Smoke is going to dissipate soon, so all gamers disengage from the B-bomb site.
Time is ticking, though. Less than a minute to make their move. XQ Lun in the keep position over here towards B. He's got a 3-man stack along with him, but the rotations are coming through towards mid and A, and there's only 2 players in sight to defend. It's going to be Xiao and 577 trying to hold this angle, but 577 moves into a really forward position to try and push this one off. Here come the rotations, though, from BaiSha Gaming. They send XQ Lun and Baby over to help defend here, but Baby, he's going to be left alone here behind this smoke, but the push is already coming through. All gamers pushing them to their limits, but XQ Lun, look at the spot here. Such a nice one to work with, but N9 on the flank, it's not going to matter. ZQ and ZY, they break through. ZY, he's still holding on to positioning, but here comes the flank here. N9 good for another, and it's down to the 3v3.
The bomb did end up getting planted, but now the retake is on for BaiSha Gaming. They're really willing to take this one to overtime here. 2 players, it's going to be 577 and Xiao trying to hit from the backside. Beans holding it, he whiffs that shot, so that opens up the gate for BaiSha to open in and walk in. It's going to be Pistol not hitting, and 577 opens things back up. The bomb timer ticking, they have to execute this one, otherwise it's going to be 577 from the side. Xiao as well sprays out Dre, and let's go, boys, it's going to be overtime for BaiSha.
What a way to send it into overtime. BaiSha backs against the wall. They get it done. They keep it alive. And now they have a chance to take this one all the way in overtime. But it is still far from over for all gamers here. They now have a chance to redeem themselves after a shaky close to regulation. And still the opportunity to take this to map 5 is on the table for them. They've just got to keep their composure and not let that run from BaiSha stall them out here.
And now this is a problem for all gamers. They were willing to shut this out before going into overtime, but now BaiSha Gaming has built on that momentum that we've been talking about throughout this whole tournament. And I don't know if all gamers has it to stop it, as now BaiSha Gaming is on the attacking side once again.
If anyone could stop it, though, it's Shui back in his A-room position here. We know what he can do from this point on the map, but they don't even want to have anything to do with that side of the map right now. They're going to be doing their classic mid-execution right now. 3 players on to it. Xiao, though, looking to see if Shui gets a little bit antsy there, which he almost goes for the peak, but Xiao, he's just going through those boxes, spamming left and right, trying to get the kill, but there is nothing for him just yet.
I mean, he got sprayed down through the boxes outside of A just one time, so he's trying to return the favor there. And so was the whole team of BaiSha trying to return the favor of getting 3-1'd here in 2022 Grand Finals.
Here comes the push, though. BaiSha, they are ready to strike. The middle of the map is wide open as well. The pressure onto ZY to really lock this down along with Even, but BaiSha, they still are slowly easing in. These 2 players up mid are causing a lot of distractions, but Even, he's got to try and hang on here. Even good for 1, gets traded out, and now BaiSha, they see the opportunity. Xiao gets 1, N9 gets another, and it's a 4v2. Bean and Shui left for the retake.
That mid split worked out beautifully for BaiSha to take down another player, and now it's all down for Dre and Bean as the bomb gets planted by Baby, our man who has clutched outright in multiple rounds for BaiSha. And now timer's ticking. Dre and Bean has to walk in. Dre with a good headshot, side steps in for Xiao, and now down 2v3. Can this clutch happen? And now it's gonna be Baby actually taking down Dre. Now it's all down to Bean. 1v3, N9 takes a whole bunch of damage, but he doesn't care. He's gonna go up to the stairs, he dodges the nade. That's great, XQ him from behind, and N9 to be in the coalition, taking that first round into overtime.
What a massive round as well. This is the harder side of the map, and BaiSha take it anyways in the opening round. A huge statement to make to kick off this overtime. Not only do they have that momentum of bringing it to a tie, now they have the first round in overtime along with it. All gamers, they are under the pressure now to try and respond. We'll see what they do here.
Now the sweat is really kicking in. Her palms are sweaty. And for now, BaiSha Gaming looking to continue on with the lead. It's going to be 10-9. They need 3 more rounds to return that favor that happened last year and take the trophy. And looks like BaiSha Gaming is going to look for a mid-rotation. Is going to be sending the C4 down towards middle as well. And we do see Baby on that long rotation down towards the B bomb site. So this could be yet another pillar take.
And here it comes. The same 2 players left to respond here. It's going to be ZY and Even for All Gamers holding on to this position. Last time around, they couldn't find a way to hold on. ZY and Even both went down with only 1 frag between the 2 of them. And now they're going to have a potential chance to redeem themselves in this one. But BaiSha, they're going to go for the full rotation here. Their team now grouping up back towards A long, and the A split is set up and ready to go.
They're just going to wait until Baby sells his fake down towards B. And the fake not being sold just yet is going to have only a single player held down towards B bomb site as ZY does fall back closer towards the spawn area. But now BaiSha Gaming is going to creep in, close the gap towards the site, but it's going to be Bean to find that arm shot towards 577. And all of a sudden, BaiSha Gaming puts a halt. Have to make a decision now. There's only a minute left on the clock, and they have to pick a site and just go for it.
Right now, this is perfectly covered from All Gamers. There is no way to get through towards this A bomb site. Zhui holding the off angle as well, in a great position to try and shut things down. Here comes the peak. Zhui, though, he's taken down instantly. Baby gets the double kill. The trades do come through, but it's a 3-on-2. BaiSha have to force their way in. ZY, though, gets a second, looking for a third. Can he find it? Yes, he can. All Gamers, they tie it up 10-10, and we are still neck and neck here in overtime.
All Gamers putting out what they have got. They're going all in on this. Was able to take the round and even things down to 10-on-10. As now both teams just need 3 more rounds each to win this map. As BaiSha Gaming can close this one out if they win this one, and All Gamers tying things back to a 2-on-2 and taking it to map number 5 as they do take 3 rounds. And for now, we're going to be looking at BaiSha Gaming gathering outside of A main once again with the C4, having Baby as the anchor towards the B bomb site, just checking for any possible aggression coming out towards that way.
Here we see the early rotation. They still don't want to try and challenge over on Zhui's position. They know how good he is there. They've just left him in that corner for most of this match so far. They only have 1 player, and that's going to be XQ Lun kind of poking around there in case he decides to push out. Meanwhile, the rest of BaiSha working their way again towards these B tunnels. 4 players early on, getting control of the pillar area, and now we'll see if they decide to commit through because ZY, he is ready to try and hold this.
Now the hold from Even and ZY. They're tossing out those utilities, and the jump has been spotted. So here comes the push. 577 through the window, shuts out a couple bullets. The nade does put so much damage onto Even. He's down to half now. And BaiSha gathering in front of the site. Even goes for the swing. 577 just crouch walks through the window, takes down Even, opening things up, and Xiao as well as onto it towards ZQ. 5-on-3. ZY hits from the back, but Baby knows it. Baby hits him, and now it's going to be down to a 5-on-2.
AG needs something here to try and bring this back, and Bean's going to get it started. Gets the kill onto 577, but it's still a 2v4 as the bomb gets down. Now, Zhui trying to help open things up, works his way through, but this smoke has stalled them out completely. Nades come down over the top, but they have to find a way to force into this site soon. Look at that nade, though, over the top. Bean and Zhui both getting hit by it as the bomb goes down.
The bomb is now planted. And All Gamers, they have to make this retake happen. Bean does have half HP and the AWM. Xiao whips the shot, but N9 is going to hit it for Bean. The headshot comes through. That's all down for Zhui.
Here it comes, Zhui, the 1v4. He's going to have to move in now, though. There's no time to get this done. Has to start pushing, gets the first kill, but he has no time to make this happen. Xiao takes him down, and BaiSha, they take the lead as we go into the side swap. They are just 2 rounds away from taking this championship title.
11-10, and guess what? It's going to be BaiSha Gaming in global risk. And are we going to witness this upset happening right here, right now, with our eyes?
The potential is very real here, but BaiSha, they've got to keep it within reach for themselves by not getting too overly aggressive at this point in the game. They have the lead, they're on the better side, but they can't afford to make silly mistakes when they're this close to the finish line. All gamers, they are ready to capitalize on those mistakes to try and bring this one to a map 5, but BaiSha, they're going to go ahead and play very passive to kick this one off, as we do see all gamers going for that early tunnels control once again.
And we've seen this setup come out from BaiSha Gaming once again. And they're going to just hold it down. It's going to be Baby and Exculun playing the off angles towards outside of B. And for now, 3 players down towards A bomb site. And the rest of all gamers have all gathered up outside of B, so the aggression should happen anytime soon. Bunch of nades flying left and right. Nothing really hitting though.
All gamers, though, starting to push their way in here. Baby and Exculun on the hold, but they've read this well. They have N9 close by for support. Baby good for the first. The trade comes through right away. Jue gets the double kill, but Exculun surprises them, finding 1, finding 2. Exculun gets caught trying to run away, but it's still a 2v2. Anyone's round for the taking here.
577 and Xiao are the last ones alive for BaiSha, and it's going to be Bean and ZQ. This could be anyone's round, but we've seen Xiao hit those shots. He's the clutch player. And BaiSha is looking to take the lead 12-10 if they're able to find this round, putting all gamers to the cliff here. And looks like with 45 seconds remaining onto the clock, all gamers opt out for a rotation towards middle. Through middle, maybe going down towards A, but it's going to be held down by 577. Does he realize that the rotation is right behind him?
He seems to have no idea here. All gamers, though, they're going to take this one up towards the A bomb site, I would presume. At this point, 2v2 now for the retake. All gamers very clear on the plant, but they've got to do it quickly. It's only 15 seconds on the clock here, but the rotation is starting to come to life here. BaiSha, they've caught on to this one. They're starting to work their way in. The smoke comes down, but they may just push through it here. Xiao going to find the first pick over the top. That's huge here. ZQ now left in a 1v2 in a very crucial round in his hands.
Xiao hitting those shots will put things down to a 2v1 for his team. The C4 is taking down and ZQ's stuck inside the site. There's nowhere else he could go. And now 577 enters into the site with Xiao on top of Evan. ZQ spotted out. 577 with the headshot will allow for the defuse. And BaiSha Gaming, all of a sudden, things look so great now. They're sitting on 12 rounds.
This could be the beginning of the end of AG's reign here. 2 chances to close this one in overtime for BaiSha Gaming. They only need 1 more round, but there is still that risk in the back of their mind. A golden round to all gamers could still send this to map number 5, but BaiSha right now, this is their moment to show us that they can dethrone all gamers here in the grand finals. Jue taking some early nade damage. It's a passive setup, but BaiSha, they know what they need to do here.
They definitely know what to do, and they're going to be exactly doing that. They're going to be playing back, play reserved. Don't risk anything. There's no point in risking losing a player early on. We're going to be seeing that 2 players set up outside of B. Once again, it's going to be Baby and Exculun, and Exculun and Baby, they've been taking kills in that spot to put the halt onto the aggression. For all gamers, they're going to be rotating back down towards pillars once again. And this time around, they're not playing off angles. They're playing closer to the site. And this could be very detrimental for all gamers. Now, Jue looking to push out. Smokes are out. Z-White does find the kill onto Baby, so it's all down to Exculun for the hold. But Exculun finds the kill back. Double for him! And now all gamers down 3-4. What can they do? The bomb is stuck. They can fall back. It's going to be a 2-2 split coming out from BaiSha Gaming.
The bomb still stuck here outside of B long, and BaiSha, they are on the cusp of victory. It's a 4-on-3. They have the advantage in the round, and all gamers, they have no control in this situation. They've got to find a pick. They've got to find a hole in this defense to break through. Otherwise, this could be all said and done with BaiSha taking the crown here. But right now, AG, the pressure is higher than ever. Let's see if they can truly rise to the occasion. But Bean, that's a great start.
Bean with an arm will take down Xiao, who's been holding down a bomb site long. That's a great opening. But for BaiSha Gaming, after losing a player, is going to send down 577 towards a bomb site. The aggression is down towards middle. Exculun is holding on to it. Exculun spotted out. He even sprays him down. It's going to be a 3-2, but look at this angle they're holding. And 9 inside finds 1 headshot.
He's going for the second. He does find it. 577 closes it out. Double kill for him. And all gamers are taken down. David will take down the Goliath. And it's going to be BaiSha Gaming winning this one outright 3-2-1.
Incredible performance by BaiSha Gaming. They do it in the upset victory. And honestly, a fantastic fashion. All gamers push to their brink. And now there's a new king in town. BaiSha Gaming dethroning all gamers. You can see it on their faces. They are exhausted, but they are excited to be across this finish line.
Look at the emotions break out from these players. So did us, but BaiSha Gaming, after losing last year, 3-1, they return the favor and take the throne as well.
And now there's a new #1 team in town, BaiSha Gaming. You can see the emotions, what it means to win this, and that is going to be a massive victory for them here.
But it's going to be BaiSha Gaming! Champion is going to be BaiSha Gaming!
After 10 days of long journey, the champion team at the CFS 2022 Grand Finals has been decided. Finally, they've accomplished their dream. Their dream has come true. Let's welcome BaiSha Gaming are the champions of the CFS 2022 Grand Finals! And after their disappointment from last year's finals match against All Gamers in CFS 2021, they've accomplished their mission. A new champion from the Chinese region has risen above here at CFS 22 Grand Finals. Let's congratulate BaiSha Gaming! And commiserations to All Gamers, the legendary team who've fallen this year. But we send our biggest congratulations to BaiSha once again, the champions of the CFS 2022 Grand Finals. And seems it's time to say our final goodbyes to everyone now. As your host of the CFS 2022 Grand Finals, it was such a huge pleasure to feel such competitive spirit, such professionalism, such passion, the energy from the teams and players who have given us absolutely everything during these 10 days of our journey. To all of you worldwide spectators and supporters out there who've been with us the whole time, a sincere gratitude to you all. Thank you, thank you. Sheshe, kamsanida. And we have to say a big farewell to all of you as of now, but the CFS Grand Finals will be back next year and continue on our journey. We look to provide the most entertaining event to everyone, so we look forward to the next Crossfire Stars in 2023. But for one more time, let's give our last shout out to the champions of the CFS 2022 Grand Finals, BaiSha Gaming!
Muito obrigado a todos vocês que torceram pela Imperial nesse CFS. Podem esperar que ano que vem vamos estar novamente aqui, vamos estar mais fortes ainda e vamos continuar o legado de trazer a taça para o Brasil. Tchau, tchau pessoal, obrigado por tudo.
Só tenho a agradecer aos fãs que sempre estão ali torcendo pela gente, nossas famílias, e espero que vocês continuem acreditando e nunca deixem de nos apoiar, porque realmente faz bastante diferença para cada um deles.
I want to thank all of you guys for supporting Crossfire Stars 2022 Grand Finals. Hopefully we can see you again next year. Goodbye.
Và cảm nhận của mình khi mà được tham dự giải đấu này thì rất là vui và gọi là cảm thấy rất là hạnh phúc khi góp mặt được ở đây, với sự quan tâm và sự giúp đỡ rất là nhiều đến từ ban tổ chức. Team mình xin một lần nữa là cảm ơn với sự góp mặt của CBS 2023.
Me senti muito feliz jogando o campeonato, né? Me preparei durante um ano para jogar esse campeonato, então eu estou feliz de estar aqui e de ter competido em alto nível. Black Dragons voltará ano que vem muito melhor.
这一次 CFS 对我来说是磨练也是成长，因为每年只有一次 CFS， 希望下一次来参加 CFS 的我会更加优秀。
I think my thoughts always experience in the game, especially playing against top teams. We take the experience from them.
Cho em gửi lời cảm ơn đến tất cả những người đã luôn ủng hộ và theo dõi em. Và từ những ngày em chưa có gì cho đến được những ngày hôm nay, và dành lời cảm ơn chân thành nhất đến tất cả những người anh em của em.
I'm proud of myself, especially that I attended this event, and my team also. They should be proud that we become part of this big event. See you next year, probably. Why?
很高兴能参加2022 CFS， 这次比赛也给我留下了很多美好的回忆，然后我希望后面的 CFS 我都能参加，然后继续能征战这个赛场。
Thank you guys for watching CFS. It's always nice to see like lovely and kind comments from all over the world.
这是我连续第7次参加 CFS 的比赛，济州岛让我留下了美好的印象。希望明年依然能参加到 CFS 的比赛中。BaiSha Gaming。